A very good morning and welcome to Granville here in Jersey in the Channel Islands for this Inter Insular clash, men's Inter Insular between the host Jersey and the visitors from not too far across the water in Guernsey. Slightly delayed start today after a delayed arrival in the island from the visitors, but not too far away from getting underway now in the next few minutes. Before we run through the teams, let's take a look at what happened at the toss a short while ago.
Heads please.
Heads is cool.
Tail.
Football.
Chucky, you won the toss. Tell us what you've decided to do and why.
Yeah, we've elected to have a bowl. It's a brand new wicket, overcast. 11:15 or 11:30 start. The covers have been on for a fair bit of the morning. Hopefully our seamers can get a little bit out of it early doors. But I don't necessarily think it's going to be a match-defining toss. I expect the wicket's not going to be a total road all day, but hopefully we can put them under a bit of pressure early doors.
And just finally, tell us a bit about your team and the squad you got out today.
Yeah, so a few sort of newer faces for the side today. Stan Norman's coming in to make his Jersey debut, and Scott Simpson and Toby Britton are sort of building on some performances, like some limited performances for Jersey over the last year or so. So yeah, good luck to all those boys. But we've got a few of the big regulars in as usual: Julius Moore, Zach Tribe, Harrison Carline, Josh Lawrenson, etc. So we've got a strong side out. It should be a good game of cricket.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Cheers.
So the toss not going your way, but what's your response to that, Ollie?
Not too bothered. I think we probably would have bowled, but I don't think it's going to change too much. So hopefully get through the new ball and then put some pressure on in the back end and hopefully get a decent total.
Slight delay in coming over this morning. Tell us about the squad that's made it the 10 miles or so across the ocean.
Yeah, pretty similar to the one that we had in the tournament. Unfortunately, Marty misses out, who's just had a new baby girl. So he's not with us, but Ed Robinson's in, not playing, but part of the squad today.
And a big couple of weeks that have just gone by for Guernsey. Does this game still mean an awful lot to the players and to the cricket community in Guernsey?
Yeah, obviously a really successful week last week. But I think everyone always wants to win an Inter Insular, and we've got another game today and hopefully go out there and do that.
Have a good one. Thanks for speaking to us.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers, Ollie. Thanks for your help. Thanks.
20 minutes or so ago out in the middle here at Granville, and it was a toss that was won by Jersey skipper Chuggy Pershard, electing to field first and to put Guernsey into bat. Got Lee Malloy here from Jersey Cricket, head of cricket operations. Lee, morning to you as the umpires start to make their way out to the middle. Winning the toss and fielding first, it's the obvious decision from Chuggy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both sides would be looking to have bowled first this morning. I think it's one of those days where you're looking up, not down. The pitch is in fantastic condition. Goffey's done a great job all week on that, so that's not going to change too much as the day goes on. And I think, as I said, it's looking up, not down, and with the overcast conditions we've got this morning and it not changing much throughout the day, I think bowling first, getting first use of whatever would be in this pitch, following a bit of overnight dew, is the sensible decision. So Jersey will be walking out confidently here, looking for early wickets in the first 10 overs, and the Guernsey batters will be looking to try and get through that first 10, battle away a little bit, maybe take advantage of some any loose bowling from the Jersey side, but certainly if they stay no wickets down from the first 10, they'll be happy with that start.
Well, Jersey making their way out onto the field and preparing for their team huddle, not too far in front of our commentary position. The Jersey squad for today, fair few absentees. Jonty Jenner, who had a great Inter Insular 12 months ago and a brilliant stand that time round with Zach Tribe, not in the Jersey squad, but some fresh faces in there, Lee, to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt this Jersey side isn't the full strength side that it could be. Couple of lads around the world away playing cricket, and then you've got Jonty and Bizzo. Ace has just been named yesterday in this squad for the Glamorgan game on Monday, so they couldn't be with us this weekend, but as you say, it's a great opportunity for some players who are more on the fringes, the likes of Patrick Googe, who scored a lot of runs in local club cricket this year with back-to-back hundreds in the CI League, young Stan Norman making his debut, who's shown some real promise this year. He's really pushed on since he's left the island. He's at Cambridge University now and played at Lords this summer already, so he's got plenty of cricket experience this summer. And then some younger names that we'd be more familiar with Charlie Brennan, Toby Britton, and others in the side. So an exciting opportunity, and it would be a good opportunity for these guys today to put their name forward for future fixtures.
Take a look at the Guernsey side in a couple of moments' time, but it looks like Julius is going to take the new ball here, Julius Simarawa, and should be a Should be a good wicket for those seamers, those players that move the ball around a little bit, the likes of the skipper Chuggy Pershard. Should be a good opportunity for them first up, with a bit of dew out there still as well.
Yeah, regardless of the conditions, the bowlers have still got to bowl well. I think there will be reward if Julius can come in here and hit his areas early. No doubt a bit of extra pace on the ball always helps, and Julius has been a strike bowler for Jersey for a number of years now from a very young age. But one thing that is very important over everything else is that the ball has to be put in the right area. So all the help that you might have from above or on the side is important, but ultimately it's not as important as the areas that you hit as a seam bowler.
So we're nearly in readiness. What we haven't mentioned just yet is this is reduced to 45 overs aside this morning, and we're ready to get underway then here in the Inter Insular. Nice full first pitch delivery from Sumara, and I would think pitching up, getting the opening batsman driving here. Butler it is who's on face first up, and Ben Ferbrash at the other end, the opening pair for Guernsey, who will be desperate to get their hands back on it. Ben Fitchett, sorry, is it out there in the middle? Yeah, who will be desperate to get their hands back on the Inter Insular trophy after such a long break. And it has been a long break. League Jersey on a really good run in this 50 over contest, or 45 overs aside as it is today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a number of years now that Jersey have had the successes in the Inter Insulars. I think that sort of period is coming into a bit of a transition phase for Jersey, as we see with the 11 on the field today, and a new head coach and Paul Hutchison having come in this summer. It's been more of the same really, but some fresh faces getting opportunities that maybe haven't had the opportunities previously. So Jersey side in a slight transition phase where they're just trying to find areas to improve, and this Guernsey side is at what you would probably say full strength. The side's not that much change from the side that won them the tournament just a couple of weeks ago in Jersey, albeit T20 on a mat, but certainly they'd be back in their chances with a strong 11 today.
First shot of in any real aggression there, and Guernsey off and running in what is the 74th edition, I was reading this week, of the men's 50 over Inter Insular, and off and running with that single into the leg side. Conditions, as we were saying, overcast here at Grainville in Jersey today. We had probably a 20-minute spell of pretty light rain not too long before the toss. Again, just into the leg side, behind square this time, and one more onto the total. So both batsmen off and running, but a little bit of rain around this morning. Forecast depends who you believe, I suppose, or believe anyone, just to see what happens. But certainly overcast, and ball should do a bit out there this morning. Yeah,
I think the forecast for the rest of the day is mixed, to say the least. There's depends which forecast you believe, but there's certainly rain coming in later. Whether that is late enough for us, we'll see. But certainly in the short term, we're looking like we can get playing. I think it's a positive for the way that we've not had too much overnight rain, and yesterday afternoon we were dry. So the fact that we've managed to get that has been helpful, that we're not starting from a position with puddles on the square or anything like that. So we've got a dry square, and we've hopefully got plenty of cricket ahead of us today.
Nice first over from Sumara, just the two off it. No real scares, one half-hearted appeal from slip for an LBW, but nothing more than that. And Sumara it is who concedes two off that first over. This is the Guernsey lineup today then, as we say, Fitchett and Butler in at the top of the order. Some experience in there with Stokes, of course. And Guernsey coming with a strong lineup.
Yeah, I think when you look at that, that's similar lineup to what they've been playing with T20. A few guys probably moving around the order, certainly maybe Tom Nightingale moving down the order, who's a very dangerous batter, but maybe less suited to the 50 over game than someone like Stokes. So certainly from Jersey's point of view, this top order and early wickets will be key to the day. If they get going and they get partnerships going early, and we don't take early wickets in the morning, then it's going to prove to be a bit more difficult with a good depth in this Guernsey batting lineup. And for the last few years, Stokes has been the wicket that you want to get, because if he bats for a long period of time, he's an extremely dangerous player.
Scott Simpson then from the far end, furthest away from the pavilion. A bit of width on offer there, but beats the batter through to the keeper, who today is Jake Dunford, with the gloves for Hutchison's side. Quite a character is Dunford. Had to spend a fair few weeks away with him at various parts of the world playing for Jersey. Quite a character. That one into the offside, no run. Umpires today then from Jersey is Heath Kearns, currently at square leg, and the umpire at the bowling end, currently Mark Savage from Guernsey, standing in this Inter Insular today. Down towards the boundary, it's a good piece of work there, out on the ropes, saved a couple of runs right on the boundary there, and good start from the home side in the field, out on the rope.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding out there. It's one of those early on in the first 10 that you want to set that standard in the field. Jersey in particular have been around a lot and know that these first 10 in the power play is really important, and the intensity and energy that you come with is vital, so any bit of fielding like that can help the bowler and help the score, that's certainly useful.
Lovely ball from Simpson, the left armour. Would this be his first Inter-Insular for Simpson?
Yep. Well, first 50 over for sure.
Yeah.
He played in the third game of the T20 series this year, so had his opportunity there, and has played mainly T20 cricket for Jersey this year since Hutch has come in. He's looking for a point of difference, and certainly Simo as a left-arm seamer is that. So a great opportunity.
Edged away. Won't go all the way, but can see already beaten the bat once and then finding the outside edge there for the first time.
Yeah, that's the areas that you need to be at today. A couple of looseness to start with, and then the last two he's certainly been on them. So, as I say, it's before the start of the game, it's important that these seamers hit their areas. It's going to be helpful with the conditions that we've got, but that doesn't matter if you don't put the ball in the right area.
Butler on strike then, and having to make sure he didn't just one of those tempters where you start to move your gloves towards the ball, had to pull them back, make sure didn't get anything on it in the end, but excellent first over from Simpson from the far end, beating the bat a couple of times, finding the outside edge, and Guernsey 5 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of extra carry on that last one as well, which you tend to see here at Grainville. It's classically from the far end, a little bit of extra bounce with a ridge, a slight ridge. Those who remember back a fair few years now, a seamer called Rob McVeigh bowled 10 overs from one end without from a good 6'7" height, and back then it was extremely useful, and it's still the case now. But an interesting start here from both sides, just being quite watchful to see what these first 10 are going to do.
Guja was fielding on the slide. One of those youngsters in this Jersey side, like Charlie Brennan, Toby Britton, the young spinner. Even Sumarao bowling now feels like he's one of the senior statesmen.
Well, this is where it's going to be quite interesting to watch from Jersey's point of view, because the guys who are missing today are what you would describe as senior players within this young Jersey side, who would usually be the ones who lift the energy and offer a lot. Jonty Jenner, for one, at backward point, who doesn't stop talking for 50 overs and adds so much energy. Dan Birrell, who, those you know him off the field, he likes to talk anyway, so on the field he's just as loud, if not louder. And
I'd already touched upon Dunford, to have out there that kind of character, just to keep those youngsters ticking over.
Yeah, absolutely, and energy and intensity comes from noise. You want to make it as uncomfortable as you can for the new batter, especially when the conditions are in your favour, and that can be done by the ball in hand or from the fielders.
Wow, has that taken a nick off something? There was certainly a noise, and it was a rather strangled appeal, maybe just flicking the thigh pad perhaps on the way through. Certainly a noise that we could hear from the boundary, but it wasn't a full-on appeal, and umpire Heath Kearns unmoved.
Yeah, it was a big appeal from Jersey, but I don't think he got anything on it there. I think that's more of an appeal out of hope rather than actually knowing there's an edge there.
Certainly in real time it didn't look like that. I just heard a noise as it passed through, which is obviously what got the fielding side interested.
Yeah, I think early on, first 10 overs, you're going to go up for most things. So any sort of noise, you might hear a Jersey appeal.
All on a good line and length.
I think that's where you want to be a bit more here. I don't think we want to be too short. I don't think you want to go back of a length too early, even though there is a bit of assistance from the pitch, back of a length, giving a bit of extra bounce. I think with the new ball in hand and the overhead conditions, I think you can be too short and allow the batters just to sit on the back foot and kill the ball dead in front of them, whereas you want to get them coming forward, bring those slips and gully into play.
Again, able to beat the bat. Difficult opening spell this for the Guernsey batters with the overcast conditions. Having lost the toss, remember, if you weren't with us a little earlier on. Jersey winning the toss, and skipper Chucky Pershard deciding to put the visitors in and to field first, and has thrown the ball first up here to Sumarawa, who comes in again now. Out into the offside again. Good piece of fielding. Charlie Brennan it was there on the slide that keeps that to the single. Sumarawa first up and Simpson from the other end. Do you think any part of the captain, Chucky Pershard, would have been tempted to put himself on first up and to open the bowling with that kind of medium pace that he's got on this surface, these conditions? Yeah,
potentially. I think certainly from his point of view there would maybe have been a discussion. Certainly in this Jersey side, his role for many years has been to bowl outside the power play in the middle overs with the field spread and bowled tight. So, you know, with a full side and everything like that, I think he would be bowling the middle overs, but I imagine it would have been a discussion. Chuggy moves the ball in the air and has got a lot of experience, and these first 10 will be so crucial, but it'll be interesting to see how we go.
Well, Fitchett happy to leave that one outside the off stump, and there's no run. And so much of the cricket that these players play is 20 overs a side, so just having to adjust. It's not the full 50 today if you weren't with us. Later arrival into the island from Guernsey, and we're down to 45 overs a side, and that means each bowler can have up to 9. But there is a little bit more time than maybe you think in these games, when even watching a lot of cricket on the telly, I know they've got the test on at the moment, but conditioned to the shorter form, whether that's the 100 or the T20 stuff, but a little bit more time perhaps than cricketers realise in the 45 overs aside sometimes.
Yeah, I think this will be the big test for the Guernsey batting lineup today. No doubt they've got talent and skill in abundance, but I think the big thing for them will be transitioning from that T20 spell that they've just had. And the other thing to consider is that was all on matted wicket, and they're back on grass now. So no doubt they'll play a factor. They've no doubt hit loads of balls on grass this week, but certainly isn't easy for batters just to adjust like that.
Good take by Dunford down the leg side, and that will be a wide, but good stop from the keeper. Yeah, talking about sort of batting out overs as well and taking time. Looking back to last year's game, Jersey bowling Guernsey inside 30 overs last time around. So 8 without loss to score. And so far this over, just that leg side wide off it.
Great take from Dunny down the leg side there.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
An absolute stalwart for Jersey cricket over the years, and those more traditionalists listening to this will be all about picking the best wicket keeper, and that age-old debate that's creeped into modern cricket regarding picking a batter who can keep or your keeper who can bat a bit. So it's continues, but Dunny as a gloveman is just superb.
In the air for a little while there from Fitchett, but met it well, and the first boundary of this Inter Insular contest goes to Fitchett and takes Guernsey into double figures. Not so sure about the green gloves though of Dunford at wicketkeeper. Not sure that's the colour for Inter Insular Day really. The green wicket keeping gloves.
Like a bat for a batter, gloves for a keeper is important. He'll have bedded those in. He'll have been using those all season, I'd imagine. So it will be what feels comfy, but certainly questionable from my side.
Well, he takes that one into those green gloves with ease, certainly easier than the one he took down leg side earlier in the over. And no run on that occasion. 13 without loss, Guernsey, inside the 4th over.
Yeah, they'll be happy with this start. I think that one ball that just got a little bit leg side on Simo there, just into the batter's pads, too easy to just knock through the leg side. But
going to come back for a second and get back comfortably to complete that 4th over and take Guernsey to 15 without loss. So going to be Sumarao to continue from the pavilion end here at Grainville. Now, half-hearted appeal on this occasion, beating the bat again. Butler just fending at that one. It wasn't a full-on appeal, maybe just a small noise again, but again, Heath Kearns unmoved by that one. Another dot ball for Sumarao. Started well here for Paul Hutchison's side.
a few people coming into the ground now, looking like it's slowly filling up as the day will go on. Hopefully we'll have a good crowd in this afternoon. For those watching on the stream who aren't sure whether to come down, we've got a nice family zone going on in one corner that the Boundary and James Robertson have sorted out. We've got a bar, we've got food, so plenty of entertainment here for the youngsters as well as the adults.
First deliberately short pitched ball of the game, through to the keeper. A little bit of brightness in the sky now as well, so yeah, if you are thinking of coming along, be good to get a good crowd in as the day progresses. And you're right, a few families just arriving at the ground now, just setting up the blankets over on the boundary edge as Sumarao prepares to come in again. Good over this so far. A bit of glove on that maybe, just dropping short of the slips, and they'll get through for a single. Sounded like maybe a bit of glove, was it? Through to it definitely didn't carry to the slip, but just the single.
Yeah, no, that's a bit lucky there for the batter. I think nip back, hit the glove. Most times you wrap the glove, it tends to balloon into the slip area, whereas that one seemed to just die on first slip at Harrison a little bit there. Yeah, which is, can go either way, I guess. So yeah, some promising moments here for the Jersey Seamers, but Guernsey battling away well.
Yeah, perhaps having seen that previous delivery, happy to let that one go outside the off stump. Guernsey coming into this tournament on the back of that T20 Europe qualifier that we mentioned a short while ago, so in good spirits. We'll have come here to Jersey optimistic of a result here and ending the week that goes back to 2015 for Inter Insular success in this men's 50 overs a side game. That's got an edge, and this time it goes between Harrison Carlyon at first slip and Dunford, the keeper, and all the way to the boundary for 4 off the outside edge.
Yeah, that is not what Jersey will be looking. As you can see, hands on hips from the seamer there. That's what he's worked so hard to create. Last ball of the over, take a wicket there and you're right into that top order, but seemed to be an occasion of a yours, I think, rather than somebody claiming it. Dunny's a fantastic mover and diving catch as well, but he's got a slip catcher in there for a reason. So maybe Harrison a touch wide, but that will be, they will have had that discussion about where they stand and the distance between them as to whose is what catch. But something like that you never want to see. They'll need to have a quick chat again, just be sure about if the next one comes, who's going for it and whose responsibility is it for if it's between us. So you can probably see them there having a brief discussion, but knowing Julius as I do, he won't be happy with that, as you could probably have seen on the live stream.
Just wondering what's happened here. If we had a lost ball perhaps from that edge that went to the boundary. Yeah, it looks like just trying to find the ball down the far end, and there was a bit of discussion actually out at the toss about not about losing a ball like this, but about if the ball was to get wet and damp. Shaggy Pershard was asking the umpires, is there a set of spare balls, and they said, well, we've only got 2 spare balls, so maybe not. But they did then go and get some used balls, and actually the third umpire is just edging towards the edge of the rope at the moment to see if he's going to be required. So they did go and gather some used balls. Obviously this ball only 5 overs old. But yeah, there is the hedge down at the far end, and that's all I can think that's happened here, Lee, is that the following that edge off the outside edge.
It's continued into the hedge, and
yeah.
it's not been easy to find. It can happen here at Grainville. We do from time to time see the balls go in there, but usually if you watch it well enough, it's easy enough to find. But I think too many people staring at each other there rather than the ball going in the hedge, probably the reason for it. So they're having a good look for it. As you say, there's spare balls on offer, and only 5 overs in. It won't take much to find one, but as with most things, it's easily fixable.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a few boundaries, but not loads of that on ball so far. What are we, 20 without loss? So I think the ball in those first 5 overs won't have taken too much of a hit. It's whether they've got one that's had a little bit of the little bit of the cover taken off it, but not too much.
Yeah, they'll have something that's suitable. Certainly, the guys will get to work on it immediately once they get the new ball in their hand, whether that is needed or not. But after a while, they'll probably just let someone have a look for that ball and carry on with a new one. As you can see, the umpires will make that final decision. Harrison will go in and have his word now and just say what do we think is more suitable, but the umpires will make that call, and that will be what they're given. Those who watched the Ashes last year or have watched a documentary recently about it, that was quite a big factor in one of the test matches that England won, where Australia looks set to chase down a big title. Change a ball that happens in test matches quite often these days is it was quite a controversial moment. All of a sudden it's swinging around corners and 3 or 4 wickets tumble and the game turns. So we'll see if that is the case here, but the Kookaburra regulations tend to play quite similar, so I can't imagine anything's going to change too much. And once they've got this game going again, we'll be looking for wickets, and Guernsey will be looking to continue their excellent start.
Yeah, well, the third umpire has passed that change of ball, the new ball, to Mark Savage, the standing umpire from Guernsey, and he passes it on to Simpson, who's going to continue from the far end with a slightly different ball in hand at the start of this 6th over of the contest. Yeah, he started well. As we're saying, he's not played loads of representative cricket at the top level over the years, and he seems like he's settling in well, Simpson.
Yeah, absolutely. Great opportunity for him here now to prove his worth. He's had a mixed season in club cricket with the ball. He's had some good games and some okay games. So this is a different ball game, really, when it comes to Inter Insular cricket in front of what should be a good home crowd against a good opposition. It will be a new test for Simo, but again, those locally who know Simo know he won't be overawed by this occasion. He certainly backs his skills, and certainly will feel that he can contribute here, and certainly won't have any issues with his nerves or anything like that. He's a confident guy.
Butler just opening the bat slightly there, no run.
A bit more of a watchful start from Josh here. I think both of these two were their opening pair throughout the T20s, and they can both be as dangerous as each other on their day. Certainly Fitchett's a bit more of an attacking player, and Josh will sort of play second fiddle to him here and try and dig in and get himself going, because if he gets going he can hit them as well as anyone.
Still clearly a big game in the cricket calendar for both these sides. We're hearing from Ollie Nightingale in the interview just after the toss, saying that despite that big success for Guernsey and the T20 stuff recently, this is still a big one for them. And that is the first wicket. and it's well held, having seen the one go between the slip, Harrison Carlyon, and the wicketkeeper Dunford in the previous over. This one straight into the midriff of Carlyon, takes it comfortably, and Guernsey lose their first wicket. It's 21 for 1.
Yeah, no doubt whose catch that one was that time. They're a lot simpler to take, and Harrison's got a great pair of hands in the slip, so he was never going to put that one down. Reward for Jersey there, I think a little bit of pressure. Certainly Josh being 3 off 15, he's had a fairly watchful start there, but a little bit of extra bounce as we talked about earlier from that far end. Just got a bit big on him there, took a bit more of the shoulder of the bat and straight through to first slip.
I don't know what Dunford's saying to him there as he's caught him. Before he said, "Oh, you should have taken the one last over." But
yeah.
No doubt, as you say, who was taking that one, and Carlyon enjoyed it, and Simpson has his first wicket, and Jersey can celebrate the first wicket, 21 for 1, and you're right, it had been a watchful start from Butler, but he departs, and looks like it's Luke Bichard making his way out to the middle.
This is a surprise to those who know local cricket. Certainly wouldn't have been carded for number 3, but he's more of what would be discussed as a tail ender. I can only think that Guernsey are looking to hold back their batters with this first 10 overs. I know that Luke scored a good runs for his club side Griffins this year, and he's certainly a dangerous batter on his day. Would have probably been described more as a hitter, certainly in their T20 lineup. But
so it's whether they've sent him in there to be a bit of a hitter, or, as you say, trying to protect some of the better batsmen for when, and it is getting a little lighter when the ball is a bit softer, perhaps. And
yeah, I can't imagine it's that tactic. I think it's more about rewarding and what it then.
Well, big appeal up, first ball here, and Savage, the umpire, Mark Savage, unmoved.
Yeah, I think it would probably be more about how they want that lineup to go, with most likely Stokes going to walk out at 4. You've then got a lengthy batting lineup with the captain Ollie Nightingale, Zach Damerol and Tom Nightingale, so it just pushes everyone down a bit and potentially protects them from this first 10 overs where it's going to be most dangerous for the batters to bat, and maybe more of a reward for Luke following some good club runs this year.
Well, Pershard certainly supporting his bowler. 4 slips in here alongside Dunford. Plenty of catches there. And knowing plenty of catches there, Bichard happy to leave that one through to the keeper and end that over. 1 ball to go still in the over, is there? Or is that the over? That's the over. So, it's the wicket and 1 wide in the over.
Yep. Great
So,
from Scott.
excellent stuff from Simpson, and he has his first wicket. 21 for 1. If you are just joining us, it's 45 overs a side, 9 overs per bowler. And this slightly reduced men's Inter Insular. And Sumarawa to continue. A little bit of movement there as it passes the bat.
Yeah, still going, which is good to see from a Jersey point of view. That ball can usually, on a normal day, you'd see this Kookaburra regulation swing for just about the first 10, depending on the conditions and the day, maybe a few less. But with the ball, and it's not going to be cut up too much with an abrasive outfield or anything like that, it will tend to stay for a bit longer, as well as the overhead conditions. So whilst it's still doing this will be Jersey on the hunt for wickets now. That first one is always a bit of a boost for the fielding side. You don't want to go too long without picking up that first one, so once you get one, you tend to see the energy levels rise a little bit. And as I said at the start, this is quite a big test for this young Jersey fielding outfit, with a lot of inexperience in the field, maybe a few nerves around, where it can often be best to just get shouting rather than stay in your own mind. So a wicket will help boost that.
Well, a bit of bounce there. Certainly carrying through to Dunford. A bit of lift as it passed the bat. Difficult spell this for Guernsey, although Fitchett has started 16 off 22 deliveries, so started well, but having to face some good bowling here early doors in difficult batting conditions.
Yeah, I think it was Fitchett who had the life with the ball going between the first slip and keeper, but as you say, he's put away the bad ball well.
Well, he's thrown everything at that one. It's not come off the middle of the bat at all. Some awkward fielding down on the boundary, and it's gone to the rope. Just couldn't bring it under control. It was an awkward one, but he would have expected to have stopped that, and it goes to the boundary for 4 more off the outside edge of Fitchett's bat.
It's not ideal, but one of those that can happen on a wet day with a wet outfield. As the ball comes towards you, you've got to be confident attacking that ball, but unfortunately Simo's just taken a tumble there and the ball crept over the line, but it's still good signs for the Jersey bowling lineup. If that ball's coming off the edge more than it's coming out the middle of the bat, it's still a positive.
Fitchett just spotting a bit of width being offered on that one, and happy to throw his hands through the ball. Gets rewarded off the edge. That's a very full ball. And it's bowled him. Thought for a moment it had come off the foot, but it's very full and very accurate, and Jersey have their second wicket.
Well, that's cricket for a start. You can bowl beautifully and get nicks through to the keeper first slip and all of that, and then you can bowl a full toss on someone's pads and clean someone up. So certainly Julius won't be celebrating that too much. He'll be knowing that was probably the worst ball of his spell, and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, it's very full, hitting the stump on the full, and Fitchett has to walk back to the pavilion after the previous edges through the slip areas. That one full from Sumarao, and both bowlers in the wickets now, one apiece, and 25 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, talked a lot about bowlers putting the ball in the right areas if they want to get their reward, so that wasn't what I was talking about, that's for sure. A full toss on leg stump wasn't what the plans were or what was discussed.
Although they can be surprisingly successsul.
Well,
those full
yeah,
tosses.
there's a saying that I can't repeat in cricket about something gets wickets, but it tends to be quite true. I imagine it's, Ben Fitchett there's just looking to sort of keep an eye on that length and look to leave or look to play on width, and all of a sudden a quite quick full toss on your pads can be a surprise ball. But Stokes to the crease now, and this is the big wicket for Jersey.
Nice start from Stokes out into the offside, and that brings to an end the over. A wicket taking over for Julius Sumarao, and 25 for 2. Guernsey after 7 overs. This is the batting to come for the Sarnians. Skipper Ollie Nightingale still to come. And a watchful start. 3.57 is the run rate. I say watchful, the 2 wickets lost, but also in amongst that, I suppose you've had a couple of edges. One that went between slip and the keeper. So a tidy start. Commentators curse, wide ball.
That is not where you want to be when you've got 4 slips. Certainly Simo will know that. No one has to tell him, and this will be quite a good match-up here. I talked about Simo's character earlier, about that the occasion won't overawe him and that he's certainly a confident lad. I think you could say the same about Luke Bishard. Great kid, but on the cricket field is a real competitor for Guernsey, and certainly backs himself as a cricketer with both bat and ball in hand, so it should be a good match-up.
Yeah, nicely played. No run though. Both batters looking to get off the mark still.
I think that what we're seeing so far is that advantage that you get from winning the toss and bowling first here, because there'll be periods of play where the Guernsey batters get themselves in, but on a day like today when it's in the favour of the bowling side, you're never really out of the game if you can put the ball in the right area. So I say that as he bowls another the leg side, but as quick as the runs can come, 2 wickets can swing the game quite quickly and can really bring Jersey right back into it.
Yeah, just lost his radar a couple of times in the early stages of this over. Simpson's 4th over from the far end. See if he can find his line and length again here with 3 slips now in place. Slightly leg side-ish again and turned into the leg side. Just be the 1, and off the mark is Bishard now. Brings Stokes on to strike.
Yeah, I still think this is a good field for Simo. As a left-arm seamer, the natural way to swing the ball tends to be back into the right-hander. Simo tends to do it at times, but is more known for if it is going to swing, it tends to go away from the right-hander. So he'll be looking to get his line a little bit, starting more middle and off here, and try and get them slips into play.
Better line and length. Of course, this is one of the standout games in the cricket calendar, but plenty of cricket still to come. Jersey preparing for the upcoming tournament in Kenya. It's Cricket World Cup Challenge League group stage event. Not far away at all now. And Stokes off the mark as well, so both batters off and running this morning. Are we still the morning? How are we doing? Just into the afternoon. Slightly delayed start to this game if you weren't with us earlier on. 11:30 start time. Toss was at 11, with 45 overs aside, and Jersey winning the toss and putting Guernsey in. But yeah, big tournament to come as well, Lee, for Jersey. That Kenyan tournament to come.
Yeah, it's the start of another cycle, the 3-year Challenge League cycle that we've been a part of before. Those will remember it as Challenge League B when we hosted it here a couple of years ago, and ultimately won it, which then meant we got to challenge for some ODI status cricket. So yeah, that's the second cycle, so we start another 3-year period, which is an exciting time. It allows you to sort of plan ahead, and the first set of that starts later this month. The team are actually off, I think it's the 16th of September, down into Zimbabwe first for a couple of warm-up games before moving on to the main tournament in Nairobi. So new conditions. Don't think Jersey have ever played in Kenya before, and I mean, I don't know how the difference is myself, but similar maybe to Uganda, that they were there a few years before, which was the second part of that last Challenge League cycle. So it'll be interesting to see how they go there. Jersey's group very competitive. PNG, who have come down from the World League 2, alongside others from Kuwait, and we're looking at obviously Kenya themselves. Denmark join us in that group, so some really strong teams to play there, and I don't think there's ever any easy game in that cricket. It's a great tournament, 3 years cycle. You tend to get to work out the opposition. Jersey fantastically went on to manage to win 9 games on the trot to end up winning it. They started the first one in Oman, which was actually before COVID, so had a couple of years break, and then the second one was in Uganda, where they won all their games, and then back here won 4 of the 5, to then end up winning on net run rate. And yeah, so the aim will be to once again win that Challenge League and go to the ODI playoff, and progress closer to a full World Cup, and that all starts in Kenya at the end of this month.
Yeah, so I'm sure the Inter Insular can never be described as a warm-up, but excellent preparation to have this game so close to that. It's a lovely piece of bowling. I think Bishar did quite well actually, just to move inside the line in the end, but nice piece of bowling from Samarawa. 30 for 2 then, Guernsey. And it's a little over 3.5 an over at the moment. Happy to watch that one go by.
Good fishy.
A little bit wasteful there, I think, from Julius. He needs to attack the stumps here. Luke Bishard, not an experienced top order batter, and certainly been given a job up the order to come in and try and protect a few batters down the order, but I think he needs to attack the stumps here. New batter, put him under pressure, don't let him leave too many balls here. Make him play as much as he can. Put a bit of pressure on Stokes at the other end. Jersey would certainly be wanting to nick Stokes out here, but they've got to keep looking to be attacking as much as they can.
Again outside the off stump, as you say, but some good bounce, some good carry, and he's got a fair bit of pace though, hasn't he, Simorel?
Yeah, Jules has always shown that from a young lad, and into our system he was cleaning people up from a young age. He used to smile a lot when he took wickets. He used to try and bowl short and hit him and then bowl full at their stumps and clean them up, and he took a lot of wickets as a junior with extra pace from a young age, and he's been around a bit, Jules. He's been at Millfield School and then played a lot of twos cricket for various county teams. Not managed to gain himself a contract yet, but he's already played a couple of games for Leicestershire this year, so they're looking at him, and then other teams are always looking. I think on the county circuit, as a seam bowler in particular, you're always in with a chance because they tend to break down a little bit more than batters. So as a seam bowler, you're always, if you put yourself in the right position, and he's based himself in London to be able to travel around and play for various counties. He'll be looking to snap up a contract if he can.
And a good start from him. That was a maiden over there, and can see bowling very economically at the moment. Both bowlers with a wicket to their name. Just seeing if, it looks like Simpson is going to continue from the far end. Slightly elongated previous over. With a couple of wides in it, 2 if not 3 wides in that previous over, but continuing from the far end, furthest away from our commentary position and the pavilion here, down the school end of this ground, for those of you that know Grainville, and refound his line and length there.
Good areas from Simo. That's where he needs to be. As I said, it's not about bowling the magic ball all the time. It's just about finding those areas, get the batsmen to come forward, make them play a bit more. We've got a good field set here from Chuggy, so he just needs to hold his line and keep Stokes coming forward.
Bit uppish there into the offside, and Pershard couldn't get his full hand on that, and that will allow them to get through for 2. Slightly uppish, but bat on ball, and another 2 onto the total.
Yeah, struck it nicely, well off the middle of the bat, but just a little bit early on it, which may have been a catching chance. Extra cover potentially in the game a little bit there if the wicket's a bit stoppy and poppy. Again, that's what he wants to be doing, full, getting him coming forward, looking for something in front of the bat or a nick through to either keeper or first slip. So if he can hold this and keep putting pressure on them early here, Jersey will want this wicket, and if they can get Stokes, they'll be really up and about.
Off the edge, and a wild throw back to wicket-keeper Jake Dunford, who leapt to his right to stop some overthrows there, to be honest. He did well.
He did very well. Dunny will let him know about it in Dunny's way, over-exaggerating things, no doubt, and doing it with a smile on his face, as he always does on the cricket field. So, as you talked about earlier, Dunny's certainly a character, and certainly as mad as any wicket-keeper I know.
Slightly slower ball, perhaps, that one. Fingers across the ball, maybe. It goes into the leg side. It will just be the one there. Just varying his pace slightly, Simpson. A few more spectators just arriving around the boundary edge. It is one of those events that tends to build through the course of the day. People drag themselves out of bed after a Saturday morning lie-in, and expect the crowd to build. Turned into the leg side. I'm not sure if it was bat or pad. We'll just see what the umpire signals. Yeah, and it is a leg by, and one more for Guernsey, who continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over, not with any sort of big hitting or boundaries. Certainly no boundaries off the middle for quite some time. But 33 for 2 kept the scoreboard going. 34 for 2. Yeah.
Doesn't look easy to score your runs out there at the moment.
No.
It's certainly about holding your nerve, looking for the bad balls. Jersey haven't bowled many of them. Certainly Julius's figures show that, and his figure's probably a bit padded with 1-4 that went between wicketkeeper and first slip, and a misfield down at third man that also went through for 4. So his figures probably should look a lot better than they do right now. So certainly a good toss to win and have the ball in your hand first, and I think 34 for 2 off 10 is probably about evens. 34 with what we've seen so far is a number that Guernsey would be happy with.
Yeah, if you forget the wickets column, it's a good turnover for in difficult conditions at 3.5 and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they can build a partnership here and keep getting closer to 100 without losing another wicket, they'll start to push ahead in the game. Or if Jersey manage to nick one early outside the power play here, and that'll put them under real pressure, but they've got a strong middle order. Certainly bringing Bishard in at 3 has allowed them to hold back some of their main top order batters in Captain Nightingale, Isbrod Tom and Zach Damerall. So plenty of opportunity for them to score as the game goes on, but Jersey will be looking to continue building pressure through the skipper coming on now from Julius's end.
Yeah, Pershard bringing himself on to bowl. We wondered if he might open the bowling, but his first change from the pavilion end to replace Simarawa at this end. Good running from the Guernsey duo, Stokes and Bishard out there, and yeah, they've I know what you're saying. They've done well to keep the scoreboard ticking despite losing the 2 wickets, 3.5 and over in the first 10. Off the outside edge, maybe just slightly angled bat, and another run to the tally. 36 for 2. Experience of Stokes out there alongside Bishard for the visiting side. It'll be interesting to see this pace off the ball from Pershard, and certainly in comparison to Simarawa. Whether that makes it easier or harder to get the ball away on this pitch.
Well, that'll depend mainly on how Chuggy bowls, obviously. Too short and they'll be able to get him away without the pace on, and too full it'll be easy to drive. I think with what we've seen early here, I think Chuggy will be looking to get wickets caught in front of the bat. Certainly a few balls have been a bit uppish from both batters. If you hit that right length, I think.
Is that just the ball getting stuck in the pitch a little?
Yeah, it can be a little bit too paced when there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, when there's a bit of moisture in the air. It can mean the wicket's a bit sticky, which can create a bit of doubt in the batter's mind as to when to hit it. Obviously, for those out there who are familiar with, you want to hit the ball under your eyes as much as possible as a batter, and that's what can, building an innings and giving yourself time can help you get used to the pace of the wicket. And certainly both trying to do that at the moment. And when you've got Julius up at 80 and Chuggy down at 65, maybe being a bit generous at 65, but certainly a different pace from one end, it can mean you have to continue to just try and work out what the pace of the wicket is. So change of pace can work, and certainly Chuggy's an attacking captain, so he'll always be looking for wickets, so he'll be thinking about how he can pick up this 3rd wicket, and he'll be looking to attack as much as he can.
2 off Pershard's first over, 11 overs gone, 36 for 2 for Guernsey, and just going to see, looks like Simpson is going to continue from the far end. So we've had the change at the pavilion end, but Simpson head into 6th over of this opening spell. And Stokes it is who's facing up. Just Carline in the slips, and a wider man in the sort of 4th slip gully area. So it's not the full 4 slips that he had just a few overs ago, but we saw a couple of leg side deliveries since then, so just giving him a bit of protection maybe. Carline's still there. He was the man that took the catch off Simpson, that first slip.
Maybe the change in tactic here is more about how much the ball's moving in the air. As that ball's got a bit older, potentially it's doing less off the air. That was less in the air. So therefore, Chuggy's changing his tact a little bit to try and reinforce that offside, bring an extra man in the covers. Certainly, as we've talked about already, that catching extra covers in the game, maybe a catching mid-wicket too. So as quick as the ball can stop moving, you have to change your tactics and go to plan B or C or D, whatever he's got planned. But certainly what doesn't need to change here is Simo holding his line and length and either attacking 4th stump or a touch straighter.
Guernsey, remember, trying to win this fixture for the first time since 2015. Back then it was a 5-wicket victory at Portsmouth in, what's that, 9 years ago now. But there was the one that didn't happen in the COVID year, so Jersey winning this fixture the past 7 occasions. And that one prodded out into the leg side, and just the 1 run added. It's been a long wait for the Sarnians. Yeah, well fielded. Zach Tribe it was there with that one on the bounce. Not been a boundary kind of off the middle of the bat for quite some time.
Yeah, it's going to be that kind of day. I think it's not going to be ever, unless the sun comes out and dries the outfield and cooks the pitch a bit more. I think it's going to be a day where you have to look at your 1s and 2s and try and score off as many balls as you can. I think whoever faces the least hot balls will win. As I say that, leg stump half volley gets clipped away for 4, which timed fantastically, but a loose ball to finish the over.
Yeah, nice shot, and there is that boundary that we haven't seen for a while. Nicely timed. And Bichar gets his first boundary of his innings on his 21st ball faced, and takes Guernsey to 42 for 2, 12 overs into this innings. Jersey having opted to field first, which to a man and woman who you spoke to around the ground would say that's what they would have done. Overcast conditions, and Jersey with the likes of Pershard, who's bowling from this end, Sumaraya, Simpson, who we just saw finish that over in their side. Some seam bowling straight up, and on the money there is Pershard. It's well played as well, and no run. Harrison Carlyon is doing the fielding.
Interesting factor in this game, you can just see on the screen on the pitch now with Simo's footmarks there as a left arm seamer following through onto the wicket. That's playing into the right-handed bowler's favour from this end. As you can see, it's one of them's maybe a touch wide, but one a bit straighter that Chuggy might be looking to try and gain advantage of, and how that plays throughout the rest of the afternoon might become a factor as the day goes on, but something you can just see creeping onto the screen here.
Brennan able to get enough of a hand on it to stop it, but couldn't stop the 1, and 43 for 2 now the score. Yeah, so we'll take a look at the Jersey lineup, some of the spinners in the Jersey side that we'll turn to as this innings goes on. Discuss that in a moment. Again, not ridiculously uppish, but 1 bounce, not too far away from the fielder, and they're just stopping the pitch again. Looking forward to seeing the likes of Toby Britton a little later on as well, the youngster.
Yeah, young left arm spinner who certainly earned his way into this side. Elliot Miles finished his Jersey career earlier this summer, who was a very capable left arm spinner and had a very successful time with Jersey and with many other teams that he played for, but Toby was the natural replacement and has always been a real strong left arm spinner from a young age, and would very rarely go for runs and pick up wickets across junior levels, so he's always been one we've had an eye on, and he'll certainly be the frontline spinner in this attack today.
Caught and bowl chance, and caught and bowl chance taken by the captain, Chuggy Pershard. Came back to him very quickly, but got himself into a good position straight away, and he gets his first wicket. All three bowlers have a wicket to their name. That's Chuggy Pershard's first, and Guernsey are 43 for 3.
Yeah, that's a sign of the wicket there. It's full and straight, and usually what would potentially be considered a half volley. But with this wicket, a little bit sticky with the conditions that we've seen. Bishard a little bit early on it, and just chipped one straight back at Chuggy, and he's quite used to having the ball hit back at him, bowling at his pace and bowling wicket to wicket. That can tend to happen quite a lot, so he's delighted with that.
Enjoyed that one.
Took a great return catch and knows that, as I said, out of this power play, if they can nick another one, it's maybe advantage Jersey.
Yes, that brings Chuggy Pershard's second over to an end. That's his wicket, and just 3 off his first 2 overs, and 2 of them were the first 2 balls he bowled. So economic, accurate, and not the easiest ones to take when they're straight back at you. And it came to him pretty quickly, but he did well.
Yeah, it did. Certainly it's harder if you're bowling 80 mile an hour plus, but certainly on your follow through as a seamer, it's never easy if that ball comes back at you quickly. But I think it was here in a 2015-16 final against Oman. He got one hit back at him and clipped the end of his finger, and he had to come off the field with a dislocated finger. So he is used to the ball getting hit back at him, and thankfully for that one, it's done a lot less damage, and he looks like it hit him straight in the palms.
Well, we were just talking about Toby Britton, and we've done the opposite of a commentator's curse for the first time in our careers, Lee, and we've called it. So it looks like Britton going to come on from the school end of the ground here. And first look at some spin today, see what this pitch takes in terms of any turn. And all three previous bowlers used so far have a wicket to their name, so no pressure for Britton here to come in. And we'll see how he gets on against Stokes on face. A full delivery, second up.
He certainly wants to be fuller than shorter here. As I say,
Yeah.
similar to the seamers, you don't want to let the batters on a wicket that's helping the bowlers. You don't want to let the batter sit back and be able to just kill that ball dead and work it wherever he wants to. So Tobes needs to keep them coming forward, getting on the front foot, potentially driving at those catching men in front of the bat, and a slip comes in now to the new batter.
Nightingale off the mark. Tom Nightingale, that is. 2 Nightingales in this Guernsey lineup today, including the skipper, Ollie Nightingale. And it's T Nightingale out there in at number 5.
Yeah, interesting ploy from Guernsey. I think you had a potential choice there as to someone a bit less attacking to come in and maybe continue to try and build a partnership, but certainly in the CI League this year and in the obviously T20 cricket, Tom's been a very aggressive batter, and he's certainly found a way that works for him. So Jersey will be a bit worried about the way that he goes about his business, and they won't want to let him settle and get going for a while.
Excellent work down on the boundary. The line was just lost by Britton there, and Stokes playing that one out behind square on the leg side.
Young Theo Pullman out on the boundary there, seems to be on the field. I think it's for Julius.
Yeah, I think I saw Julius heading off.
He's popped off the field. Whether that's something to keep an eye on or whether he just needed a toilet break, I don't know. But a great bit of fielding from the youngster, who will no doubt be nervous. Coming on as 12th man in Inter Insular when you can't affect it with the ball or bat is always quite a daunting prospect.
A little bit of width offered up that time.
Just needs to settle in here, Tobes. He's bowled one full down the leg side. Stokes has swept well as a hockey player, he'll do that. And then followed up with a shorter one outside off stump, which is way too easy on a wicket like this.
Yeah, good piece of work from Pershard. And Summerhour is just coming back onto the field now. So Pullman doing that good bit of work down on the boundary rope, boundary edge, and Simmerauer back onto the field, but it's going to be Pershard to continue, having taken that wicket with the last ball of his previous over.
No doubt if I had to put a bet on, I think Julius would have been off the field for a bit of a rub down there. Those who know him know that he likes to be a little bit precious at times.
Aww.
Big fast bowler, you think he'd be a little bit more tougher than that, but he tends to like coming off the field for a quick rub down and then come back on again. But those who know him, that's Julius.
Pershard then looking to follow up 2 good overs here with a third wicket with his last ball of the previous over. Just the 3 runs coming from his first 2, and he's on the money there. No run. Just a little shorter there. It gave Stokes chance just to rock back, and it's going to go all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Just a little short of a length, and just gave him a little bit more time to find a shot and find the boundary and add 4 to this Guernsey total and take them to 50, the half century up for the visitors.
Yeah, great shot from Matt Stokes there. He's a very dangerous cricketer, especially in this format. If anybody tuned in and watched their run chase in the final last week, he showed all his class and all his quality there to make it a pretty simple chase for them in the end, and he's clearly in good form, so Jersey will want to see the back of him quick.
First longer form into Insular for Paul Hutchison, the Jersey coach. He's obviously had some experience of the rivalry with the T20 stuff, but again, solid front foot defensive there. But yeah, as again a slightly wild return throw to Dumford leaves Dumford looking a little frustrated with it. No harm done in the end. But yeah, Hutchison first season coming to a close here, I suppose. Yeah, and I guess he's had that little experience of the inter-island rivalry, but 50 over stuff. This takes it to a new level, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely, and a home Inter Insular as well, where the home crowd will be right behind. Slightly different experience going over to Guernsey, but certainly Hutch knows what's what around here, and knows that this is a big game for those on island. And one thing he did well the minute he came in is he got really involved in the culture around here. He spoke to a lot of people locally, welcomed a lot of players who are on the fringes. So yeah, he'll be well aware of what's on the line today.
Accurate stuff from the Jersey captain. Completes his 3rd over. Just that boundary off it, where Stokes was able to find the boundary on the offside, and 7 runs conceded in his 3 overs for the Jersey captain so far. Well, thanks to Lee Malloy for his commentary stint. I'm sure we won't keep Lee away from the microphone for too long, but pleased to say we've got Matthew Wood alongside us now, Jersey assistant coach. Welcome to the commentary booth. What are you made of these, first 15 overs?
That wicket's just evened us up, I think.
Yep.
Guernsey were doing a good job there. I think we've just been looking at the conditions as attritional, but we could be more aggressive, I think, with us bowling, maybe go at the stumps a little bit more.
Yeah, we were saying some of that with Julius a little earlier on, was outside off stump, carrying through nicely, but yeah, it depends whether you want to up the aggression or not. And our first sight of spin from the far end with Toby Britton now into the attack, into his 2nd over as well.
Yeah, nice little period now. Toby's easing into his spell. Again, you know, I think it will spin for him a little bit, if it's a little bit of seam as well. So key period of the game, I think.
Felt a good toss to win though, right?
Yeah, we think so. I think both teams would have had a ball.
Yeah, we spoke to Ollie Nightingale earlier. He said he would have, yeah.
I think with the conditions, yeah, try and. But then that puts a little bit of pressure on the bowling group naturally, because you're expected to take wickets. So you can often strive a little bit too hard when it's seaming around. So yeah, good toss to win. But Guernsey have done well, so it's a good start. It's an even contest from here.
little bit of rain in the air just at the moment. We are reduced to 45 overs a side if you weren't with us earlier on, but with the late arrival of Guernsey, as Britain continues. A little uppish and a opportunity. It was a difficult opportunity. I think it just about carried, didn't it? And got a hand to it. Couldn't keep a grip on it. Yeah, Julius Simmerauer it was, diving away to his right-hand side. I think it just about carried.
He's a good fielder, Julius. He'll be disappointed with that one. I think he had a good sight of it. Yeah, it's a definite chance.
Rain in the air, going to be difficult to grip the ball on what is already a dewy morning, or has been a dewy morning. First real aerial shot with any real aggression that we've seen, and it goes for 4 down there on the onside.
Good shot.
And I think Guernsey will be, they won't be happy with the wicket column, Matthew, obviously, but in terms of the run rate, a little under 4, 3.77 there, and they'll be happy they've kept things ticking over.
They have, they've done well, and I think, like I said earlier, we probably could have bowled a little bit straighter early doors, but they've put the bad ball away. We're playing nicely now.
Yeah, another nice shot, just for 1. Pershard it was, I think, fielding that one.
Be interesting to see the size of the partnerships today. I think it'll be a day where if we can, if one team was to get a foothold in the game and build a big partnership, it could be key in this fixture.
Again, he's happy to bowl it full is Britain. And that completes his 3rd over, 13 from his 2nd over, 16 it is now from those 2 overs from Britain. So spin certainly first up, slightly costlier than the seamers, and Guernsey on to 60 for 3.
I think both teams will need to keep concentrating. When the rain starts, like it's just spitting, it's easy to look at the clouds. I think that keep the focus on the game now and want Jersey to stay attacking.
Yeah, Stokes going well on to 21 from the 28 deliveries he faced. Tom Nightingale still pretty new at the crease, just the 5 balls faced by Tom Nightingale. It's going to be Pershard to continue from the pavilion end here at Grainville in Jersey. It's great to have you watching this live stream, this Jersey Cricket live stream. Our thanks to Brooks McDonald for their sponsorship, and the 3CI Sport Team official media partner. And wherever you're watching around the world, good to have you with us here in Jersey. Another full delivery from Pershard. Just crane my neck to see it, just going to be the single. And how are you finding it being involved with the Jersey side? We obviously saw Neil McRae step away a season or so ago, Paul Hutchison coming in, and yourself, you're enjoying being around this Jersey group?
We are, very much so. Great set of lads, and the women's side as well is developing, so love the place. Yep, we are excited to be here. We've got some good challenges coming up as well in Kenya. So
yeah, that's not far away now, right?
That's right. So I think we've got 2 weeks left. We've had a good week training camp this week up at Grainville, and the lads are preparing well. So yeah, we all get together, I think 16th, 17th of September. It'd be a good challenge. We're looking forward to the competition. Provides a big opportunity for us. Macca did a great job, so these lads are well drilled, and I think it's one of them where we go and test ourselves.
And how much did yourself and Hutchison want to put your own stamp on it? Because Neil McRae had been involved for so long, was it a decade or so? Obviously done some great work, and you want to build on that. We'll just watch this delivery, then we'll get on to that. Yeah, how much do you want to put your own stamp on it, or how much do you need to say, actually, he's done a blooming good job over a good period of time and we're going to build on it?
Both. I think you've nailed it. So, the lads are in good shape. They're well disciplined, they've got good drills. I think what we want them to do is express themselves, certainly in the 20 over stuff. Earlier in the summer, we had an emphasis on making bigger scores. We wanted to really challenge that 200 number, and
yeah,
I think if we want to go, far in these tournaments and push ourselves into a big one, ideally the World Cup, we're going to have to go and catch teams like Netherlands and Scotland. And I think by making bigger scores and training towards bigger scores, we can do that. But certainly we've picked up the team in a great place. We've got a nice blend. There's some good experience in there, and we've got some youngsters who can come through and press for the first team. So it's a nice blend at the minute.
17 overs gone in this Guernsey innings, having been put in 63 for 3. Stokes going nicely, more than a run a ball for his 23, and Nightingale in there with 4 to his name so far. What was the kind of pre-match talk then? Because Jersey have been dominant in this fixture for so long. Is complacency one of the words you need to avoid?
No, because we're building towards things, so we're on every day. So when we're working towards performing in Kenya, this is a great fixture. The lads we know they're up for it. It's a big derby for us. We don't have to overemphasise that. Chuggy does that well for us. And I think, it's a case of every time we get together, we're building towards something else bigger and improving as a group. So this fixture in this moment, just before we go away, is bullseye for us. So excited to get the game on, and it's good opposition. Guernsey are a good side, we know that. So it's a good test for us.
And how much have you been made aware of the rivalry between the two islands? I've been in Jersey 16 years now, but it took me about 16 hours to find out the two islands aren't the greatest of... Well, they are the greatest of friends, but they're the greatest of rivals as well.
Yeah, and sport needs it. Sport needs big rivalries, so this is it's a great game. I'm sure the passions both sides of the sea, and it's everywhere. We were lucky enough back in Yorkshire to play in some Roses games, and the passionate affairs, and from the stories I've heard, these are just as big. So
just holding that one up in the picture a little bit. There have been a few that have been a little uppish from the batsmen at times. Good over this so far from Britain. 4 dot balls to start it.
Just trying to build a bit of pressure here, Toby. Wet ball.
2 umpires today, Mark Savage and Heath Kearns, one from either island out there standing along. Our 3rd umpire alongside us here was called into action earlier on with a lost ball down in the hedge at the far end. And in fact, there was the 1 run earlier in this over that we just corrected the graphic now, but tidy over this from Britain. Can he get out of it, this 18th over? And well fielded behind the bowler there, and really tight over from Toby, considering he'd gone for a few in the previous 2. So 14 from his 3 so far, and Guernsey 64 for 3 from 18 overs. A reminder, this is a 45 over a side contest, each bowler up to 9 overs allowed. And we'll just see if the skipper's going to continue from this end. Looks like he is from the pavilion end. He's down on the ground at the moment, and maybe just stretching something out. I think he's going to be okay. Just some fine rain perhaps in the air. It's got a little heavier about 5 minutes ago, but maybe just holding off, nearly non-existent again now. It will make the ball slightly slippy. 1 run there into the offside. But credit to the umpires before, about half an hour before the game, there was a bit of rain around just before the toss really, and they were saying if it stays like this, we're going to get out there, we're going to get a game on. And Guernsey, having had a slight travel difficulty this morning getting here, you want some cricket, right?
Absolutely. It's not often these teams get together, so you want to play through pretty much as you can with safety.
Yeah, as long as it's not dangerous, then get some cricket on.
Yeah. Both teams want to play, so I think that's key. And like you said, if the umpires give it chance, if it is a little bit of light rain, it's not too bad at the minute.
No, it's nearly stopped, isn't
okay.
it? Yeah, it possibly has just stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, I think prepare to play a full game here and see what happens.
Well, some extra bounce there from Chuggy Pershall. We have seen a few from Julius Summerau that have just risen a bit, and it looks like there is a little bit of bounce out there.
Yeah, this is our first look at Granville. in a big game. So there is bounce on the wicket, so it's good information for us, but certainly enough in there for the bowlers if they can keep patient. Playing well here, Guernsey, they've done well.
That'll be a wide ball. Yeah, Heath Kearns, the umpire, just signalling that. Well, we've talked about a lot about it being good conditions for the bowlers, but yeah, just that little bit of moisture on the ground might make it harder for line of length.
Yeah, and it looks to me like if you do stray off, you can play your shots as well. So it looks a good wicket. I think Goffey's got us a good wicket together here.
Well, he's due on the commentary later, Peter Goff, so I'm sure he'll tell us what a good wicket it is during his stint in your chair later on.
He's a great guy, he's Goffey. We've enjoyed his company. I think he lives here. He's here every day. But no, he's put the work in this week, and it looks a good strip. Good cricket wicket.
That's hoiked away, and it'll just be 1 or 2 bounces down to the rope. And again, just straying onto the pads, and Stokes quick to dispatch that down to the ropes.
He was very modest, Goffey, when we arrived and we met him for the first time. We asked him if he played, and he modestly said no until we did a bit of research and heard the players talking about him. A bit of a Jersey legend, so great guy, doing a great job on the ground. We'll be hoping this rain does stay away.
Yeah, long-time Jersey captain Peter Goff, groundsman here at Grainville. My previous career was working for BBC Radio Jersey. We did a long interview with Peter Goff when he stepped down as captain. He's probably still there speaking to me somewhere. It was a very long interview, but lots of stories to tell, lots of experience. Just see him walking around actually the edge of the boundary down towards the scoreboard, and great Jersey cricketer, great character to have around, and seems to have produced a good pitch. He was telling me beforehand it's been particularly difficult to produce the pitch, but I think groundsmen say that every week, don't they?
Yeah. We were sold the Jersey weather. I'm not just sure we've had his best summer of the weather.
Yeah, so your Yorkshire weather, whether that's any better at the minute, I don't know. But
No,
it's not been great here, is it?
It's not. No, it's the cricket seasons. You can just see how lush the grass is at the minute.
Yeah.
Another boundary.
For this time of year, yeah, through that goes another boundary. So boundary's starting to come for the visitors. This is Nightingale this time, Tom Nightingale that is. One or two Nightingales in the Guernsey lineup today. He finds the boundary and takes Guernsey to 75 for 3. So good little passage of play this for the visitors.
Yeah, some momentum building for Guernsey.
That's in the air though, and that is the wicket straight to the fielder there behind square. Straight to Zach Tribe, and a comfortable catch. And having hit the boundary the previous ball, Tom Nightingale departs. Toby Britton has his first wicket. All 4 bowlers for Jersey have 1 wicket apiece, and Guernsey 75 for 4.
Timely wicket that for Jersey. I think he'll be disappointed with that one. The bats, he'll be disappointed with that. But well taken. Looks like it's spinning out towards Tribe. Yeah, good wicket for Jersey. Regroup, keep the pressure on now, and this could be the crucial period of the game. I think this next partnership.
Well, one Nightingale trots off, one makes their way to the middle. Ollie Nightingale, the captain of Guernsey, makes his way out to the middle here at Grainville with some work to do at 75 for 4, and it came at a time where Guernsey was starting to build a little bit of momentum in this innings. I think they'd be pretty pleased with the number of runs. It's just the wickets column next to it that will
the games move fast. The games move forward. 75 is a good score after this period of time. The wickets will damage Guernsey. I'm not sure on the depth, but if we keep chipping away, I'm sure this is a good time to go straight, get aggressive again. I won't be surprised if Chuggy brings Julius back and tries to blow the game open right now.
Yeah, another wicket or so in quick succession, and Jersey will definitely feel like they're on top. Just having a brief break for the drinks here gives us an opportunity to reflect on that first passage of play. That first 19.2 overs. So Fitchett it was at the top of the order who made 20, but Josh Josh Buttler from his 15 balls, just couldn't really get the ball away in difficult conditions, to be fair. And it was Simpson who got Buttler caught at first slip. Carl Iron taking that catch. Good caught and bowled from Chuggy Pershard to dismiss Bichard. Never easy in your follow through, even though he's not going to be the quickest follow through. You got to react, and he did well, Pershard. And then just seeing that wicket there, Toby Britton getting his man caught behind square on the offside. Zach Tribe, it was a catch you'd expect him to take, but you're right, it was spinning a little bit, so had to keep a close eye on it.
Yeah, that would have been spinning. We don't know just how wet the ball is as well, so it's all catches today will be good, I think. The Matthew Stokes wicket looks big for us at the minute. I think if we can just keep a squeeze on now and take a couple of wickets, we'll get control of the game.
There are the bowling figures on the screen. As I said, each bowler has 1 wicket apiece. Sumarawa were just the 14 runs coming from his 5 overs as the opening bowler. Simpson 1 for 25, Pershard 1 for 17, and Toby Britton 1 for 18 from his 3.2 overs.
Simpson's been good for us. He came into training early season. We took him to Denmark. He's been good for us. He's a good find. He very passionate, proud to play for Jersey. Bit different because he's a left arm. He gives us another option. A little bit of variety. But he's done well in his appearances so far.
Yeah,
Big Liverpool fan. I don't know if
Is
you
he?
picked up on his celebration.
No, I didn't.
So I asked him about the number 20. Big fan of Diego Jota.
Right.
Hence the crocodile. He said he was going to do the. Let's hope he gets another wicket. See if he's.
Oh, we'll dig out a slow motion of that
see if
later
he's
in
got
the
another one in
broadcast.
the
Yeah.
locker.
Right, we're ready to get back underway after the drinks. Taken at the fall of that 4th wicket, 75 for 4. It's the skipper, Ollie Nightingale, that's out in the middle with Stokes. So 2 of the senior players in this Sarnian lineup out in the middle together. And youngster Toby Britton, having just taken that wicket with the ball in his hand.
He's going down to Cardiff, is Toby, to continue his studies, so he'll get lots of cricket through the winter, I think, in that programme.
Good, and you've got a fair few players that are getting those little bits of experience over in the UK. The odd county appearance here, second team cricket. So players pushing themselves, pushing on.
Yep, Julius is going well at Leicester, I believe, and I think Charlie Brennan's going out to Leeds University as well. So they'll get exposed to new coaching and more volume, more load.
Here comes Britton then. Again, lofting it up, first up to Nightingale. Certainly not off the middle of the bat, but off the mark straight away.
Just enough spin. Just enough turn. He's ball lovely in the nets this week, Toby. Nicely finding some confidence. I believe, does he play out at Farmers?
Yep, yeah. Again, nice and full, and no run. Mind Jersey won this match by 173 runs in Guernsey last year. It's a real one-sided contest, but Guernsey right in this game at the moment. Big few overs to come, and that will help their cause with a 4. Just losing his line and length that time, Britton, and dispatched to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, just let the pressure off there. Toby, it got too full. Nicely put away, but a bit disappointed with that one, Tobes. But just nicely ticking over. I think it could be that kind of game.
Yeah, that game 12 months or so ago, Jersey able to bowl Guernsey out inside 30 overs. Totally different occasion there with that record partnership from Zach Tribe and Jonty Jenner. Here comes Britton again outside the off stump. There'll be no run there. Yeah, no Jonty Jenner for you today, Matthew. They Jonty away playing and a few faces missing. So it is a young a young side.
Good opportunities. We wanted to blood some. We want to see what we're working with down below and the pathways. Great opportunity to get some lads in. Stan Norman comes in for a debut. But yeah, the massive for us, John and Dan Burrell, the big players for us, the big characters in the dressing room, But as always, it provides an opportunity. Looks like Julius is coming on now, so this is maybe a call from Chuggy to
just turn that screw a little bit.
Yeah,
try
this
and
is an
hammer it
aggressive move like this. Aggressive move. I think this is the game. I think if we can a couple of wickets now, regain control. This is a good move from Chuggy. They want Julius to bowl nice and full, I think. Attack those stumps. So yeah, we do miss those boys. But Zach's been playing in the UK. Zach's come back. We're excited to see what Zach does in Kenya. And today he looks in great shape. He's had a good English summer, so he's one that we're definitely looking out for. And his bowling's come on, so maybe that Chuggy goes to him this afternoon as well.
Yeah. One to look out for. The rain just starting again here at Grainville. Not heavy, but we can hear it on the tent. Surrounds our commentary position, so just starting to rain again as Sumarao comes back on and does go full, too full perhaps, but he's helped out in the offside by some good fielding. Zach Tribe it was, and there's no run.
Never easy as a batsman now. The rain's coming, you're looking at the umpires, it looks like it's just coming a little bit heavier. This is a good time for a wicket.
Again, slightly damp cricket ball. And that finds the edge. Just a bit of extra zip there, and a misfield down on the boundary. Not the first one so far today. And goes to the boundary, and Sumarao particularly frustrated with that, as any pressure that he was hoping to build up in this over dissipates as the ball finds the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, it's a slippy ball. It'll be disappointing. Toby down there. There were a few fumbles in the warm-up. The outfield is very wet on top, so it is a skidding, but this rain's coming down heavier now. Come on, Julius. You might just want to put a slip in here, Chuggy.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the innings 4 slips in at one occasion to Simpson.
Yeah. Not
Is
sure they
he?
were going to make it to third man, so we might as well have him catch him.
Is he quite an attacking captain, Chuggy, from what you've found of him in
Is
your
he
first
good?
year of being involved?
Yeah, very. They're just very Jersey through and through, and they've been well drilled, like we said with Macca. They're a winning team, so they know what works. But yeah, he has put a slip in now. This is a good move. Pitch it up.
Yeah, maybe just the double bluff there, slip in and then short of a length.
Yeah, no, it's a good move from Chuggy. Yeah, huge respect from the lads for Chuggy and what he brings. And with the ball, he'll be a key man for us in Kenya.
Rain still hanging around, maybe not quite as heavy as it was a minute ago, but still in the air.
You get the feeling this game will run its natural course. The power plays will be less important. It's just a game of cricket, I think.
Yeah, 45 overs aside, slightly reduced.
Yeah.
And Jersey winning the toss and taking approximately half a second to decide that they would field first, and made relatively good use of it. All the bowlers have chipped in with a wicket so far, and the bowling's been relatively tight as Sumarao comes in again. Yeah, good over, just the boundary from it, and that was off an edge and a misfield on the boundary, so I think Julius Sumarao will be pretty happy with his first over back in his second spell. 6 overs bowled by Julius now, and just the 18 coming from those 6 with the 1 wicket. So going at 3 and over, he'll be pretty chuffed with his first 6 overs of work today.
And equally as important, he came off early. I think he just...
Yeah, we weren't sure if he was just having a massage or if he was
went
struggling or
straight to the dressing room.
having a beer or something. Or...
I'm not. I hope he's not a beer, but Yeah, good for us that he's come back and bowled nicely there. We know doesn't look visibly like there's much going on for him, but
Yeah, it didn't look like he was hobbling or anything when he came back on. So hopefully he's okay.
he's a big player for us, is Julius. Both sides of the toss, because we've seen his batting is quite destructive. So he's an aggressor with the ball, and he certainly launches it with the bat. So
Change of bowling then. Harrison Carline coming into the attack. He replaces Toby Britton from that end. And certainly the times that I've seen Harrison Carline, his bowling has come on an awful lot. He first came into the Jersey side as an opening batsman, was I think at the time the youngest player to ever represent Jersey. Saw him play in Los Angeles, and I think his dad played in that game as well, Tony Carline. Sort of had both ends of the age spectrum out on the pitch at once in that match out in LA when Jersey were suddenly short of some players, struggling with injuries, and had to get the Tony into the side to make up the 11 in one of the games, which was great to see. But yeah, that tournament, Harrison beat John T. Jenner's existing record as Jersey's youngest player. But his bowling seems to have come on a lot over that period of time, that 7 or 8 years or however long ago that was.
yeah, he bowls the attacking line for us. He spins it a little bit, but he's more of he'll be a build-up pressure man. I love the way he's going about his batting at the minute. He's exciting his age where he could go with his batting. I believe he's a good golfer as well. Keeps telling me. But his bowling will be required as well in Kenya. I think it'll be those kind of surfaces. So see if he can get some spin on this one.
Stokes is going about his business well here. 34 runs from 42 faced. Not explosive stuff from him, but this is the sort of innings Guernsey need in this middle order. As Harrison Carline bowls again. This time angles the bat nicely there. Stokes might get 2. We'll think about 2 and calls back for a second. Might be tight, but in the end, home and adds 2 more to his tally. So into the mid to latter 30s now. Stokes is going about his business nicely.
Stokes is playing the conditions well. I mean, he's showing our lads how to go about the business. He's not got too expansive on the drives. So he's waiting for it. No, he's going about his innings as this pitch is asking him to do. It's a good little knock now. He looks well organised.
End of the first Carline over, 88 for 4, 22 overs gone, so pretty much halfway through this Guernsey innings. And that's how things have gone so far, and that's the batting still to come as well. Stokes top scoring so far on 36.
Stokes 36 off 44, so he's not messed around. Doesn't look an easy pitch to start on, so I think it's key that especially Jersey lads give themselves a chance. Especially in the longer version of the game. It looks like a pitch that if you can just give yourself a few balls to have a look at, feel your way and get the pace. Not many boundaries, so they're going to have to run hard.
Again, a decent amount of bounce, but well played by Nightingale.
Just get Julius the ball a tad fuller.
Yeah, the slip's come out again, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I don't think he needs to be worried about pitching it up. He's got protection in the covers. He's got a man sweeping out on the offside.
Yeah. Yeah, bring the stumps into play.
Well, that's short and will be signalled a wide ball by Heath Kearns as well.
Yeah, just searching. Like I said earlier, sometimes when it's seaming conditions and it's cloudy and muggy, the pressure weirdly goes back on the bowling group to put it in the right place. And then equally, if a partnership does get going, it creates a sense of panic that you need another wicket. But really, just the basics will do on this one.
Again, it's short. This time hooked away. It'll be one bounce to the fielder, sweeping out there on the leg side. He's done well there.
Paddy Googe out there. Googe's had a good summer. Jumping at the bit. he'll be looking forward to batting later on this afternoon. Put a lot of time in the nets as Guji's. He looks in good order.
Rain just about stopped again, and Sumarawa just about ready to come in again. One wide and one so far in this 23rd over of the Guernsey innings, and it's Nightingale on strike again for the Sarnians.
Yeah, a little bit of sawdust. So halfway in the game, yeah, 22 and yeah. Even Stephen, I think.
Big partnership, this, isn't it?
It is,
important
yeah.
one.
Yeah, we called it. I think.
Yeah.
This is the game.
Yeah, and these are two senior Guernsey players out there together in Stokes and the skipper Nightingale.
Slip back in.
And he does slightly fuller. There'll be at least one. They'll think about two. They go for two. This will be tight. Would have been tight with a direct hit, but they get back for a second. And good running from the Guernsey duo. Just before you end your stint on the mic then, Matthew, who's on top here?
I think it's even. I think Jersey will be comfortable with the position of, the run rate and stuff, but I think, like you say, this partnership is crucial for the game. Jersey's still favourites from here.
Yeah, tidier line and length there. Penultimate ball of this 23rd over.
I think if the weather was sunny and bright, this is just be a normal score. I think we're getting caught up with the clouds and the what ifs. I think if we just play the game of cricket, the game's right where it is normally. So this is a normal position for us, and it looks like we're going to have to work hard in the last hour and a half to either ball out Guernsey or restrict.
That's a quick delivery and not quite judged by Nightingale, and that completes the over. And Guernsey 93 for 4 at the 23 over mark, so just over halfway through, going at 4 and over as well, and 45 over a side game. Well placed if this partnership can stay there for a length of time. Matthew, thank you very much. Matthew Wood, we'll let you go back and concentrate on what you're supposed to be here to do.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank you, and good luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
Matthew Wood, Jersey assistant coach, joining us for an 8 over stint there on commentary. And Lee Malloy, head of cricket operations for Jersey Cricket, back alongside me. And you brought the rain back with you early. It's just started to rain again.
I've just been sat there thinking about what's going to happen next with the weather. We know that there's a bank coming in. There's some heavy rain due in the short term, so potentially that's what we're getting right now. Hopefully Goffey's ready with the covers should they be called upon, but on a day like today, towards the end of the season, we'll be able to play on a little bit longer in this sort of weather. You're not worried about the wickets for games ahead and things like that, so I think the umpires will keep them out there for as long as they can. That's sensible and not too unsafe. Nice
shot that from Stokes, and it has found the boundary as well, despite the efforts there out in the deep. And he's going nicely, is Matt Stokes, moves into the 40s, and that good speed as well from 48 balls.
Yeah, he's batting well here, Matt Stokes. He's clearly on good form off his last innings, coming into this one. This is his format that's suited him for a number of years. He's a very organised individual. He knows what his game plan is. He knows how to go about different things. Umpires getting together now, looks like maybe going to make a decision to come off. Goffey's ready to go with the covers. Hopefully if they do, which it looks like they are, it's only going to be a short little break, and it will allow both teams to sort of re-evaluate where they are and see what they can do. But Stokes is always going to be the wicket that Jersey want to get, and the longer this partnership goes on for, with the experience of Ollie, skipper of Guernsey, Nightingale is at the crease, the longer it goes for Guernsey, the more they'll fancy themselves in this game.
So yeah, the cover's coming on. This is how things have panned out so far in the first half of the first innings of this game. Jersey winning the toss, electing to bowl. Fitchett bowled to a full toss by Sumarawa for 20. Josh Butler couldn't really get going, faced 15 balls but just made the 3 before he was caught at first slip off the bowling of Simpson. Carlyon gobbling it up in first slip. Shaggy Pershard's caught and bowled, getting rid of Bichard, and Tom Nightingale a short while ago fending one behind square on the offside off Toby Britton, not straight to Zach Tribe, but a couple of strides and relatively straightforward catch. Stokes still there on 41, Nightingale on 9, and it feels like this is a key partnership now between these two.
Yeah, I just caught the end of that stint with Woody there, and the discussion was that this is a pretty even score at the moment. 4 wickets would be Jersey happy, and 97 runs with the run rate of over 4 now. On this wicket, Guernsey be happy with. So both sides not upset with the scoreline from their side of things. I think it's all on this next few overs. Once we can get back out and get going again, Jersey be looking to break the partnership and Guernsey be looking to continue building. But unfortunately, rain like this usually favours well, not unfortunately, but usually a break in play means the batters have to get started again once they're out there.
Looking at the bowling figures then, all four, the first top 4 bowlers all chipping in with a wicket apiece and getting involved with a register in that column. Sumarawa type bowling, just 3.29 economy rate, and the 1 wicket, 1 for 23. Simpson 1 for 25 from his 6 overs. Pershard picking up 1 wicket as well, conceding the 17. Britton the spinner slightly more expensive, but also getting his wicket, 23 from his 4 overs, and certainly not really expensive just in comparison to those tighter bowlers above him, and Carlyon just the 1 over. Bowlers will be chuffed with their work so far.
Yeah, I think they will be. I think it would be a mixed bag if you ask them. I think there's been periods where Jersey have dominated with the ball with Julius and Simo to start with. There was a few overs in that first 10 where runs stopped and pressure was built. You've also then looking at Chuggy started. I think he was just a few runs off his first couple of overs. So I think there'll be a mixed bag. I think they'll be happy with small bursts that they've had, but they haven't been able to really hold down these Guernsey batters and really exude too much pressure on them in a consistent way. Picked up wickets regularly helps. Maybe a couple of fortunate ones with the full toss on leg stump and then the short wide one cut to backward point. So I think in small periods they've bowled well, and in small periods they've bowled a few too many and leaked a few too many, and I think they'll all be honest enough to own up to that. But Jersey will just be looking to try and find some wickets in any way they can.
Lee, thank you very much. We thought there might be a few interruptions through the course of the day with the rain, and so it has transpired. Guernsey 97 for 4 from 23 and a bit overs out of their 45. Of course, that 45 could be reduced down, and it depends on how long we're off the park for here at Grainville. But we'll be back with the commentary when the players are back out there. But at this rain break, Guernsey 97 for 4. So welcome back to Grainville here in Jersey in the Channel Islands, where the rain has stopped, we're pleased to say, just about, and play isn't too far away from getting back underway in this Inter Insular contest, 74th edition of the men's 50 over Inter Insular. I say 50 overs, we were already down to 45 overs aside, and then with the rain delay that we've just seen, the umpires who are today Heath Kearns and Mark Savage have confirmed that we've lost another 3 overs per innings as well. So we're down to 42 overs aside, and the situation there you can see at the bottom of the screen. Guernsey on 97 for 4, and Stokes going nicely on 41, and Ollie Nightingale, the captain, on 9. So the batters making their way back out to the middle, and there's also, I think, just overhearing slight change of ball required as well. Ball just out of shape and not fitting through the gauge, so clearly some dampness out there affecting the ball. It might affect the bowlers as well, and that grip on the ball that the bowlers have, but so far pretty well poised game, I'd say, Lee. Hard to say exactly which way this one's going to go. It's certainly a much closer contest than a year ago.
Yeah, plenty of discussion in that rain delay about which camp would you rather be in. Undecided myself. I think potentially maybe Guernsey just ahead with that last little partnership of a few lovely shots from Matt Stokes towards the end of that little passage of play there. Just put them on top, and he run right over 4 at the moment would be good for them. And on this wicket, with the way Jersey are bowled, they're going about their business nicely. So yeah, very much even Stevens, but I think these first few overs after the rain delay will be important. Those who have played lots of cricket know just how difficult it can be as a batter when conditions aren't necessarily in your favour, and you've then had to come off. You've got to kind of get yourself going again, having been sat down for 15-20 minutes. But Stokes has been there 48 balls, so he knows what to expect coming out. So we'll see how they go.
Yeah, Stokes and Nightingale keen to get on with things out there in the middle, awaiting the fielding side, who now making their way out. When we went off, we were midway through a Harrison Carline over. Previous ball having gone to the ropes for 4. Carline 1.2 overs, no wickets, and 8 runs conceded so far in his first spell. We'll recap the scoreboard in a minute as well for you, and remind you of the context of this game. Chucky Pershard, the captain, who's also bowled a fair chunk of the overs as well, just getting his field right after this slight delay. What were we off for? 20-30 minutes, something like that?
Maybe 20 minutes max.
Yeah.
It was very efficient work from the youngsters we've roped in today to help Pete on the ground. They're doing a great job with the side sheets, getting them on and off quick, and Goffey's got this wicket prepared well, and getting a bit of help from Jimmy, who
saw Jimmy Pershard out there putting the stumps back in.
Those who know Jimmy will know he's the groundsman up at Farmers, so anytime there's anything to do with the ground, he's keen to get involved, which is great. He's a big help on days like today, and really just shows the strong cricket community we've got. Yeah,
Goffey, Peter Goff, the groundsman here, just making his way off the boundary with his wheelbarrow over there. Quick work with the covers, and we're back underway. A watchful first delivery. Stokes happy just to re-find his feet. Going well though, 41 for 48 balls before that break. Bit of a drag down that from Carline, and the chase is on. Skipper Pershard with the slide, and 2 runs taken, and a wide ball as well to factor in. Just a bit of a drag down.
Yeah, real loosener there from Harrison. He's known for his economical bowling. Maybe doesn't turn it as much as other spinners, but certainly tries to tie up batters and bowl and build pressure and avoid giving them easy runs. So he's an option, having come on from that far end. I think important to understand here as well that why the conditions can be in bowlers' favours when there's a bit of a wet weather around. It doesn't help these spinners try and grip the ball. So maybe young Toby Britton there just struggling a little bit with his grip when he's trying to rip down the side of it and get some purchase out of the wicket. It can often be a sign when he's bowling too full. So yeah, not ideal conditions for either team, but certainly an even game to push on with here.
100 up for Guernsey a couple of balls ago, 101 for 4. And Nightingale the skipper on face. Yeah, Carlisle finding his line of length again there to complete that over. That rain affected over. 24 overs gone then, 101 for 4. And let's just remind ourselves of, after that slight break for the rain, remind ourselves of how the game's panned out so far. There's the batting card. Guernsey put in, and Fitchett and Butler at the top of the order. Found it tough to get the ball away, although Fitchett fared better than Butler, who went for 3, caught in the slips, caught and bowled for Chuggy Pershard to dismiss Bishard. And Tom Nightingale, fell to the bowling of Toby Britton, caught by Zach Tribe behind the square. So that's how we've got where we've got. And just looking, it looks like there could well be a change of bowling here after the rain break as well.
Yeah, young Josh Lawrenson coming in again, bowls offies. They might look to turn it a little bit more than Harrison Carlisle and try and be a little bit more attacking and look for a wicket here, and Chuggy ringing the changes after that rain break to try and see if we can nick one and get into what, to be fair, looks quite a long batting lineup for Guernsey today. Still wicketkeeper Damerel to come, probably Furbrush after that, and Adam Martell, who opened the bat actually for them in the T20 against us in the 3rd game and cleared the ropes a few times, so can be dangerous on his day as well.
Maybe just kept a little low. Seen there is some bounce in this wicket at times. That one maybe slightly low. First up from Josh Lawrenson, the number 34 on the back of his shirt, just starting his spell here. Easing into it quite nicely, good line of length there. The rain never really came down really heavily, but you can see why the umpires brought the players off. Has that hit anything on the way through? No, wide ball signalled by Heath Kearns. Yeah, just got slightly heavier than it had been. You can see why they came off, but quick work from everyone to get them back out there. That one dragged down a bit and eased into, or more than eased, but into the leg sides for just the single. And Guernsey have done that well throughout the innings. Have made sure that each over has gone for a 3. There's been very few kind of 1-run overs in there. A couple of maidens perhaps. Remember one off the top of my head, but kept the scoreboard going and ticking over.
Yeah, it's not a day for being able to find your release shots easy and get your boundaries at will. That'll be dictated too by how well the bowlers bowl, I think, on a surface and in these conditions, but certainly from Guernsey's point of view, they've rotated the strike well. They've not faced many dot balls.
Another example there, yeah. Just turning the strike over.
If you're not scoring the boundaries, you still need to score somehow, and these two have done that well. Ollie's a very busy cricketer. He's played a lot of cricket in Jersey over the last few years, so that won't come as a surprise to many of the players in the Jersey side that he'll move around the crease, he'll get himself in funny positions to access different parts of the ground, but that can often work in a bowler's favour. But if he gets going well, it can often be difficult for a captain to set fields to him if he can access all different parts of the ground. But a good start there from Josh with just a few off the bat.
Yeah, and anyone who plays for Guernsey is going to want to win for their island, but I guess Ollie Nightingale is the captain, but knowing so many of these Jersey players well, having played, he'll be particularly keen to put in an individual performance here with the bat and lead his island to a victory against people he knows and players he knows very well.
Yeah, well, it was he moved over a few years ago now, and was an enemy behind the lines, but was very successful in his cricket over here for St. One Springfield, and got to know the guys very well. He's got great relationships with the boys off the field as well as on the field after playing a lot of years of cricket with them. So not a normal thing for cricketers to do, to just pop across to the other island and sort of play in the other position domestic game for a while, but it works both ways. As much as he knows the bowlers know him, so he'll be looking to do well, and he's had a great start really. He's new to captaining Guernsey this year, and certainly with the results on the field, getting the first Inter Insular win with the T20 for a while, and then the success of the tournament at home last year, of which he was at the crease, I believe, when they got over the line in that final against Denmark, and played some important innings along the way. yeah, I'm sure the Guernsey cricketing public will say it's been a very successful start to his reign.
Change of bowling, Zach Tribe into the attack. Right, no, just going to be the one. Yeah, so we saw Seam dominate, as it often does, the early spell of this innings, but into a bit of a spinning spell now. We've seen Toby Britton, Harrison Carlyon, Lawrenson, and now Zach Tribe into this Jersey attack.
Yeah, I think with Jersey's line-up today and their bowling attack, there's probably not one standout fifth option here for Chuggy. If you're missing the likes of Ben Ward, who was leading wicket taker at the T20 tournament, Nick Greenwood's a fantastic spinner who can bowl it, well, I say both ways, but he can bowl offies to the left-hander and leggies to the right-hander, so he's a great option to have in your line-up. Dan Burrell is another seam option
of course,
missing. There's probably not that obvious fifth choice bowler, so it's probably up to who bowls well when they get that opportunity, and Chuggy will chop and change to try and find those options behind the likes of Julius, and if Toby comes back on and gets another chance, he would have certainly been frontline spinner today, but a few too many looseners, which can happen. Young, inexperienced spinner, but also with a wet ball and wet conditions, it's not easy. So yeah.
That one in the air off Nightingale's bat, but plenty of space there behind square on the leg side. That one turned into the leg side as well, and they'll sneak through for a quick single as well. Good running there from the Sarnians, and off the pad though. One more on to the total, 110 for 4 in this 26th over. Reminder, if you weren't with us at the start, or if you haven't been with us in the last 20 minutes or so, we're reduced to 42 overs a side after the late arrival of Guernsey and the delay caused by the rain a short while ago. An opportunity there. It's great footwork from Dumford behind the stumps, who anticipated what was going to happen. We'd seen 2 or 3 sweeps or that kind of shot already in this over, and as soon as he saw it going that way again, great foot movement from the Jersey wicketkeeper to get himself there, but would have been some catch had he got there.
Yeah, Dunny's that sort of character who's happy to take a gamble and see what he can do and produce a bit of magic. He's done it over the years for Jersey, whether that be a stumping or a run out from in and around him, working in his area at the non-striker's end. He's more than just a great gloveman behind the stumps. What he offers with energy and what he can do with his work around the stumps, saving singles and things like that, he's real useful. And I think it was a few years ago now, but we've seen something similar to that from a wicketkeeper. Might have been Sarah Taylor maybe in the women's game, with possibly a reverse scoop where she's gambled and they've ended up hitting it straight at her and she's taken a brilliant catch. So not unusual to see a keeper try and do that, but would have been stunning nonetheless.
1-1-1 for 4 the score. 7 bowlers used by Chuggy Pershad now, and you're right, sharing the overs around, getting everyone involved in the game on Inter Insular Day, important as well. And Lawrenson it is from the pavilion end. In this spinning spell of this innings at the moment. Just pace off the ball. Just zip through a little bit though.
Quite nicely. It's good areas. I don't think you're going to get much assistance from this deck in terms of sideways movement as a spinner. It's going to come on quite true. So batters can trust that it's not going to do a huge amount off the pitch. It's just making good decisions as the ball comes down and whether they can continue to.
Googe just not taking that one cleanly, so they get through for another Guernsey.
I think that's a bit too casual there, this Jersey side. There's some confident cricketers, there's some young cricketers in there who maybe haven't played a lot at this level, but wouldn't put that down to nerves. I'd just say there needs to be a little bit of a pick-up here, a little bit more energy from this Jersey side. What they've done so well over the years is be able to create pressure through ball movement in the field, through walk, through dot balls, through, that's a real staple of Jersey cricket, a DNA, if you like, that is impressioned upon from a young age right the way through. So young lads replacing old maybe a bit strong but experienced heads, the likes of Jonty Jarrett are not here today, who would offer lots of bags of energy in the field, who have done this over and over again. Some of those boys, Paddy Googe, they're going to have to find their voice. They're going to have to add some intensity. Jersey are going to have to up it a little bit here, and it's maybe on the lads who are now what you'd consider senior players among this 11 to lead the way there.
Shot straight to Carline. On the offside, no run. Got through the over quickly there as well. Lawrenson, 27 gone now. 114 for 4. Going at a little over 4 and over in this first innings. And obviously difficult for the side that's batting when it. And I know it's only changed from 45 overs to 42, but it's still a bit of a shift. So. How much will that have played into the toss as well? I know we talked about the overhead conditions, but does that play into it that if you're batting second, you're more likely to know what you've got to do and what the game is?
Yeah, I think Duckworth Lewis has come in over a long period of time now to try and combat that idea that batting second has such a big advantage. But there's no doubt it plays a part in having a clear idea when you've got the bat in hand of when to stick and when to twist, and the more knowledge you've got, the better. I think it's an interesting thought process. The general way of going about a 50 over innings is to get yourself to a point where you can push on towards the last 10 overs or last 15 overs, depending on how the team want to go about it. But when you're not quite sure when those last overs are going to be, when there's rain around, when we're down to 42 now, another break and play and you lose another 3 or 4 or 5 overs, all of a sudden you're into the last 5, 6 quite quickly. So it's difficult, and a captain and an experienced batter out there will really help Guernsey in this, because they'll be able to make a good call on when to stick and when to twist and when to start putting pressure on these Jersey bowlers. They don't want to leave it too late and end up getting caught by the rain, and they don't want to go too early and lose wickets and then the rain doesn't come. So it can be quite a big important decision, and the think tank behind the scenes with the coaches and the captain and senior players will be talking about those sorts of things. So it's an important period of play.
Well, lovely shot. It was a short delivery. Tribe pitching it halfway down and straight onto that, and nice shot and 4 more.
Yeah, just dropped it too short there, too easy on this wicket to rock back and hit hard through the line. Any cross-batted shots on here, the batters are going to be licking their lips and trying to be putting that away for 4. There's a chance maybe on the boundary, a great diving effort out there. I think it was Stan Norman. It was not far away from his long levers, but 4 nonetheless. Response from Zach?
Yeah, good comeback. Stokes on 49 from 59 balls it will be now. So closing in on half century on Inter Insular Day. Let's see if he can get there this ball. He's given it a go and he's hit that cleanly. Just going to be the one down there, but that is the 50. Good backing up in the field. Not a great return throw, but well backed up. And that is the half century for Stokes, who's batted really nicely, got there in 60 balls without being explosive, going at a really good pace, and just the innings that Guernsey needed here in the middle order.
Yeah, I think Woody alluded to it on his commentary stint about the way that Stokes has gone about his business is possibly the way that the Jersey batters should look to go themselves. He's not looked flustered, he's not looked like he's faced too many dot balls in a row that's built pressure on himself. He's found the boundary when the bad balls came. So I think the discussions from the Jersey point of view will be, let's learn from that. Let's look at what he's done and try and emulate that as best we can, because it's been a pretty chanceless knock. A few aerial shots early, potentially a bit early on the ball when he was coming to the wicket, but he's given himself that time and then he started to accelerate as his innings has gone on.
There's a man out there. I think it's Brennan out sweeping on the offside. And keeps it to just the 1. Played nicely, brave shot off his pads. It's going to go all the way as well to the boundary for 4. Dissected the 2 fielders that were out there, and a nice shot for 4. Brave shot though, probably off the stumps.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, he does create angles. He moves around the crease a lot. He doesn't like to stand still and let bowlers bowl at him, which works nicely in this scenario. So as you can see there, gets right across his stumps. If he doesn't get any bat on that, it's probably
trouble.
Probably good night. But that at the same time, that's cricket. Ends up middling it, goes for 4, accelerates Guernsey a little bit further, and that 22 off 31 starting to look a little bit more comfortable.
And cross-batted shot. There is a fielder there though. 1 on this occasion. And that brings the 29th over to conclusion. So just the 13 overs to go now in the Guernsey innings. 126 for 4 the score. And they're into that kind of, as you were saying, that 10 or 15 over spell then at the end of a game now, where they'll start to think about start to clarify what target they're looking for and start to push on, you would think. But Guernsey will surely know that this is the really important partnership here. And we saw that one off the stumps in the previous over. They're willing to take some risks, but if they can stay together for another 4, 5, 6 overs here, starting to look like a decent score this for the visiting side.
Yeah, I think the term is calculated risks. What does my game allow? What's the best way of going about things in this scenario? What's my strength against this bowler? How am I going to find a boundary and over? I think that's the key at the moment, and that last over is sort of, that's where Jersey haven't necessarily been able to close out their overs. There seems to be a boundary and over at the moment. Not a huge amount of runs. There's no 10s, 12s, big overs. But if Guernsey can get a boundary and over in these conditions and singles around that, then that'll be the blueprint in the short term to try and get them set up for whenever that last 10 does come, or whatever that last 10 might be. They're setting themselves up nicely, but it's possibly going to be a scenario where one of them may look to take on the onus, and one of them look to be as quicker than the other. Maybe Stokesy will stay there and keep building his innings and be the one that stays till the end with batters batting around him, or you could argue that the set batter and the one who's 50 not out, looking a little bit more comfortable at the crease than most batters so far, would be the best option to go and do that. But that'll be the discussions they're having in the middle to try and work out how we're going to go about this.
Britton it is who's back on to bowl again. Forwards, he's been pretty full in this game generally. This time fields off his own bowling and a dot ball.
Yeah, we want to. Jersey can just build a bit of pressure in these next couple of overs. That's what they need to do against 2 set batters here. It's unlikely you're going to get another freebie of a full toss or short wide one hit. Now the batters are settled and they're used to the wicket. Jersey are going to have to earn this wicket and break this partnership one way or another. Otherwise it could get really dangerous. So important now that they keep their concentration, and if anything in periods like this is when you have to lift more.
Straight at the fielder. Yeah, a decent amount of bat on that, but straight to Sumarawa. No run. And he's the man fielding in the offside. And the end of a really good over from Toby Britton. Just the 2 runs coming from it in the 30th. And 12 overs remain. Guernsey 128 for 4. So Lee Malloy makes his way away from the commentary position for a cheeseburger or whatever it is he has in the break, and Charlie Miles, Jersey player, alongside us for the next stint on commentary. Welcome to the commentary box. What do you reckon? 128 for 4 after 30, Guernsey.
I mean, it's good from the boys. I mean, they're keeping them restricted, good couple ones, not many boundaries being seen today. Tough conditions with the rain,
Yeah.
hard to get themselves into it, but I think they're doing okay. I think we can see a little bit more Jersey energy coming through, but I think they're doing alright right now.
Yeah, Jersey missing a few senior players. Got obviously the captain Pershard out there, Dunford, who's been around for some time. The likes of Carline's been around the Jersey squad for some time now. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe a bit more noise and energy. There's some energy on that shot, but Pershard fields it well on the slide, and there's no run. Guernsey have done well to keep the scoreboards going though, and this seems like a really important partnership for them.
Does indeed. Partnerships like this where they just keep going and dotting it around, and when you sort of get into the fielding team, they can start to get quite annoying for them. You want to start seeing a breakthrough and get some wickets through.
I think the first time we've seen the reverse sweep this afternoon, and that should run away even with the rain down to the rope for 4.
That's a lovely shot from Ollie. Really nice.
Yeah, nice shot, and another 4. So 28 now for the Guernsey captain. Obviously, we had the live stream of the women's Inter Insular games earlier in the season, but great to see that. These games are still really important for the two islands, despite those international tournaments, those ICC tournaments. Just hold off for this ball, which is a dot. Yeah, that rivalry and the importance of these Inter Insular games is still there.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think every Jersey player looks forward to playing the Guernsey games. I know the women's players do. You get a bit psyched for it, get yourselves pumped, and I'm sure these boys were sitting having their meetings on Thursday, getting themselves hyped.
Here comes Lawrence, and then again going full, and again looking to work the ball both sides of the wicket now, and another one added. Gets through his overs quickly, does Lawrenson. And Guernsey 134 for 4, 31 overs bowled, and we're down to 42 overs aside. That rain break, I don't know how much difference it makes. I mean, it's reduced overs from 45 down to 42.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing that can screw with an innings? Because Guernsey seem to have done quite well coming out after the short break.
Well, usually you can see when there's a stopping period of play, I feel like normally it can either benefit one team or the other, but this pair seems to be going strong, kept their head in the game here. I think they're doing quite nicely, even though shoots a little shot.
Yeah, sort of a half appeal from Dunford for a moment. I think it was off the bat, so we'll just have a look at the signal from umpire Mark Savage. Yeah, off the bat, so another run for Stokes.
Nice little pair, this.
That was Nightingale with that, but yeah, they're working well together. Stokes it is who's on strike now to Toby Britton.
It's well fielded.
Yeah, been a few moments in the game where Jersey haven't fielded particularly brilliantly, but it must be tough when there's been the rain around. Not easy.
Yeah, and I think missing a few of the senior players, I think that can have quite an effect on the team. Got quite a few young guys coming in, a few quiet lads, so I think as long as the seniors take charge here,
Well, there's a big appeal going up, but nothing doing, says the umpire. Yeah, sorry, so without those senior players.
Yeah, I think they're just missing that little bit of oomph, but I think, Toby's come in here and he's bowling a great set. Josh is doing excellent from the other end, so I think if they just keep chipping away here, I think, might get a breakthrough.
Yeah, it's been a good 3 or 4 overs this for Jersey after Guernsey came out after the rain break with some momentum. That's a nice looking shot though. Loose delivery down the leg side, and it's been dispatched for 4 runs. And Guernsey moved to 139 for 4. Stokes on to 57 now from 68. It hasn't felt like it's been a massively explosive, aggressive innings,
No.
but actually 57 from 68 is just the kind of innings Guernsey have needed, and actually is at a decent pace.
Yeah, no, agreed. Partnerships are key in this sort of game. If they just keep ticking on here, they could get themselves to a good score.
Yeah, will that one go? Oh, there's a bit of a slip out there, just showing how difficult it is to work well together in the end.
Yeah.
But looked like it was on ice for a moment.
And Stan out there just having a little trip.
Well, he did the job in the end. Yeah. Saved it from being back-to-back boundaries, which I don't know if we've seen in this game actually. They had back-to-back boundaries from memory, and Stokes continues on strike then to Britton. And that's just slipped through past Carlisle, I think it was. We'll see if there's enough on it. It's just going to slow up, and around comes Googe to mop that one up. But yeah, the outfield not the quickest today with that rain that has been around.
No, it's definitely quite slippy as well as you walk around the field. You can see quite a few mud tracks going on. Less than ideal.
That's the end of the over. Let's take a look at how things have panned out so far. Going at nearly 4.5 and over now, Guernsey. So I think another few overs if they can not suffer another loss of wicket in the next 3 or 4 overs. I think Guernsey will feel like they're in a really good position. We're heading into the last 10 overs now, 42 overs aside, the last 10 overs of this Guernsey innings. And just some signs there that after a quieter period, maybe looking to just push on a little bit as we head into the last 10.
For sure, I think we want to see a partnership breaking for Jersey here, and I think obviously for Ollie and Matthew, they want to go on, score a few more runs and get a bit of a 100 partnership maybe, on a little bit.
Maybe in light of the run rate, just climbing ever so slightly, not to unmanageable number, but 4.5 when it's been more like just under 4 for a lot of the innings. Chuggy Pershard, who's bowled economically so far, conceding just the 17 off his 5 overs in his first spell, brings himself back on. Should be good conditions for those medium pacers out there. Good pitch for them. Although well, not moving around as much as maybe it did in the opening 7 or 8 overs of the innings. Strange shot. Yeah, worked into the leg. So it's worked out okay for Nightingale.
Well, I think that's key with these games. Find the gaps, keep the partnership building, keep the strike rate going. Gideon's just having a whale of a time with his tea towel out there in the middle at the minute.
Good start this from Pershard in his second spell. Real experience that he brings to the side now. Many Inter Insular contests, ICC tournaments that he's been in over the years. That one's out into the offside past Sumarau, fielded by Charlie Brennan, who spent a lot of this innings out on the rope. He's in the action again there, out on the boundary. 145 for 4 inside this last 10 overs. 5 and over from here takes Guernsey to around 200. But they'll be looking for a lot more than that. Again, looking for a paddle around the corner. Might have come off the back of the bat there, I'm not sure. It's gone away on the offside, which wasn't where he was intending, but it's 1 run nonetheless.
No, definitely a good spell from Chuggy here. We're seeing a lot of ones and dots coming through.
Yeah, he's
Need a bit of a boundary in this over if they want to keep going here.
He's often on the money, and they have gone aerial. Now that might plug a little bit on this soft Granville turf, so it won't go to the boundary. But yeah, I think as you're saying, Charlie, just looking to try and find that boundary in this over, and they haven't found it yet. So we're at the last ball in it, and he is so economical, isn't he, Chuggy Pershard? When he's on it, line and length,
Indeed.
hard to get away.
Very consistent, knows where he needs the ball.
Can he get out of this over without the boundary? 5 off it so far.
Clear. Lovely bowling.
Yeah, good over from the skipper. With now just 9 overs to go. A really good over there, just to peg things back. And actually, after the rain break, we saw Guernsey push on, but we've seen some good overs now. Britton, Lawrenson getting through his overs quickly, and then that one from Chuggy Pershard. So it feels like maybe Jersey have just weathered that mini storm briefly and are back on it now.
Yeah, feels like they've come back with a good energy here. Maybe wavered a little bit in that time off, but feels like they're ready to keep the run rate down and really get into Guernsey here. A little bit of team tactics going down the middle.
Yeah, just some drinks brought out. Guernsey 12th man, and Jersey using it as an opportunity to get some of those experienced heads together. Still feels strange talking about likes of Harrison Carlyon and Summerhour as the experienced heads now, but they are amongst a lot of this youthful Jersey team.
They've been among the side for about 10 years now, so
yep.
Long time, good experience. And obviously both going outside of Jersey, Harrison going off to Australia, and you've obviously got Julius going to New Zealand as well, so great experience in them.
And how about in the women's game? Are any of the local players managing to push on and to maybe test themselves in the UK, the Jersey side?
Well, a lot of our girls, obviously, we've got a few girls at boarding school and more going to university. We're quite a young side, obviously, average age is only 19, so like strong talent. We've got the likes of Sophia Hampson, little Seema coming through. She plays a lot in the UK, Mia Maguire as well. And we've also just got Lily Gregg and those lot going to university in September, same as Annalise actually as well. So hopefully they get some more exposure in the UK and more game time and bring it back home for us.
And did I see Annalise taking a very casual catch on social media the other week? Was she playing somewhere outside the island?
Yeah, so 5 of us went away. 5 of us went away to the British and Irish Roses recently to compete.
That's right, yeah.
Fantastic experience, and yeah, Annalise took a bit of a one-handed screamer. I'm not sure she intended to take the catch and just put a one-handed pluck out for grabs.
Yeah, worth a look on social media if you've not seen that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm not still totally sure whether she knows she's caught it now. Looked like she surprised herself, but yeah. What was that experience like? Must have been a brilliant experience for you to get away as a group and to be outside the island playing as a group as well.
100%. I mean, for us girls, we want to be playing more cricket. We want to be getting more game time in. Bed away. We want more exposure, so something like this, just getting a 2 there.
Good running between this Guernsey pair there to get 2 in. It takes Guernsey to 150, so they're 150 up for the visiting side and 4 wickets down. So going nicely. We're certainly starting to eye up something around that 200 mark from here on in.
Good response. But yeah, no, great exposure for the girls to go. I mean, we all had an opportunity to bat bowl. Annalise did great in the top order, opened the batting, played it free. A couple of wickets from myself, and Trinity fielded excellently, and Chloe coming in with a good few overs, same as Grace. So great exposure, gets the name out there, and hopefully we see a few more games come from it.
Down the ground this time from Nightingale.
It's picked up by Brennan there out in the deep.
A very tight bowler, Harrison Carlyon. Area of his game he's really developed right on the money more often than not. So Nightingale there, working the ball flat batted down the ground. Stokes back on strike now on 64. He's going really nicely. Make that 65, and they might think about a second. These two have been running well, but quick off the boundary there, yeah. And just the one.
Of the ball there.
End of another over. Jersey getting through the overs quickly again. 16 so far conceded by Carlyon off his 3 overs, and 8 to go. 152 for 4. Take a look at the bowling stats so far. 7 bowlers used. Top 4 all amongst the wickets, and Summerhour very tight with just 23 off his 7.
Yeah, that's a great over there. Great econ from him. 3.29. Looks in good shape. Hopefully he keeps himself going. He's had a few injuries this summer, so hopefully before Kenya he keeps himself fit.
Yeah, that Kenya trip for Jersey not far away at all now. At Cricket World Cup Challenge League group stage event, just a few weeks away. This game, as we're hearing from Matthew Wood, the assistant coach for Jersey earlier, coming at a really good time. Not that the Inter Insular is ever a warm-up for anything else, it's always a standalone event in its own right, but a real good test this between these two Channel Islands ahead of for Jersey, that tournament in Kenya to come later on this month. Pershard to continue from the pavilion end. Clubbed away down the ground.
Feels this pair might just try to start opening up, get a few more runs on the board here. take a bit more of an attacking stance, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well set now, both having faced more than 50 balls. Nightingale on 35 not out, Stokes 66. Again, brave shot coming across his stumps and turns it behind, happy to just settle for one this time.
Yeah, he's quite confident getting down, sweeping, having a bit of a paddle. And we saw his reverse sweep come out earlier. I think it's quite a confident shot for Ollie we've seen, especially in his time when he was playing for SOS over here.
Yeah, he'll know this wicket, know this pitch, and yeah, he's been happy to move around the crease in his innings so far.
And that's well bowled.
Yeah, not seen for a while too many beating the bat, so Pershall will be happy with that one.
I think this is just where we might start to see the breakthrough here. They just want to get a few more runs on the board, look for the attacking shots, and that's where we'll see a miss of the ball, I suppose. But they've looked very strong this pair, so...
Nice shot. Will just be one, I would think, out to the boundary. Again, the boundary's not coming at the moment for Guernsey. Jersey able to stem the tide of the ball reaching the boundary. Just the 3 runs from the first 4 deliveries of this Pershard over. Pershard's 7th over.
I don't think we've had a boundary since Britain's over, actually. So they've
Yeah.
done quite well here.
Yeah, it's been a good little passage of play this for Paul Hutchison's side. In his first longer form Inter Insular as Jersey coach, had the T20s earlier in the campaign. In comes Pershard again. Thinks better of it. It's a very dramatic pull up, and we'll try again. Maybe just lost his run up there, the Jersey skipper.
Just didn't fancy that one, maybe.
Well, Nightingale does move early in his crease, so maybe he saw something, or maybe he just lost his run up. We'll see. Yeah, happy to move across his stumps is Nightingale, and that allowed him to ease that one into the offside for another.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they bowl here in the last few overs. Obviously, Chuggy's still got quite a few spells to go, so if he keeps himself on.
Great to have you with us wherever you're watching this live stream from around the world through our colleagues at 3CI Sports, and thanks to Brooks McDonald. Now that's in the air, and it's going to be another 2.
Spire seems to be doing well in finding our gaps, just knocking it off and dropping it in over everyone's heads there. But I think they've
Yeah,
got 2 off there,
again
haven't
another
they?
over, no boundaries in it. I think Pershard will be relatively happy with that. What, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off the over.
That's 7 overs gone now, isn't it? He's done.
Yeah, so we're reduced to 42 overs a side if you're just joining us. Guernsey going at 4.5 and over, so 7 to go. And 158 for 4 the score. These batsmen really well set now. Nightingale in particular moving around his crease, looking to make things happen. Stokes the mainstay of the innings, and they're working really well together, this Guernsey pair.
I think this has just shown us how key partnerships are in cricket and how they can take it to a side, really.
We're
Changes the energy.
saying right at the start, because so much T20 cricket is played, you've got to reset and realise there is time in the game for you to get yourself in and play yourself into an innings, which is what Stokes has done. He's not hit. It's not like he's gone in there and smashed 6 sixes, is it? He's timed it really nicely paced innings here.
Yeah, and they're making the Jersey players think what they need to do if they need to change their tactics. You know, I think if you're a batter and you're not making the bowler think, what do I need to bowl here, then you're not coming in with a good mindset. Just a bit of a change of the field here, I think.
Carlyon continuing, and again keeping the odd dot ball in there. Not too disappointed, I think, if he concedes the odd one, but they're really keeping the boundaries on the low key here. Now it's an interesting looking shot. And it's worked out nicely.
Picked up by Theo there, just come on, I think he swapped out for Simo.
Yeah, I wonder if the Guernsey batsmen, for a while they were really putting the pressure on the Jersey fielders with their running, Last couple of overs just seem to be settling for those ones, which is keeping the scoreboard moving for them. But I wonder if they can just put some pressure on the Jersey fielders a bit more with the running between the wickets, which they've generally done pretty well during this partnership.
Yeah, no, they have. They've ran well between their wickets, and I think that's why we've seen such a great partnership. But I think they'll want to see a few more runs on the board here. Oh, that's well fielded. Great bit of fielding from somewhere.
Yeah, good stop from Simpson, who bowled nicely early on as well. Opened the bowling from the end that Carline's currently bowling from, and fielded that one really nicely.
Looking like a very tight over this so far. 2 dots and a 1. But as you say, they seem to just be playing it around the field here, these batsmen, finding their gaps, so they just keep going.
Yeah, working the ball well. Again, it will just be the 1. Substitute fielder there, was it?
Yeah, that's Theo, come on. Not quite sure who he's changed for.
Yeah, he was on briefly earlier on and got called into action. Carline bowling again, very cleverly worked, and that will go along the ground for 4 more, down into a particularly busy area of the ground. What's that down there? I've not been down to the bouncy
I
castle
think
yet.
that's the family zone. They've got the vandals.
I thought you were going to say, oh yeah, I've just come from there. Come from the bouncy castle. Yeah, so there's some good numbers in down there. Can't see it from our commentary position, but
yeah, no, there's definitely a few good numbers dotted around. On the left side of the field from where we are, I think there's a good game of French cricket going on.
Yeah, the refreshments bar seems like it's doing some good business there, and some good support in. There's a good number that came over from Guernsey as well, arrived with the team. A few that came in separately as well. So good away following in, and people arriving all the time. If you're stuck for stuff to do this afternoon, or bored of listening to me for hours on end, then get yourself down here yourself, and you can watch the game and cheer on your side.
Looks like Julius is just coming in here to finish as well.
Yeah, he's bowled well. What's he done? 1 for 23. So yeah, he's been very economical, as you were saying earlier on. We're saying at times, and Matthew Wood was saying maybe he could have just pitched the ball up a little bit more when the slips were in.
Yeah, just been a little bit more attacking with his bowling, but
he's got the pace to put in the shorter ball. The danger, of course, is that it could fly off the bat.
Yeah.
Could fly off the bat a bit faster here, as Guernsey look to up the tempo in what now is the last 6 overs of this innings. Again, just slightly short of a length, and it allows the cross-batted shot into the leg side. I think it's Googe out there, was it, fielding?
Yeah. Fusion well backed by Carline there. Good little pair out there on the field.
Good cricketing family.
Yeah, no, Guge's little sister plays in the women's squad. Great little coach coming through as well. So. Oh, interesting shot.
Yeah, the ball just again was short, but held up in the pitch a little bit. I think it was a bit slower than
he anticipated.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
bit of a tennis shot that.
Yeah, reacted well though, Stokes. He's clearly seeing it well. If you've got the chance to react like that when someone like Summerall, albeit a slightly slower ball, you can react and still find the middle of the bat. He's clearly seeing it well. The experienced Guernsey man alongside his captain, who's moved to 40 as well. So excellent partnership this.
Yeah, no, Julia seems to be keeping going. Good spell here from him. I think he want to restrict, have no boundaries here and keep it to dots and ones. I think he'd be happy.
Here he comes again in his 8th over this.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure there. Dunny adds a great knowledge of head behind those stumps there.
Wonderful shot that from the captain, Nightingale. Fires the boundary and takes him into the mid-40s.
I think Julius will be happy with the boundary there. I think he wanted to keep it down, keep his figures good, but I think he'll come back here. It's well played by Ollie though.
Last ball of his 8th over.
And that's well played.
Yeah, well played, good running. And finishes the over with a single, 172 for 4. Charlie, thank you for your stint. Enjoy the
Thank you
bouncy
very
castle,
much.
if that's where you're back to. Charlie Miles, Jersey women's player, joining us on commentary. And for the last 5 overs now of this innings, Lee Malloy from Jersey Cricket back alongside me. And Lee, 5 overs to go. 5 and over from here takes just under 200, so 200-ish, more than 200 now. Guernsey be looking for
2 set batters, 5 overs to go. I think 200 is what they'll be minimum. After that, it's a bonus. Depends how these next few overs go.
I mean, if these two are still here at the end, they're more than 200.
Absolutely. Both aren't necessarily known for their destructive power hitting.
I've been impressed with the way Nightingale moves around in the crease, works the ball, nurdles it round.
Yeah, busy cricketer there. As you could see, that last over off Julius, there was a clear short ball plan to get them to hit to the long boundary out on the leg side, and whilst he sort of knew that was coming, allowed him to sort of come at the ball and get it more in front of square, which the field wasn't set for. So that's his option there. So they're smart cricketers. They're more experienced than they've ever been, and in situations like this, they'll know what they're looking to do. They'll have a clear plan.
Simpson back on. Feels like a while since he's been in the attack. And is that off the bat? Certainly taken a noise. It certainly hit something on the way through. It's a strange old shot, and Simpson looks stunned that the finger has not gone up.
I'd like to see that one again. That looked like it came straight off the bat, but not out. Get on with the game. Move on.
Yeah, I mean, from our angle in the commentary box, we obviously had body between the bat and ourselves, so we couldn't see, but it
hit something.
There was definitely a noise, but the umpire not giving it on this occasion. In comes Simpson again. Again, a nice looking shot in terms of being agile, being adaptive, and 2 more onto the tally.
Good discussion there between captain and keeper, whether standing up, standing back. I think with Ollie moving around the crease a bit, staying back's a good option.
Just looking at the replay here in the commentary box, certainly close to the bat, that appeal for the catch behind a few balls ago.
Hang on, there's a dead ball called here, something going on in the middle.
Well, there's some controversy here. We've seen the catch a short while ago, or the appeal for the catch that wasn't given, and now a dead ball had been called by the umpire, and I must admit I'm not totally clear why.
Yeah, it's often things happen out in the middle that you can't quite notice from here. There was a dead ball called once the ball got hit to long on. Batters sort of stood in the middle of the pitch. I think a few of the Jersey boys saying run him out at the non-striker's end, but once that dead ball's been called, you've not got a chance then. So
Well, I can tell you that one's definitely been signalled as a wide ball, so we'll have to reload and go again. But yeah, there's definitely a dead ball signalled, and some confused looking fielders, some confused looking batsmen, confused looking commentators. Yeah. Yeah, well fielded. One you'd expect him to stop, but had to be done. We've seen a few that haven't been quite so well fielded in this innings, so made sure he stopped that one.
Outfield just starting to look to quicken up a bit. We've had a good dry period here. There's still a bit of warmth in the air, and there's some, dare I say it, blue sky around. So there you can just see that ball's just starting to find the boundary riders a bit quicker than it has done all game, which nice for Guernsey for these last few overs, but if it stays that way, that's going to be a bit easy for those Jersey batters out in the middle to find that boundary if it quickens up on the afternoon.
Play and a miss from Stokes, who hasn't done that too often in his innings of 75, but that one from Simpson deceiving him somewhat.
Yeah, that's the game plan for Stokes here. He hits through the offside so well. This period of the game, batters tend to look to go leg side, try and clear the ropes, whereas classical class act like Stokes is going to be looking for his more regulation shots. Over extra cover is a good option for him with this field.
We'll get one there into the offside. They have generally run pretty well, these two, through the course of the innings.
See Simo here doing a good job of going to his T20 skills. He knows what the batters are going to try and do. They're going to look for that boundary, and he's experienced with this summer, having got plenty of T20 cricket behind him. He knows what to go for. He's mixing up his pace nicely, bowling into the wicket, changing his length well, so he's unpredictable, which is good. And a good over there without a boundary. Could have been maybe a wicket first ball.
Yeah, so it's certainly an interesting over. There was the appeal for the caught behind, which looked certainly like it passed close to the bat, and I certainly felt like I heard a noise, and then some mayhem with a dead ball and batsmen stranded and calls for run-outs. But we've ultimately got through that over, and Pershard's going to continue from the pavilion ends with 4 overs of this Guernsey innings remaining. Boundaries throughout the innings have been relatively hard to come by. Certainly off Pershard's bowling. What's he? 1 for 28 runs off his 7 overs. So again, as the Jersey captain has been economical and tight, Nightingale is on face and is just 1 short of joining Stokes on a half century.
Yeah, Ollie's played a really nice innings here. As you can see, what might be 50 off 65 is a good knock in the scenario that he found himself in, coming in after that rain break and a few wickets down. They've built a nice partnership, these two, but Ollie's accelerated well. And the commentators go.
Well, it was an innovative shot, and it's one that's not worked. It's gone straight to the fielder there on the offside, a reverse hit, and it brings Nightingale's innings to an end on 49, 1 short of his half century, but a really good knock from the Guernsey skipper in an island where he's played a lot of cricket in recent years, and he goes for 49 from 65 balls. Here's the replay, trying to work the field around, but very little for the fielder to do there. And comfortable catch behind square, and Nightingale goes for 49.
Yeah, I don't have an Inter Insular wicket, but that might be as closest to one I'll ever get. Having said he might go to 50 off 65 balls there, he then finds the fielder at backward point with an option that would have been a premeditated thought of him. He, as I said from the start, he hits the ball and finds funny areas of the field, but for the scenario he found himself in, 4 down for not a lot on a tricky wicket with a slow outfield, it's a good knock from the skipper. He'll be hitting his pants as he goes into the dressing room, no doubt, because he wanted that to stay there till the end. But he's set the team up nicely here. They've still got a set batter in Matt Stokes, who's striking the ball well, and a couple of recognised batters to come still in wicketkeeper Damerel now at the left-hander to create a few problems, right left-handed options, and then still Ben Furbrush, who's been playing Inter Insular cricket for a long time with a lot of experience and can clear the ropes if he gets hold of it. So yeah, Guernsey's still in a good position despite the wicket.
Yeah, wicketkeeper in the form of Damerel to bat. Jersey wicketkeeper up to the stumps here, as he has been for Pershard's bowling, and fewer than 4 overs to go. Guernsey will have the number 200 in their mind. That's a bottom edge, inside edge, goes through the pile of sawdust by the looks of things there, which has slowed it up slightly, and through off the mark first ball, the Guernsey wicketkeeper with 2 off an inside underneath edge.
Yeah, Zach is going to come in and quite similarly to Ollie find funny fields. I believe he's still involved in the Guernsey hockey setup and a very big player in that side, so he's got the skills, he's got sweeps, he's got reverses, he'll hit the ball in funny areas.
He's got more of his bat on that one. There's the bowling figures so far. Pershard with 2 wickets and the others spread around from those opening 4 bowlers. Just changing the fields slightly here for Stokes, on 76 from 85 deliveries, seeing the ball really well.
Bringing up mid-off here, which
Yeah, Norman's just been called up, hasn't he, into the circle.
Everybody out leg side and one out in the offside, looking potentially bowling into the wicket, nothing too full so that he can go straight back over his head, make him hit to the long boundary.
That's what he's done, and it's 1 bounce out to the fielder out there who thinks Harrison Carline. With relative ease, picks that up on the bounce and returns it in.
Yeah, it was the plan for Julius when he came back on from this end. Chuggy obviously not known for his pace or his bounces, but certainly death overs here, it's an option to try and get them to hit to the far side of the field. Whatever breeze there is coming from that direction as well, so it's not just a big hit, but it's a hit into the breeze.
Coming round the wicket, Pershard, and might have been a bit of bat before into somewhere in the body, was it there?
Yeah, it could have been the helmet maybe,
Yeah,
off the bat and into the
like
helmet.
didn't it?
Yeah, it seemed as if he wanted to go over the keeper there and maybe tried to get a little bit cute with it to avoid the fine leg, short leg field or whatever you want to call it. So it's straight off the bat, but luckily for him it's not ballooned straight up in the air.
Can Pershard get out of this over without a boundary?
No.
No, he can't. It was the last ball of the over, which had been an excellent one to that point. There was the wicket, a 2, 1-1, a dot, so just needed to try and get out of it, but it's well played, nice hit, 4 runs and 186 for 5 with 3 overs to go.
Yeah, we're seeing sort of what we've seen for the whole innings really. We've seen a bit of pressure built from Jersey, and then Guernsey have found a way to get themselves out of that pressure with a few dot balls or singles, and then they found the boundary at regular opportunities when they've sort of felt that they've needed to, rather than Jersey pick up wickets after pressure. When there has been a bit of pressure built, it seems to have been released by some good batting from Guernsey, and certainly that partnership we saw before the last wicket. And Zach started well as the left-hander here. A new challenge for the Jersey bowlers with a right left-handed partnership, having had 2 right-handers at the crease for a long time. So all comes into play in the last few overs. With 3 left here, Guernsey will be looking to get past 200 as quick as they can.
Josh Lawrenson into the attack at the death end of the innings here. Again, pace off the ball, and how many Stoke short? 23 short of a century, so he is on strike.
Chuggy just looking around, trying to work out where these last few overs are going to come from. Not quite sure, but I think Julius is potentially done. So with Simo coming off this end, that would suggest he's probably going to come back on the other end. Now Chuggy's finished, and look to use that into the wicket plan with the left arm seamer from this end next over. So we'll see what happens, but I think this is potentially a necessity. Toby Britton's off the field. We understand he's not feeling 100%. You could probably see that his bowling's not been as accurate as it has been all season. He's been fantastic for Farmers. He's a young prospect learning his way, so if he's not 100%, it's certainly one of the reasons as to why with a wet ball that he's maybe not been on best form today. But I think Chuggy's probably looking around, looking for overs here rather than having a choice of whoever he wants.
Stumping opportunity, but I think just got his foot back grounded. Quick work from behind the stumps from Dumford, but also quick reaction from Dameril to make sure his foot was grounded behind the line.
Yeah, reverse sweep early in the over shows what plan A is, with 2 men inside the circle in the offside.
Now there's some bat on that, I think, wasn't there? And it's gone through the keeper flew past him.
Yeah, nothing signalled.
Yeah, some bat in there flew past the keeper for 1 more. Then it gets the in batsman Stokes back on to strike for the second half of this over. He'll want to get as much of the strike, I would think, as possible. And he'll get back for 2 here and keep the strike. Good running.
Two balls to come. Josh will want to get out of this over however he can without a boundary. Stokes will be looking to try and get a couple off the last ball here, however he goes about it.
Looking for the reverse again, and not getting any bat on it this time. Leg by signalled.
These two, not your classical way of going about the last few overs of just standing and trying to hoy it to the leg side as far as you can and clear the ropes. They're both looking to try and go square of the wicket. They're looking to hit behind, whether that's reverse or regular sweeps. They're both strong hockey players, so that bottom hand will come into it. So Josh can get out of this over without a boundary. Jersey will be happy.
Oh, we saw a boundary off the last ball of the previous over, and we're not going to see one off this. Dot ball completes that over. 2 to go, 191 for 5. And yeah, you're right. Pershard here has got to try and find a couple of overs, or look around his side, see who's got some left. We've got 42 overs aside, we should say, actually, if you are just joining us. So there are just the 2 to go. Started at 50. Guernsey late in, took it to 45, and then we had a brief rain break. Ground staff did really well to get us back up and running pretty promptly, but we lost a few more overs there, so 42 overs aside. It's Sumarawa who has still got one that has been throwing the ball.
Matt's never a strong point of mine, so that's a bonus for Jersey that Julius can come back on from this end and get one of the overs bowled out of the last 2 with an experienced bowler like himself, who's bowled a lot of death overs for Jersey, having at times in the last couple of years been one of the lone seamers within some of the sides. Certainly Maka favoured spin options within middle overs, and Challenge League a couple of years ago here we had Elliot Miles bowling death overs and in the power play, so Julius no stranger to this situation and won't be overwhelmed with it.
Yeah, happy to slam the ball into the pitch a little.
It mixes pace off that length as well, which is what makes it so dangerous, because end of the innings when you're trying to clear the ropes, you want to set your base and you want to hit from a still base, but that change of pace when it goes from sort of 80 down to potentially 65 is a big jump, and when you set yourself for it and it doesn't get to you and you're through the shot early, it's really effective for the seamer.
Might be 2 in here. It went quickly to the fielder on the boundary. He at least stopped it, but in not collecting it first time meant they could get back for 2.
He's had a lot of action out there, Theo. He's been on and off the field for various reasons.
Tends to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Does
yeah.
the ball just tend to follow a 12th man around?
It's not a thankful job to be 12th man when you're coming on and off the field, and when you're not able to affect the game with bat and ball, and all you can do is field. So not easy to do on the occasion like this for a young lad, but he's done himself proud. He's got a great arm out on that boundary, and he attacks every ball hard. He's been doing the basics well. So he should be proud of his efforts there, that's for sure. And big year ahead for him next year in our under-19 side, who are travelling to Div 1. We don't know where yet, but another World Cup qualifier where I believe he may be captain for that. He's been captain for a few games this year when they went to Ireland. Don Blompe, as the coach there, identified him as a leader in that group, and you can see why Hutch has called him up today when needed.
Left-hander on strike, Damerel. Going at roughly a run a ball in his short innings so far. Here at the tail end of this Guernsey innings. That one just dying in the pitch, taken on the bounce by the keeper Dumford. He is mixing up his pace a little here in this final over from the pavilion end. One to come from the other after this. As Guernsey edge further towards the 200 mark. Which will give Jersey something to think about in their short lunch break. That's nudged into the offside for 1, and it gets Stokes back on strike.
Yeah, you can see there how effective that slower ball's been. Zach trying to set himself to hit through the line of the ball, but once that ball came and had to wait on it, he wasn't able to sort of adjust and get his hands back enough to be able to get that full swing of the bat through the ball, so just had to take some sort of contact and get to the other end. And I'd say a big ball here, wicket for Jersey helps everything, and a boundary for Guernsey gets them much closer to that 200 mark.
Yeah. Well bowled. No run there, and that completes the Summerhour spell. 1 for 34 from his 9 overs. He'll be pretty pleased with his day's work, especially where there was at least 1, maybe 2 boundaries off the edge in there as well. So he's bowled well.
Yeah, I think his figures don't quite match up how well he's bowled for Jersey today. Certainly the leader of this attack now, since the likes of Anthony Kay or other seam bowlers have stepped away from Jersey cricket. So yeah, he's got a lot of experience for a young cricketer. He's got a lot of skills, and yeah, Jules will be. I would have wanted a few more wickets and would have wanted a few more boundaries saved, but no, he's done himself proud today.
So it is going to be the Jersey captain, Pershard, to bowl the last over of this innings. Putting himself on at the death for his final over. And as we were saying earlier on, Jersey have won this fixture the past 7 occasions, but they're going to have to work hard here in the run chase if they're to win it for 8 in a row. It's been good Guernsey display with the bat, particularly early on, difficult conditions, and I know they lost a few early wickets, but then the recovery from the likes of Stokes in particular, still there on 83, has been impressive to see, and they've certainly given Jersey something to think about, and a chase that's going to take some work. Lovely shot that. And 199 now Guernsey moving on to with 5 balls of the innings remaining.
Yeah, that man started back. Chuggy thought otherwise, go against it, and if he gets a wicket it looks right, and if it goes for 4 it looks wrong. So hard in these overs to make sure that you don't go for boundaries, but he was umming and ahhing, and the man's back now, so he's made that decision about what he's going to do, and maybe Zach will try and counteract it.
He's gone across the line there, and it's in the air. And is it going to carry? It does carry, and it's dropped. It became an awkward one. You wondered if it was just going to carry or not. Stooping low, Lawrenson didn't look totally comfortable under it.
Just seemed to hold off the last few steps there. Looked like he wasn't quite sure exactly how far it was going to carry at him. He did the hard yards early, which is what you want, and then just seemed to hold off those last 3 or 4 steps, which means he had to stretch out for it rather than take it right under his eyes.
And he might have another opportunity here. It's another awkward looking one that he's coming in on, and again it's low. This time it is taken, and almost an action replay of the previous delivery. Again, he was having to stoop low. This time it stays in the mitts, and Jersey have their 5th wicket, 201. Sorry, their 6th wicket, 201 for 6.
Yeah, it's quite often the case in cricket where you make a mistake in the field, the ball tends to find its way back at you. Many occasions when I've played where all of a sudden once you make a mistake the ball seems to come at you more often than not, and with the field set, Zach thought, right, I'm going to keep going, that option looks good for me. You can see a good base to set from. Okay contact, maybe change
bounced
of
on him
pace.
maybe slightly more than he was expecting.
A little bit of an over the top back of the handball which is going to bounce a bit more, but Josh doing the yards early, wasn't sure whether to go back or forward to start with.
And he must have been thinking in the air, this has just happened. There's no way he's not thinking with all that time with the ball in the air that I can't do this again, surely.
Absolutely. And
I suppose it depends on your mentality. If your mentality might be, right, I'll show them what's what and I'll take it this time. That's the professional sort of fighting mentality, but it can't. It's got to be in your mind somewhere.
Cricket's a funny game, and you're only as good as your last ball, you're only as good as your last innings, you're only as good as your last catch, so put out your mind, take the next one that comes your way. Josh has played a lot of cricket, very experienced cricketer, played at high levels, MCCU cricket, first class cricket. So he's experienced enough to know that once that happens, you can't go back and change it. Next ball's the most important one.
Again, looking for a reverse. It's Ben Furbrash out there now, isn't it? For these final few balls, we should say a couple of balls ago, Guernsey going past that 200 mark, 202 now for 6, and 2 balls of this first innings of Inter Insular Day to go. Stokes swings his hands through it. He'll try and get back for a 2 to ensure that he faces the last ball, which he does. Good running. And he will face the last ball. guide Guernsey to a pretty decent score here. Put the ball back into Jersey's court. Pershard then to bowl the last ball. Hasn't gone aerial too much in this innings, and it's straight into the hands of the fielder, looking for the big last hit, and Pershard finishes with another wicket. There's actually 4 wickets for Pershard in the end from his 9 overs, and Guernsey finish on 204 for 7. And Stokes a large part in that with his 85 from 95 deliveries. An excellent innings from Stokes that comes to an end on the last ball of the innings.
Yeah, he's batted really well there. He's, as I say, come in a really difficult situation. Nothing would have flustered him. He's a class act for Guernsey. He's their main 50-over batter, that's for sure. And the way he's gone about his business there just has kept Guernsey in the game when a period of 3 down early could have been a real difficult way to navigate it. A few more wickets and Jersey would have been well ahead in the game, but he's kept the side in the game there. It's honours even. I think it's hard to tell who's
it's really
who's
well
in the
poised,
lead.
isn't it?
Yeah,
it's going to be a great contest, this, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I'd want to hang my hat at the moment. 42 overs to chase 200s, quite a few. It's maybe the conditions are going to change this afternoon. Everybody's looking up and looking at the weather forecast as to how that might have an impact, whether we lose more overs and Duckworth-Lewis comes into the game or not. But I think, yeah, honours even, and Chuggy with a 4-for and a good catch from Theo to finish there, and a great innings from Stokes.
So 204 for 7 is where Guernsey finish up. Jersey will need 205 for victory, which would be an 8th Inter-Insular victory in a row, but they're going to have to work hard for it. We'll take a look at the batting innings briefly, just to look back at the scorecard. And yeah, Stokes standing out, well supported by the captain Ollie Nightingale with his 49 as well, but struggled at times in the innings, Guernsey, but finishing up on 204 for 7. So it'll be 205 then if Jersey are to be the victors, and get a brief word with Chuggy Pershard, who's joined us here in the commentary position. Chuggy, 204 for 7. Happy, not happy? What do you make of it?
Mixed feeling, to be honest. I feel like there was maybe a little bit of rust on us, as we've not played a lot of cricket together as a group for a couple of months now. But you know, it's an intermediate total, and if we bat well, we'll chase these down. They've certainly not put the game beyond us. It was a great partnership between Stokes and Ollie Nightingale. That put us under a bit of pressure, but you know, we've got some top quality batters, more than capable of sort of putting this game to bed.
And a great challenge this for you. It's going to make you work hard in the run chase. It's not going to be straightforward, and a great challenge building up to that big tournament to come as well, to now be made to work blooming hard to get yourself in good shape for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the conditions in Kenya will probably be a bit different to what
I don't know if I'll be in my jumper.
Compared to what we've experienced today. But yeah, this is good quality cricket for us.
You've got some good players back there. They'll be challenged. But
yeah, there's a trophy up for grabs as well. So we're hungry to lift this at the end of the day.
Jackie, I'll let you get in there for the lunch, or are you heading to the bouncy castle as well?
I could do with some food, Tim.
All right, yeah, well done. Well
Cheers.
played. Well done to
Thank
you and the
you.
team. Good luck in the second innings. Chuggy Pershard, the Jersey skipper, joining us for a few words there at the end of the first innings. So we're at the midway point in this Inter Insular. Jersey's men against Guernsey's men. And Jersey, having won the toss, were able to restrict Guernsey to 204 for 7. So 205 will be the target for the home side. If they're to make it 8 Inter-Insular wins in a row, Guernsey will be looking for their first Inter-Insular victory in the 50 overs a side contest since 2015. So it's been a bit of a wait, but they'll fancy this. They'll think they're very much in the game, and it should be an excellent second innings to come. And make sure you're back with us on the live feed for that shortly. Here, wherever you're watching around the world, it's been great to have you with us. Make sure you're back with us after this short break for lunch and a go on the bouncy castle. So welcome back to Grainville here in Jersey, in the Channel Islands, where we're at the midway point in this Inter Insular cricket contest, men's cricket contest between Jersey and Guernsey. If you're just tuning in, you missed the first innings with Jersey winning the toss, putting Guernsey into bat, and Guernsey made 204 for 7 from their 42 overs, slightly reduced game, being a bit of rain around here in the Channel Islands today, and so Jersey winning the toss, using those overcast conditions pretty well early on, but then an excellent partnership between Nightingale and Matt Stokes, who made 85, helped Guernsey to that total of 204 for 7. Jersey needing 205 then for victory from the 42 overs. And it's going to be a tough old ask and a tough challenge, Lee. It feels, speaking to most people in the lunch break, like it's really well poised, this game.
Yeah, I think the first innings was a game of cat and mouse. Any time a team tried to get ahead, the other one pegged it back. Fantastic partnership between Stokes and Ollie Nightingale, who have shown the Jersey bat as the way to go about on this surface. So that's what fielding first can give you, a good idea about the surface and the knowledge you need to go out there with a clear game plan about how to chase this. So Jersey won't be overawed by the total, but Guernsey will also feel they've got a lot to bowl at here on a surface that might help them, especially early on.
And some good bowling displays from Jersey. Some tight bowling, some economical bowling. As you see just still on the screen from the previous innings there, Chuggy Pershard with 4 for 45, couple of wickets right at the death there, including Stokes, who went caught on the boundary to the last ball. An excellent innings from Stokes, nice tempo to it, and has set a real good platform for Guernsey to go and do something special on enemy territory, if you like, this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's set up nicely. I think those Guernsey boys, as you can see on the camera there, are going to be motivated. I think every over they're going to be coming at the Jersey side. This is an experienced Guernsey unit. This isn't a new side. They've got some youngsters in there, but they've got a lot of experience and a lot of guys who have represented Guernsey for a long time. So they'll be walking out full of confidence, and so they should. They've got a mix of good unit. They've got some spin options. They've got great seam options who the likes of Dane Mullen, Matt Stokes will probably be suited to this wicket, where it's not express pace, but if you put it in the right areas, we saw with Chuggy, that sort of bowling wicket to wicket, keeper stood up, can be difficult to score off. So I imagine Luke Bishard will take the new ball here with another, and then after that it'll be potentially Adam Martell to come on and tie it up.
Yeah, so I wonder if Guernsey here, they're going to sense an opportunity, because they've got themselves into the game. It's not like they've run away with it with a massive score, but they're well in the game here. And if they weren't to get the victory here, they're looking at it suddenly becomes a 10-year spell of Jersey dominance, back-to-back wins. So it's a good opportunity for them to end that run, as we see the Jersey batters starting to make their way out. So is it Stan Norman?
Yeah, the
debutant
debutant walking out to bat and open the batting, which maybe surprises a few when you look at the card. There would have been a few options there that the Jersey coach would have been looking to. Paddy Googe has opened the batting for SOS this year and scored a lot of runs. You've got Charlie Brennan, who's no stranger to opening the innings as a left-hander, so there were plenty of options. I think that's one of the real positives about today, when Jersey are missing regular top order batters in Greenwood, Asa Tribe, John T. Jenner, obviously would all slot into that top 4 or 5 if at full strength. So Guernsey walking out here with the successes they've had recently and a strong bowling attack, including young Charlie Forshaw, who shouldn't be forgot to be mentioned here, having been leading wicket taker at that T20 tournament for such a young lad. Maybe he'll take the new ball from the other end, and more inexperienced Jersey top order, so I imagine Guernsey will be right up for this and will feel they're probably favourites at this stage.
So Harrison Carlyon out there alongside Norman to open up for Jersey in the run chase, looking for 205 for victory and an 8th consecutive Inter Insular win. 42 overs a side contest, and Bishard it is with the ball in his hand at the back of his, or at the start of his run up from the pavilion end. Umpire Heath Kearns at this end, Mark Savage of Guernsey at square leg. And here we go then in the run chase, 205 the target. And first ball outside the off stump through to the keeper, and we saw. I know it's slightly different because it was in the morning and there'd been a bit more moisture around, but it's going to be an awkward first few overs. You would think this is, and actually we saw each batsman trying to find their feet in the first few overs, but once you're in, like your Stokes or your Nightingales, then you can push on a bit.
Yeah, I think classically, if the sun had come out and the pitch had been cooked a little bit more, you'd actually think that it'd be easier to score in this first 10 of a second innings, given the ball's harder and newer and might skid onto the bat a little bit better than it maybe did this morning when the pitch was a bit stickier. So batting second, there is a slight advantage. I'd say if the sun had come out, I'd be backing it a little bit more. There may be still something in it for the seamers, but certainly it won't be as identical to the first 10 this morning, where it was moving a lot more.
Decent crowd in, a lot of them grouped together to our right, just to the side of the pavilion. A few scattered around the boundary, but a good decent amount of spectators in, some from Guernsey here, and a lot of home support, as you would expect, and being treated to a good contest here. Really well poised game. Bichard continues. Now that's gone down the leg side. I just wonder if it clipped a pad or a thigh pad on the way through, but wide ball is the signal. Jersey 2 without loss in the opening stages of this run chase. Norman and Carlyon, the two Jersey openers.
It's interesting how this Guernsey attack has evolved over the years. As Luke Bichard, only just probably 2-3 years ago, was a real youngster in this side and new to the attack. Bowled really well at Farmers last time it was over in Jersey. Got some wickets early up at Farmers, and now with the young seamers coming into the side like Forshaw and Harry Johnson, who isn't here today, unfortunately seems to have picked up an injury, which is a real shame because he's a fantastic prospect for Guernsey, and believe the thought is maybe it's a stress fracture for a young seamer. They're not uncommon, so a shame to not see him be able to travel over and bowl here, because he's a fantastic young talent. But Charlie Forshaw, who potentially will take the ball from the other end, is another one, and that's all of a sudden made Luke Bichard a leader of an attack when he's probably still quite young himself.
Yeah, a bit of movement back in there with the new ball. Chilly afternoon now, a bit of a breeze blowing across Grainville. What are we? Early September. Feels a bit chillier than that. Nice solid defence from Carlyon, no drama. Just goes about his business, doesn't he, Harrison Carlyon, with a bat in hand.
Yeah, he's played for Jersey for a long time.
I know.
I think you might have been there back in his debut in Los Angeles, just a 15-year-old against Oman, where he was learning his trade. He now seems like a veteran in this side. He's got a lot of experience. He's opened the batting a lot. He had a very successful partnership in last Challenge League series with Nick Greenwood. So becoming a senior batter all of a sudden in this partnership, Ustan making his debut, may change a little bit, but he's an aggressive batter by nature, who likes to play his shots and doesn't tend to be too watchful. If you bowl a loose ball, he looks to punish it. So we'll see how he goes about his business here.
Well, first over complete. Nice tidy one from Bichard, one wide in there and one off the bat. So Jersey 2 without loss, one over into these 42 overs. We had a delayed start, 11:30 start this morning.
Stokes to take the new ball.
Yeah, so Stokes, after his long innings, batted for a large chunk of those 42 overs for the Sarnians for his 85. Now has the new ball in hand from the Grainville school end. And Norman it is on strike. Tall batsman, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a long rangey young man. He's always been tall and long levers. He's a good young batter with a good technique.
Needed that technique there, because decent start from Stokes.
Yeah, Stokes is going to do what he does here with the keeper stood back. He's going to get something out in the air and potentially off the pitch. He's a good seamer who knows what he's doing with the ball and a lot of experience, so he's going to test Stan here. He's not going to offer you too much, so Stan's going to have to have his wits about him.
Oh, he's bowled that really well, and it's well dug out. Yeah, just angled the bat a little bit there and runs it down to third man. Little half thought of coming back for a second, but just the one, and gets Carlyon onto strike. Yeah, he's timed that pretty nicely. Not quite fully timed, but he'll get back for 2.
That's what he wants early on. He wants the bowler to go attacking and try and take out his middle stump. You can see from his trigger movement before the ball's bowled that he gets himself onto off stump. He backs his skills with his head staying nice and neutral down middle stump, which allows him to play well through the leg side. And if Harrison's playing well and if he's on form, that ball goes for 4. So
Play and a miss. And he looks a bit frustrated with himself there. Harrison Carlyon just walking away. Just taking a moment, but even that, when he's frustrated, he does seem to be able to just reset. Calm, composed guy, and I know he's a good golfer as well, as we were saying earlier in the broadcast. A big part of golf as well, isn't it? Playing a terrible shot 1 minute and then you just have to let it go and play the next. And generally with me, it's another terrible shot the next. But you can't change the shot that's just happened. You can't change the moment that's just happened. And he seems, I say for his age, he is not one of the younger players now, but seems very level-headed with a bat in hand.
yeah, I think he's been on a bit of a journey with the bat. He wants to open the batting and he likes to play aggressively. A young batter, that can often be sort of a difficult way of learning your trade, whether you're playing high risk shots and when they don't come off it doesn't look so good. But we've seen that in modern cricket quite often in recent years with the way England have gone about their approach in ODI cricket and the way that things are transformed. So the more he plays and the more he gets confident and the more it's going to be clear about how he wants to go about his business.
Good carry through to the keeper, no run. Straying onto the legs of Norman, should get back for pretty comfortable 2. Feels like an important early stage of this innings, just to set the foundation or the base of what's to come for Jersey, and not to add to any of the tension that they might be feeling around the ground. Just to get off to a good start here.
Yeah.
Not in terms of scoring loads of runs, just to be solid and calm and composed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a mammoth total on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 runs and over from the start isn't easy. The conditions don't suit that. If we're sunny day and quick outfield and all of those things, it looks a lot easier. So they'll be wanting to keep one eye on that required run rate. And with the power play in these first 10. Sometimes you can get caught up in that mindset of not wanting to lose wickets, in which case you end up not scoring when you should do. You want to be aggressive, you want to remain aggressive, and knowing the Jersey coaches like I do, they won't have been much talk around preserving wickets and being worried about what could happen. They'll be wanting to go out there and take the game to the opposition. Whilst you've got this power play, if you can break the back of the chase, it makes everything else a lot easier.
It's the Jersey batting to come. Again, just straying onto the pads, very similar to the second ball of this over. This time it's just the one into the leg side.
shot.
Yeah, nice shot that, and it will race away over the outfield for 4, and really nicely timed.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's right in behind the ball. I think you saw start the over Stan maybe just sort of pushing with his hands a little bit, not quite getting his head right into the line of the balls where you saw with Harrison there. He's telling him there, if it's where you want it, get your hands through it. Be confident with that shot rather than sort of dangling it there, and you get more value for your shot. So hopefully a little bit of a chat there just means Stan gets focused on that as well. But yeah, solid start, and potentially Bishard bowling a touch too back of a length there, getting a little bit too carried away with the bounce and the wicket. New ball swinging, you still want to get the batter coming forward, getting them playing off the front foot as much as you can, and Stokes will look to do that here.
Plenty of bat on that. Won't go to the boundary as a filter down there, but brings Kyle Iron back onto strike. Both batters on 6 in the early stages of this run chase. 205 is the target. Guernsey making 204 for 7 from their 42 overs. Stokes again. A width outside the off stump, but Kyle Iron's happy to see that go by through to the keeper. Not interested in swishing about outside that off stump on that occasion. Just feel a little bit brighter out there now. Some of that sort of misty rain that was around earlier on seems to have disappeared for now. Touch wood. Feels maybe slightly lighter out there.
Yeah, you can see a big dark cloud on the far side of the ground, which hopefully has gone north of us and will miss us. It does look a little bit brighter, but there's always been a threat of rain all day. So
yeah. Well played, well bowled, well played. Good cricket all round. Well fielded off his own bowling by Stokes there as well. Good opportunity this for Hutchison, as still in his first year or so here as well, just to see his players in this sort of environment being tested, what sort of characters they've got. I mean, I'm sure he's worked with them every week or every now and again, but a good opportunity for him to see them being tested ahead of that trip in particular that's coming up.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, this is a real positive to the fact that Jersey are missing a number of key players today. Gives opportunities to youngsters who maybe haven't had them or won't get them in the short term. So it's another opportunity to learn and build from, and if they can put in a big performance on a stage like this as a youngster, it breeds a huge amount of confidence, and that's something that certainly him and Woody have looked to do since they've come in. They've really been astounded by the amount of talent there is on the island and in the ranks. So that from their point of view, they're just trying to look to build on what was a superb period under Neil McRae, and they're certainly looking to build that confidence. And every time I look out my office window, I'm looking down on the outfield, and Hutch is there hitting balls and Woody's there throwing balls. Their shoulders will be sore today after the preparation week that they've had, that's for sure. So no, they can't be faulted for their efforts and the way that they work with these youngsters and the way that they give them confidence and belief to go out and play.
Yeah, he's into his rhythm here, Bishard, bowling nicely.
Yeah, just a yard fuller there. You can see that it's not quite as easy to get back onto. It's more top of the stump's length, where batters aren't sure whether to come forward or back. With an extra bit of bounce in the wicket, you can afford to go a yard fuller, and he's just finding that out as he gets into his spell here. And he's not a short lad, so he will get the extra bounce anyway. So a bit fuller than that, and that'll probably be exactly where he wants to be, hitting the splice of Harrison's bat, and maybe looking to either hit the top of off stump or just get him to edge one through to the keeper.
Again, getting his hands through the ball, playing it behind square, and another 2 for Harrison Carline.
He's just playing off width here. He's looking to see if he can use anything that strays a little bit wide, 5th, 6th stump rather than 4th stump, and chuck his hands through it and pierce that offside field. Luke's bowling nicely here. He's holding his line and length. He's not bowled any bad balls this over, that's for sure, so he'll be looking to close it out here.
Nice shot, good stop, no run. But again, yeah, it's that phrase you use, putting your hands through the ball, throwing your hands through the ball at any time there's a bit of width. But Bishar continuing some good figures here, good start from the visiting side. 2.5 overs bowled by this opening bowler, 11 off those 2.5 so far. Last ball of this over. Yeah, good strong ring of Guernsey fielders there on the offside, waiting for anything that is slightly outside off stump, and just one scoring ball in that over, and it was the 2 for Carline, and he moves on to 9. Norman there on 6, Jersey 16 without loss, 5 overs bowled in this slightly shortened format, 42 overs, 42 over a side game, and 205 the target. Yeah, well played in the end, I think. Angled down to third man, just the 1. Good to see in the break when I was stretching my legs some representatives from some of the club sides here in Jersey, those that maybe haven't quite got the nods to get in, or some of those players that don't make the first teams, for example, from the clubs coming to support Inter Insular Day and to be part of what's still a big occasion in Channel Islands cricket. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's a result of the lads who are playing today, and the majority of them have been playing all their club cricket on Ireland this year, which breeds a bit of support from the local clubs. I think Jersey Cricket over the last few years in particular have made no qualms about the idea of getting the best players off the island so that they can play the most competitive cricket possible, which no doubt hampers the local club sides with their best players being off island, but that's part of the process to keep improving at ICC level, that's for sure. But it's a great opportunity today for lads who have performed well in club cricket, who are the main players within their club side, so it's great to see the local community get out and support the men's side. I think there's also there's not been many Jersey home games this year with no home tournament, and the T20s against Guernsey were in Guernsey, so there's not been a lot of opportunity to see this Jersey side take the field on home soil. So hopefully that's part of it as well. But it's a work in progress, and we've got a lot of good young cricketers still coming through. And those who are off island today are no doubt joining the live stream at some point to check in about how things are going ahead of Kenya.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Carline get away with that one slightly, and we'll get another. Both these opening bowlers generally good line and length so far.
Yeah, we've seen that boundary from Harrison, which wasn't a bad ball by any means, and that's about it really. The bowlers haven't offered a lot. They've not given any freebies away, and they've put a bit of pressure on these Jersey batters to have to look to push a little bit more at some point, I'd imagine. But right now they're happy to settle in and keep building and getting used to this wicket. And, be interesting to see at what point Guernsey maybe change it up, or whether they're happy to hold with these two in the power play and then See, maybe young Charlie Forshaw come in once the power play's done, give him a bit of protection, but he's certainly proven his worth in this side with the recent performances, and I believe he's on the Hampshire pathway along with the other seamer Harry Johnson, so they've got great experience and exposure. Again, what we were just talking about, that exposure outside of cricket in both islands, plays a real big part in a player's development. It gives them the opportunity to play week in, week out against really high standard opposition, which can only make you better. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes today as well.
Here's Bichard continuing from the pavilion end, continuing on his economical start. Yeah, Jersey at 3.2 so far in this early stages of this run chase, trying to set a platform here, these opening two. Swipe at that one.
That's a better option as this more surprise ball within an over. The first couple of balls there, he was just a touch fuller, which meant kept Harrison coming forward rather than letting him sit on the back foot looking for that one. So that back of a length ball that's dug in a little bit more and just rises off a length can be more of a surprise element rather than the stock ball, which makes a big difference early on with that new ball.
Well, he's middled that one. Just 3 or 4 bounces and away it goes to the offside boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, great shot. The width that time was the key. That's the sort of fifth stick stump line that we talked about before that allows a batter to put their hands right the way through the ball, and in that power play with only 2 men allowed out, that offside field's up in the ring, so if you can just get it either through them or over the top of them, you're laughing.
Again, nice shot this time. That ring of fielders that Lee just mentioned in the offside was there. The ball to the fielder and no run. Got like three on the leg side, is it? I can see just craning my neck. 3 fielders on the leg side. The rest in the ring on the off.
Deep backward square, straight mid wicket in the ring, and then a mid on.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
That is well bowled.
Really nice from Bichard. That 4 earlier in the over, but has responded well with an excellent ball there. One of the balls of the day so far, beating the bat.
Probably say it's the same length as what he went for there, but the line, huge difference. Starts on middle, just straightens a touch, bit of extra bounce, and that's what you dream of as a bowler at the top of your run-up. If that one just nicks the top of off, that's even better. That's the cream of the crop for a seamer there, if you can execute that more often than not.
Well, that one does beat the ring on the offside. There's some venom in that shot, and it's the second boundary of the over and 8 from the over, and Jersey move on to 28 without loss, and suddenly Harrison Carlyon finds himself on 20 runs from 28 deliveries.
Yeah, he was always going to be the aggressor of these two. Stan, certainly more of an accumulator from what I've seen, and through the youth age groups he'll just go about his business quietly and keep ticking the strike over and putting away the bad ball, whereas Harrison will be looking to punish anything that's a bit of width. He's naturally a more aggressive batter, and that opening partnership that's been so useful for us in 50 over cricket with Nick Greenwood is similar with Greenie. Top class player, obviously on a contract over in Wellington, so he's a top player, but he's a bit less aggressive than what you'd class Harrison as.
Yeah, just opens the face of the bat and we'll get a single, brings Norman back onto strike. Will this be up there as one of the big games in Norman's career so far? I mean, I don't know a great deal about him.
Yeah, no, I would certainly say that from his point of view, this would be a huge honour to be able to represent Jersey, and maybe one that he wasn't expecting this year. I think he himself would be open to saying that, you know, this opportunity maybe wasn't something he had in his mind at the start of the season. He's certainly gone away. He went to sixth form in the UK, was at De La Salle previously, and learnt his cricket all the way through Jersey as part of our system, and then went to school in the UK, and has been in and around Cambridgeshire, MCCU, even to the extent of managing to represent them at Lords this year in that match against Oxford. So they've clearly seen something in him. He's clearly been away and worked really hard at his game, and probably a good example of what can happen if you do go and test yourself away from the islands that we've talked about with the youngsters from Guernsey and Jersey. It's such an important part of the development from both sides, Jersey and Guernsey, with their young talents. You know, even simply as taking a team away off the island, what that does for your, you know, learnings off the field, preparation, you know, getting good night's sleep, hydrating well, all those things, being away from home, being away from mum and dad, it's a big part of the player development on the island. And both Jersey and Guernsey have been touring for a long time and do various things to try and provide those opportunities for those young cricketers who need them. We've been away with our under-15s and 13s twice this year, one to Lancashire and one to East Midlands against Derbyshire and Leicestershire, to try and get some county exposure for them. So I know Guernsey have been away with their 15s up north against Northumberland and people like that. The young lad Ed Robinson, the 15-year-old who's not made the 11 today but in the squad, I believe put a big total, 160 odd I think, for their under-15s, which is a sign of more positivity for Guernsey with their youth setup starting to come to fruition and really start to produce some really talented young cricketers. And what's actually turned out to be quite a nice moment is that a 17-year-old team is just coming on.
Yeah, so a new challenge. Forshaw. Charlie Forshaw preparing for his first ball of this contest, up against the old Channel Island rival. That's a lovely shot. Just leant back and has fired that to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, welcome to Inter Island cricket. Picked him up. I think he's a fine talent. I don't think that one ball's going to change his mindset. He's a good young seamer. He'll keep coming back. The wickets and the performances in the T20 side show that. So he's not going to be worried about the occasion. Good shot from Stan. Quick on the short ball there, putting him off his length early.
Just cramps him up a little bit there. It sounded more batty than paddy. Half-hearted appeal.
Maybe a new bowler there, just he's not as tall as a Luke Bishard, so you're maybe not going to see so much bounce. So that one, maybe what looks like maybe kept a bit low, is actually just a bit more skiddy from a shorter seamer. So Stan and Harrison will just keep an eye on that as they go through their innings.
Yeah, good comeback after going for that boundary first up. A couple of dot balls back to back. Jersey 35 without loss in the 9th over. There'll be at least one in there with the fumble, and they might get back for 2. They do. Good running. Oh, there's a direct hit. I think he was well home by the time that happened, but yeah, good running in the end. 2 runs.
Yeah, nice shot from Stan. It looks like he's trying to take it to this bowler in particular. Maybe it's one that they've talked about to try and target a young seamer early here. He's walked at him there to try and hit him off his length and time one nicely. Little fumble, just gets through for 2.
That's another appeal from Forshaw again. Didn't seem totally convincing. And not out is the decision.
Yeah, think if you're going to get an LBW today, it's going to have to be pretty full. I think the umpires, certainly Heath with his experience at ICC level, can read a pitch and see what it's doing and adjust his decisions accordingly, and any sort of LBW hitting the knee roll and above, especially to someone of Stan's size, is going to be more going over than not.
Not getting the connection he wanted with that one, Norman, but it brings the over to an end. 6 off it, that boundary first up, where Norman just leant back and fired it to the leg side boundary. But pretty decent response from young Charlie Forshaw on the back of that, and 6 off the over. Jersey moving on to 37 for no loss. 9 overs into the run chase. 205 the target. Sun trying to break through. Just seeing, is this still Stokes continuing? Looks to be. From the far end. Yeah, he's played that shot a couple of times already, Harrison. Just happy to open the face of the bat and run it down to that third man, or that area behind square on the offside. And he gets another run for doing just that. One's gone down to the same area for another single. Fielded on the boundary by Forshaw. Just a little quiet out there, perhaps from Guernsey as well. I guess they've not taken the early wicket that they would have wanted, but the odd shout of encouragement, but not sort of the noise you might associate with the Inter Insular.
Yeah, I think it's always the case that first wicket tends to really sort of lift aside. I think you're always a bit tentative whilst the 2 openers are still there, especially with the new ball in your hand. You want to take wickets. The Jersey batters haven't looked too. They haven't struggled too much. Too uncomfortable at the crease. It looks quite.
Gorgeous shot that, and it's going to run and run and run down to that long boundary and run to the rope for 4. It was a lovely shot, timed it well, and it's quite a long way down to that corner of the ground, and it made it all the way along the ground for 4.
Yeah, just a long half volley there from Matt Stokes. It's certainly probably not the ball he was looking to get, but still trying to pitch it up in this 10th over to try and see if there's anything still in the ball. But
Carlyon wanted, or was looking for a single, was sent back by Norman. And they're getting through the overs pretty quickly here, Guernsey, getting around the field well. 10 done. Jersey on 43 without loss. So still going at more than 4 and over. And as you can see on the graphic there at the bottom of the screen, needing 5, just a smidge over 5 and over from here on in. Over the next 32 overs, 42 overs aside. Jersey winning the toss earlier on. Fielding first.
bit of sun coming out, maybe.
Yeah, it's nearly out. It's threatening. Here comes Forshaw again. Is there any bat involved there? It's an early shout to catch it, but I think it's straight off the pad and no real excitement. Well bowled, well dug out.
Good contest. There's two young cricketers finding their way into insular cricket. One trying to get on top of the other. Stan had a good start and Charlie's come back into it nicely, and this is, I think, a product, as I've talked about before, of two good young pathways within European cricket that keep producing their own cricketers, and seen the successes this summer from both sides.
Well, he's got under that. Is there a fielder there? There doesn't seem to be a fielder. There's one now coming round the rope, but it's going to find the boundary. 4 more. It was aerial. It was in the air for quite a while, but plenty of space out there on the leg side, square of the wicket, and 4 more.
Yeah, it's great batting from Stan there. That ball probably just a smidge too straight from Charlie for sure, but Stan quick enough on it to punish it nicely, put it away for 4, and as we say, the contest continues between these two young cricketers.
Yeah, good response.
Guernsey just plugged that gap now that Jersey were finding quite with ease through that gully region, just running it down to third man for 1 rather than keep a slip in place. They've brought that gully in to try and avoid that easy single and make them think a little bit differently, but
Last ball of the over. Advancing down the wicket there, Norman. It gets an inside edge. It's running very quickly away down towards the boundary. They've got 2 and they'll settle for 2. So 6 from that over, as there was in Charlie Forshaw's first over. So each of his 2 so far going for 6. Jersey 1 shy of an opening half-century stand at the moment. 49 without loss from 11 overs. And just bringing a helmet on here, are they?
Spinner coming on from the far end. Looks like Adam Martell left arm spinner. I think that last ball there that we saw just run away down to fine leg, it didn't go all the way, but I think that's just a clear sign of how the conditions have certainly been in Jersey's favour. Having won the toss and bowled first, the outfield was slow this morning when it had more dew on it and wetness, and it's drying up as the day goes on, which means the ball runs to the boundary faster. So yeah, Jersey making the most of more useful conditions to batting than they certainly were this morning. So going about their business nicely. Guernsey know a couple of wickets changes the game. It seems like in this game in particular, it's whenever sides started to look to push, the other one tends to drag it back. So plenty of cricket still to play, and change of pace here with spinner coming on. You look to bowl wicket to wicket without bowling too many bad balls, and beyond the Jersey batters to take the game to the opposition.
Yeah, good contest this, good match. First look at spin from Guernsey. Carlisle reaching for it, not finding the bat with it. Martell it is. Yeah, on the money there, no problem. Definitely be 1. They might think of 2. They're going to test the fielder's arm here, and they do get back for 2. Good, quick thinking between those 2. As soon as they set off, it was a question of, yeah, we might have 2 here, and they turned it into 2 quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, big corners on the ground at Grainville here. You can always get your 2s in the corners. We saw that is what Ollie Nightingale and Matt Stokes did so well first innings. When they picked the corners, they ran that first one so hard, they picked up 2s regularly, which puts pressure on the bowler because you can't then just keep trying to tie a batter down.
Yeah, good field placement that. Just trying to tuck it round the corner, but Mullen was there in the right place. That one a bit shorter, and it gives Carlisle a chance to free his arms. It will just be the single out to the boundary. And again, a really quick over. Impressed with the way Guernsey are getting through these overs here. 52 without loss.
Yeah, it's still a good start from Jersey. Guernsey will want us picking up wickets and try and break this partnership. It's been good batting from both sides. It started with Harrison being more aggressive and Stan's taken on the mantle a little bit over the last few overs. But it's out the power play now, and as that ball gets a bit older, it won't come off the bat quite as nicely and starts to aid the fielding side a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see how that passage of play goes. But I think how Martel bowls his overs here is going to be a big part of this chase. I think you might look at the Guernsey attack and say it's quite one-paced from the seamers, with not any express pace or anything like that. And I think that change of pace with the slower bowling will be quite important. I think Jersey will have to make a decision as to how they go about playing those Martel overs. Are we going to look to hit him out the attack and force Guernsey to make another change, or are we going to look to let him bowl his however many overs and go at 4s and 5s and keep looking to attack the seam bowling from the other end? So we saw from the Jersey innings that they weren't able to get a grip on the Guernsey batters with their spinners. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, good solid shot and good solid opening partnership. This setting a platform for the home side, for the hosts, 52 without loss. So a nice half-century partnership to start things off here for Paul Hutchison's side and set a platform for them. Again, able to run it behind square and again able to get back for 2 as well.
Yeah, big corners again. That's where you want to get your 2s, push that first one hard. Harrison Carlyon, not necessarily known for running that first one hard, and he won't mind me saying that, but on that occasion it's going to be the best way to get yourself keep going. And you can see from those first few balls he's maybe looking to just up the rate a little bit now. 31 or 44 is not slow by any means, but for him he'd like to be up around run a ball.
Yeah, same area. This time it's well fielded. Good stop there behind square.
Yeah, useful putting that left-hander at backward point. It's always a good option for run-outs and dive into their left-hand side, which often can happen off seam bowlers when it goes behind square. So good bit of fielding, and he's a good fielder in there, Adam Martel.
Just tucked him up a little bit, but well played. At least one again, and just happy with the one this time round. Scoring shots off the last 3 consecutive balls.
Yeah, that required run rate still staying around 5, so that'll be one to keep an eye on. It will be a good indicator as to who's in the head in the game. If it stays around 5 and no wickets are happening, Jersey will be happy. If it starts to creep up over 6, then Guernsey will be right in the game.
"13 gone, 57 for no wicket." As I say, 4 consecutive scoring shots there for Jersey. So as we saw with Guernsey being able to keep the scoreboard ticking over, Jersey now doing likewise. Even in the innings, the overs where there's no boundary, it's still there. We saw a series of run scoring balls, and the scoreboard continuing to tick over. He's bowled that well and dug that out well in the end. Had to watch it carefully. We saw that those full balls can be deceiving at times. That one almost on a Yorker length.
Left arm spinners can play a big part in longer format cricket as well as T20, but certainly in the 50 over game, where generally speaking in cricket there tends to be more right-handers than left-handers. If you've got a left arm spinner, as you can see there, they tend to turn the ball away from the right-hander, and they do it with a lot more control than maybe a right-handed leggy would be able to do. Leggy's leg spin is hard to do full stop and be consistent with, so they're a bit more of an attacking option. But a left-arm spinner who can turn it away from right-handers is like gold dust in 50 over cricket. Jersey have had plenty of them over the years. Nat Watkins, Ben Stevens, Elliot Miles, now young Toby Britton. I'm probably missing a few there from earlier areas, but those are just the ones that I was around when I was involved in the setup, and they certainly have plenty of days out where they won games of cricket for Jersey and dominating right-handed batting attacks around the world.
Yeah, well bowled. Good start this from Martel. Just 1.5 overs into his spell, but it's looked good from the far end, furthest end away from where we are commentating from, and that finds the edge of the bat and flew towards Stokes, who stopped it.
That would have been really, really difficult. I mean, that ball looked straight, so that's
flew, didn't
he's
it?
going to have been blinded by the keeper, and it's a sharp edge that's come quick at him.
Done well to stop it.
Yeah, I think that those are the sort of ones that they either hit you and they stick, or they hit you and they drop it. And I think they're quite happy that it just didn't go away and run away for 4 there. It's really tough chance that.
$14 overs down, 2 runs from that 14th over. Jersey, Jersey will be pleased with the 0 in the wicket column. They've kept the runs ticking over as well. It's not express pace that they're flying off the bat to all corners of the ground, but it doesn't need to be. The target 205.
Yep.
We've seen in the Guernsey innings, particularly from Stokes, how you can pace it really nicely and get yourself to a decent total, but real good base this for the hosts.
Yeah, they'll be delighted with this opening partnership, and that'll be exactly what they would have wanted to get them. As I say, the first 10 overs when you're chasing tend to be so vital in setting up the rest of the innings. Jersey have got plenty of batting right down the order, and attacking batters options are certainly left-handed Charlie Brennan. You've got Zach Tribe, who, as you mentioned earlier, last year played a magnificent knock to finish 90 odd not out. And put on a record partnership with John T. So plenty of batting still to come with these two just ticking along nicely, and that's what can potentially happen outside the power play as well. As much as the first 10 give batters an advantage with only 2 out, when you spread the field it's more opportunity to rotate the strike and keep ticking along at 5 and over. It's a bit more simple when you can work it into gaps and run hard between the wickets. So that'll be the plan now. I think, as we talked about before, the Stokes and Nightingale partnership will be the blueprint for Jersey to continue at the moment before they need to do anything rash. Change of bowler as well for Dane Mullen coming on at this end, replacing the young Charlie Forshaw.
He's bowled that nicely, nearly getting through the stroke of Carlyon. He rehearses the stroke a couple of times, having got to the non-striker's end.
Be a good passage of play this. Dane is wicket-to-wicket bowler. He's of the chuggy ilk, where he's hopefully not going to bowl too many bad balls for himself and force the batter to have to do something different maybe. And if they want to score some boundaries, they're going to have to take an attacking option. Wicket-keeper stood up doesn't allow the batters to sort of walk down the wicket and try and hit him off his length. So again, bit of a game of cat and mouse.
That's a positive shot down the ground from Norman. Carlyon again utilising that area behind square on the offside, and again finding the boundary and adding 4 to his total. He's on 39 now and going along very nicely. Norman on 26, and the partnership and the score moves to 66. Well dug out in the end. Guernsey desperate for a breakthrough here. They've not got one in that over. 66 without loss, 15 overs gone. And Harrison Carlyon on 39. And Stan Norman on 26. This opening partnership for the home side. And there's the makeup of this opening partnership so far. That one's played out into the offside. Pleased to say alongside us in the commentary position is Rob
Thompson, the Guernsey team manager, now taking over commentary duty from Lee Malloy. Rob, will get your view on how things are panning out in a moment's time after this delivery. Just a slight fumble, but it's still just the one. And Jersey move on to 67. So clearly no breakthrough in the opening stages, but it's not like Jersey have got massively away and they're not hitting it to every corner of the ground, every other ball.
No, not yet. Steady start from the boys, but early wickets, especially in a game and with conditions as we've got them today, are absolutely key, aren't they? So everyone's looking at the Duckworth score on the scoreboard, and unfortunately lack of wickets means that looks very favourable for Jersey at the moment. So fingers crossed, though, still plenty of time to turn it around.
What was the view when you were having your pasta at lunch of 204 for we'll just watch this delivery. It's hoiked into the leg side. There might be a catching opportunity. No, it's gone all the way. It might be the first 6 of this Inter Insular contest today. Thought for a moment when it was in the air it might be heading towards the fielder out there. Tom Nightingale it was on the rope, but clears the boundary and 6 runs. Yeah, the view at sort of the halfway point, was it that not a bad total to post 204 for 7?
Certainly not. I think the boys were really happy. It was a great effort, to be honest. Obviously, great toss for Jersey to win. I was out in the middle nearby, and as you would have probably seen, Chuggy didn't hesitate to bowl first, and that was certainly what we would have liked to have done as well. So I thought the boys, knuckled down really well to get 200 odd. So would have taken it. We've come fresh off a hell of amount of T20 cricket. That's how we've had to focus and prioritise our year. So to kind of go back to grass and go back to the long format and come here and play what is always a strong Jersey side is a massive step up and change. But I thought the boys adapted really well, and certainly plenty of positives to take.
Yeah, and hard when there's a little bit of rain around. I know it only changed it from 45 to 42, but makes a bit of an impact and having to get going again. But we thought that the innings of Ollie Nightingale, the innings of Matt Stokes, obviously in particular with 85, were just really well paced and just what you needed, that partnership at that time in the game. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, Stokes is another level. He proved that last week in the tournament final, and he's just carried on that form. It's no surprise to anyone that's watched Channel Island cricket for a long time now. So Ollie, very, very different in the way he goes about his work, but his innings is just off the back of a season or 12 months of just sheer hard work. The amount that he's put into his training, hitting balls, time spent working on his game has become so evident, certainly in the last few months at domestic club level, and obviously now at international level. He played a fine hand in our final tournament win last week, and 49 it was, I think, today. Partnership of 100 odd, and it's to do that in an Inter Insular is pretty special, and he deserves that for everything that he's put in as well.
Clubbed down the ground and goes to the boundary, and Dane Mullen, who's looked pretty tight and on the money in his first over and a half, is dispatched down to an area which is particularly well populated with supporters down in that corner of the ground, and 4 more to the Jersey total. 79 without loss, 16.3 overs bowled so far, and Mullen ready to go again. How can he respond? Pretty well, but that's an area that's been quite fruitful for Jersey so far, behind square on the offside from both batters actually.
Yeah, I'll hold my hands up. I think this is the first time I've seen Stan Norman play, so it's
I've not seen much of him either. Yeah,
really comfortable. Personally, it was a surprise to see him walk out with Harrison. He's more than justified the decision to open with him. He's played really well so far.
There is a fielder out there again, but I think it's going to be to his left-hand side and not getting close to it in the end. 4 runs it is. Second boundary of this Dane Mullen over, and takes Jersey to 84 without loss. We were saying just before you came on, it's a real platform for Jersey. It's not been explosive, but they would have gone out there and known that if they don't lose a wicket in the first 20 overs, then they've got a great chance of winning the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's what your run chases are always all about, isn't it? Surviving the inevitably tricky few first overs, keep your wickets in hand, and then you've got that ability to take risks later on if and when you need to. I think there's a bit more value for shots out there now.
Yeah.
This year's obviously dried up. There's a lot of really heavy dew, certainly for the first half of our batting. I saw some nice stuff kind of plug in the outfield and come up short, but yeah, goes back, I guess, to what we just spoke about with the toss, and it certainly looks really nice to bat out there at the moment.
And also on a day where there might be a bit of rain around as well, batting seconds just allows Jersey to, and actually we haven't had any rain since the interval, but allows Jersey to know what they're chasing, know how many overs they've got.
Yeah.
Just takes that uncertainty away in the run chase.
It does.
Whereas when batting first, when we came off for rain, we could have been off for 10 overs, could have been off for 4.
Yeah, and just as you said before, the boys having to restart again and readjust and work out again what you think a good total is. But that's always been the thing with Duckworth Lewis. You've got the benefit of knowing what your pass score is, where you need to be, get yourself ahead of that, try and have yourself a couple of wickets in your pocket, and you're still ahead on the DL. You're in great shape, and Jersey are very much in that position at the moment. So, I don't know quite what the radar's looking like at the moment. At halfway, it suggested we might get a bit more throughout this innings, but so far it looks all right actually.
Yeah, we nearly had sun for about 30 seconds at one point, but that's as close as it's got so far.
59 overs so far in the day, which I must admit, when I woke up this morning I wasn't too sure we'd get those.
Yeah, it's great to see some cricket, and it's the umpires were saying just now, what's happened there? They're appealing for a caught behind, I think was the appeal. The bells have been taken off as well. The foot seemed to be grounded, so I don't think the stumping is in play, but the Guernsey players seem to think that there was maybe a little ledge
a bit
on
of
that.
a nick-off. Yeah, there was a noise. Far be it for me to say from here, but there was a noise. It could have been anything.
Yeah, we'll try and get the replay in a moment on that one, but it was an instant appeal from the fielders, and as soon as the keeper Damaro had taken the bells off, he was involved as well. So certainly a few players seem to go up and have heard something.
Not the first one that Mr. Savage has turned down today.
Well, he was unmoved by the appeal. It looks we were a fair way away from it, but there's some surprised body language that the finger hadn't gone up. But he survives, does Norman, and has a swing at hoiks that one away, not off the middle by any stretch of the imagination, and it will get 1 run behind square on the leg side. 85 without loss. Harrison Carlyle 44, and Stan Norman into the 40s now as well. Martel it is who's continuing.
Big turn there, with that maybe slow turn there.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit of bounce, was it, as well there? It's, there have been the odd few that have bounced, and that one as well, so maybe a little bit out there. I guess there's the there'll be some footholds from that end. I'm trying to remember if we had any left-handers bowling earlier on, but there's a bit of turn there. That one's a bit shorter though, just dragged down a bit, and it's well fielded in the end.
Yeah, excellent ground fielder Tom Nightingale, really quick to the ball always.
Yeah, did well there. That's the end of the over. 18 overs bowled, 86 without loss. You're saying as well, just before you came on, Guernsey really getting through the overs quickly as well. Said maybe a bit quiet in the field. I suppose it's difficult when you've not taken an early wicket, but maybe a little quiet out there.
Something we picked up on in the on the bench, I must say. There were certainly, when I think back to Bishard beating the bat a few times, you'd maybe like a little bit more from the fielders, just to try and increase that pressure a little bit more. But maybe, as you alluded to before, few too much pasta at lunch possibly. Which was, I have to say, extremely tasty. Very, very good setup here these days
pass that
hospitality.
I'll pass it on to Robbo. He'll be pleased with the feedback. So he'll watch this part of the commentary back on loop to hear that. But yeah, good setup, and a fair few people in the corner of the ground to our right, to the right of the pavilion as you look out. A few dotted around the ground as well, as Carlyle plays that into the offside, and there's no run. Charlie Forshaw continuing from the pavilion end, 17 from his 3.1 so far. Looks to be a good find, good youngster.
Yeah, Charlie's a phenomenal talent. He's not long turned 17, and he's been with Hampshire a lot this season. So they've they see a lot of promise in him. So he's been playing a lot of age group and academy stuff with Hampshire. Culminated in Charlie was leading wicket taker in the sub-regional qualifier last week. So for a 17-year-old to do that on such a big stage was a phenomenal effort.
And how big are these inter-insular contests still in Guernsey, despite the excitement of the recent ICC tournaments and all the other cricket that goes on? They still mean a lot, and that rivalry still there?
Yeah, for sure they are. Obviously there are, if you think about it from a kind of a rankings and potentially a funding perspective, there are now bigger games, but you'll come to an end of a career and people, I think, are always going to be able to recall inter-insular centuries and fifers and wins and strings of wins that sides will have. That's the history and the heritage is always going to be there, so it's always something that the guys are going to be motivated to play, and I don't think it's diminished at all, despite the fact that we've obviously got other priorities as well.
Yeah, on the money again from Foreshore, no run. Stokes fields that one. Run rate required still around 5, as it has been almost all innings. The run rate being achieved by Jersey around 4.5, as it has been pretty much all innings so far. That area behind square being used again particularly well by Carlyon, who moves on to 47 now, and Jersey move on to 89 without loss at the end of the 19th over. Reminder, it's 42 overs per innings for those that weren't here with us from the start. And this is the Guernsey attack so far. Pretty economical from Matt Stokes, 3.6 an over conceded. And Martel been bowling nicely as well, 4 per over, 4 overs bowled, 16 so far off his bowling to date. And it is Martel who continues from the far end as we look on from just beside the pavilion. For those of you that know Grainville, our little tented marquee area just in front of the pavilion here. Martel continuing from the school end here at Grainville. Nicely bowled, nicely played, no run. Just zipped that one in a little bit more pace on that delivery. But, alert running, they get a single out into the offside. Yeah, good over this so far. One more delivery in it to try and get out of the over. Just the one run coming from it. He's bowled nicely.
Yeah, he has. He's settled into a nice rhythm. He's just got to try and find, I guess, that line that just brings that outside edge in, just like that.
Oh, just like that. That flew. Again. Absolutely flew, though. Hand to it, wasn't it? And
yeah,
3 for 2.
Fairly decent amount of the palm from certain. I mean, it would have been absolute blinder one-handed, but that's what Martel's got to do to try and get the right-handers play and with the ball turning away from them.
20 overs gone, 92 without loss is the score. It's a chance coming there. I say a chance. It would have been a superb catch had he had he taken it, but not to be, and Jersey remain without a wicket down. Norman on 43, Carlyon on 48, and both going pretty nicely here. It's going to be Forshaw to continue, and great test for him then as a youngster to stand up here against the Jersey side going well, and to show what he's made of.
Yeah, it's all brilliant experience. You know, he's stepped up to every challenge that we've thrown at him so far. Played a huge amount of cricket this calendar year in a green shirt, certainly at senior level, Charlie, and he's responded every single time. So this is, you know, yet another test debut in the longer format Inter Insular stuff. Been really nice and tidy so far. We just need something in that wicket column. And
nice looking shot from Norman, bit of width off it up there, and lent into it. Oh, bounces up off the rope and hits the spectator in the face. Was it over there? He looks like he's all right. He's got a smile on his face, and 4 more to the tally, and Norman closing in on a half century here. Both players in the latter 40s now. Yeah, nice recovery, nice response, having gone for that previous 4 with a bit of width. Back on the money there. Next delivery.
a bit impressive actually with Norman, how he's tucked in when he's had the opportunity.
Well, he's given that some welly. That's slightly plucked. Come back for 2. He needs a third if he's to get to his half century, and it's 3 that he gets. Plugged as the ball landed, didn't make it to the boundary, but Norman won't care. A half century at the top of the order against his rival Guernsey. And like you, Rob, I've been impressed with the way he's gone about his business.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not he would have expected that opportunity at the
No, I think
start of the day,
Lee Malloy was saying, yeah, but maybe not.
Talk about taking your chance though. Fair play.
And Carlyon will want to follow him to half century. He's on 49, and that takes him to a half century. So consecutive balls, consecutive half centuries for the Jersey openers. Carlyon getting there from 69 deliveries. Stan Norman from 56. And also this over the 100 partnership and 100 full stop coming up for Jersey inside the 21st over.
Yeah, slightly less of a surprise, the Harrison half century. Is certainly not his first against us. He's also batted really nicely.
Again, just dropping a little short there. And Jersey's starting to motor, but he's actually done all right there on the boundary, the fielder. It's an awkward one on a day like today. To judge, it might still be a little wet underfoot in places. It might skid on, it might plug. It's not the easiest day all round to play cricket, to be honest, unless you're a seam bowler and it's 11:30 in the morning, and then you might have a bit of a better day. But it's not been the easiest conditions, full stop. And I think at the halfway point, and therefore still the 204 for 7 for Guernsey was a good effort in 42 overs. Stokes with 85 of those. And I think at that point Jersey would have been thinking, and still do have some work to do, but would have been thinking we're going to have to work hard here to get our runs. But this base has put them on top as we edge towards the halfway point in the run chase. Again off the edge, again not going to hand.
Yeah, I think you can always tell how happy sides are when they come off at the halfway stage, and I think the body language from the Jersey bowlers and fielders was, that had been a decent effort from Guernsey with the bat.
Yeah.
All things considered, but they have worked hard and set themselves up pretty beautifully here, to be fair, with the run chase.
No, that might be a chance, and there's a chance that goes down. Norman into the leg side, and we've seen a couple of chances go down, but they've absolutely flown, and it almost feels wrong to call them a chance, but that was a chance.
Yeah, Josh will be very disappointed with that one. That's pretty routine, so big opportunity missed there.
Let off for Norman. let off for the Jersey opener. That's a nice looking shot from Harrison Carlyon. He'll get back for 2, I think, into those long corner areas of the ground. 2 more to the Jersey tally. But yeah, I think the ones for Stokes at slip, one I wasn't sure if it carried and one absolutely flew. So it does feel wrong to almost call those chances, but that one going down could have been and it would be still a relatively long way back, but like we were saying earlier, until you get that first wicket, maybe the noise in the field isn't so loud. So
yeah, sometimes it's just the spark you need, and you can get on
really
a bit
kick
of a
on,
roll.
you get 3 wickets in an over, and suddenly everyone's buzzing, and you're on top, and off we go.
Yeah.
Not to be.
Stems that flow of runs, which are coming quite easily at the moment. Body language from the boys has just gone a little bit flat again. So it's something to pick them up at the moment.
That's off the middle. It will just be 1 due to it coming off the middle, reached the fielder relatively quickly, and therefore just the 1 run for Carlyon out to the offside boundary. Last ball of this 22nd over. And it's a good one, and Jersey 108 without loss after 22 overs, and looks like it's going to be chance for the drinks break at the almost midway point in this, or just past the midway point in this 42 over contest. Jersey needing another 97 from here on in the next 20 overs at 4.85 an over. And Guernsey just need a little spark to lift them. What will they be saying in that huddle, do you think, Rob?
I think it's what we just said before. You've got to take that first wicket and see what that brings. One brings 2, as they say. If you can get 2 new batters in, what can you then do? Start to squeeze that run rate, get that run rate up. Run a ball and start to try and increase it from there. It might create a bit of pressure, but they'll be pretty flat. But there's only those guys can turn it around, so we'll have to wait and see.
So the drinks being run out to both sides. 108 without loss is the score. Gives us just an opportunity to take a look at some of the bowling figures so far here at Grainville this afternoon. Bishard opening up with Stokes, the 2 opening bowlers. Stokes the most economical of the 5 bowlers used so far by the Sarnians. Still awaiting something in the wickets column, but Stokes in particular will be pleased with his economy rate, at least, if not the wickets column. So the drinks are carried off. This is how the batting looks so far. Both batsmen with their half centuries. Norman on 53, Carlyon on 54, and just the 1 extra actually in the innings. 108 is the tally all in. Jersey looking to win for the 8th consecutive time in this fixture in terms of the longer form Inter Insular. A few 20 over wins in that period, of course.
Bishard to come back into the attack.
Yeah, he started quite nicely, so after the drinks break, maybe coming in, he's the man that Nightingale turns to try and get that first wicket or 2. I mentioned the 20 over stuff there. Obviously Guernsey with the really positive week. A couple of weeks ago, was it, that tournament now?
Yeah, about 10 days ago now.
Yeah. Must have been a great buzz around the island during that, and good crowds down, were there?
Yeah, it was incredible, to be fair. I think that's one of those things that will really kind of stick in the memory for a long, long time.
Good.
We had a bit of a blip in our third group game against Finland, so it made the final group game on the Sunday effectively a semi-final, so a must-win.
That makes it interesting. Maybe not the interest you want in the final game, but it makes it interesting.
Retrospectively, it was brilliant. So there's a bit of a shot in the arm for the boys, and a kind of got the focus back, and the island just came out in force for that Sunday afternoon. It was the perfect scene. KG5, it was sunny, it was Bank Holiday Sunday, and the boys were on in the afternoon, and it was phenomenal, and we got the win, and we went back out to the community on the Tuesday night before the final and asked for everyone to come down again, and my God, they did in droves. The atmosphere was electric.
Brilliant.
It's the most I've ever seen at a game of cricket involving Guernsey, and I think that's pretty much what everyone else said as well, and I don't think you can underestimate how much that kind of got the boys through that game, what was a really difficult fixture. And I hope with the people having the belief, the community wanting to come out and support them is exactly what we want, and we want the guys to be able to play that in front of families and friends and colleagues. So yeah, it just rounded it all off perfectly, I thought.
Yeah, Bishar getting back into a rhythm after the drinks break, starting his second spell here at Grainville today. On what now is a pretty chilly afternoon for early September. And Jersey going really nicely, 110 without loss. Those not with us earlier on today, slightly later start to this game than had been planned, delayed by about 45 minutes. It was a half 11 start and a reduced game, reduced slightly further by brief rain break, down to 42 overs a side, so just over halfway through the run chase in terms of overs faced. Bishar bowling nicely here after the drinks break. Was it a slight delay taking off? Was that the delay to the start, or slight delay when you got here?
It may be best I don't get too embroiled in
Okay.
in the current situation with our air links, but yes, we were late plane arriving in Guernsey to bring us over here, so who knows why that could be, but it's we're at a stage where it's not really a surprise these days, so I think we got to the ground about 10:15, so by the time we were in position to start the process of getting ready for the game, it meant a late start, and a bit of a shame really to lose 5 overs each innings, and then as you said, we had a bit of weather that actually passed a lot quicker than we expected to take us down to 42. But
and credit to the umpires, even at that stage. I think it was when you were arriving, they were saying, if there's a little bit of rain around, we want to get out there and get a game on. And there was that kind of misty stuff hanging around for a little bit during the Guernsey batting innings, the Jersey fielding innings. But we've got a lot more cricket in than many would have expected this weekend.
Yeah, you got everyone working as a team as well. Goffey was, on the radar, could see the weather coming, very much ready to get everything covered up, and had a little band of, younger volunteers by the look of it that did that. So that's always really appreciated as well. Kind of got it covered up and then got it off really quickly, so we didn't lose too much time at all, actually.
Positive Bishard over after the drinks break, just the 2 runs coming from it, both the first 2 balls of that over going for singles, and Martel's going to continue, by the looks of things, from the far end, continuing his spell. 6 overs in it so far, this will be his 7th. In Jersey 110 without loss. 205 the target, remember?
Probably deserves a wicket, Martel, I would say. Doesn't always work like that, but he's had 2 really hard chances dropped at slip. He's had the one dropped at mid-on. See if he can make something for himself.
And good to see 2 slips in now as well.
Yeah, I'd say he's justified that with the way he's bowled so far. Obviously even more important that he maintains that line of length, but he's certainly the pick of the bowlers, I would say, today, so far.
Very watchful from Norman, which is good to see as a young player, not experienced in Inter Insular cricket with his half century, still being watchful, still playing the balls on their merit at the moment.
And being cramped up for space there, fizzed in just a little bit more from Martel.
A bit of a dream day for Norman.
Yeah. Yeah, he's certainly going well. Got underneath that one, but it'll be one bounce to the fielder out there on the leg side. Deep boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary, and just the one run. Yeah, we've had a few commentators' curses today, so I'm just a bit worried every time someone's going well.
Harrison Carlin is batting beautifully. Looks like he wouldn't be able to get out all day.
We've used up our quota of commentators' curses. Although he's done his best for you there. He's certainly not timed that one. There's no run, and he stays on 55. Nice and enough played, but straight to the fielder. Again, whizzing through his over, and just the one run from it. So been tight from Guernsey since the drinks break. Just 3 runs in those 2 overs since the interval. There's the batting to come for the host island. Bichard it is to continue from the pavilion end this. There's a bit of space there on the leg side, and Norman's able to work it into that area for a single. Just advancing down the wicket. It's a lovely shot. Might just be for one. It is for one. Lovely noise on the bat. Advancing down the wicket, but just the one.
He's absolutely nailed that.
Yep. It's one of those where if you scuff it, you might get 2. But
yeah, sometimes Phil deserve a bit more for for a shot like that, but it goes both ways, I guess.
That was a bit of a hoik less. Yeah.
A far less better shot. You get twice as many runs.
Yeah, 2 runs onto Norman's tally. This partnership at the top of the order for Jersey continues. Well bowled, well played. And there is the wicket, there is the breakthrough for Guernsey. Playing across the line. Bichard gets his man. Finds the stumps, and the swing of the bat from Norman misses. And Bichard strikes, and Guernsey do have their first wicket. And Norman goes for 58.
And I'm sure I just saw a Bish smile there.
Well, here's the replay. It's a swipe across the line. Middle and leg. And that's the end of what was an excellent innings from Norman.
Yeah, he's batted very well. A little bit of pressure after the drinks, to be fair. If you look,
Yeah.
got balls and slowed them down a bit, but
a little shake of the head from Norman, but as he departs. But I think he can be pretty proud of his display there at the top of the order alongside Harrison Carlyon. He goes and Jersey lose their first wicket for 115.
Yeah, he might not want to look back at that, but he'll be pleased with his job, I'm sure.
Josh Lawrenson is the new batter to join Harrison Carlyon in the middle. And one ball of this Bichard over remains. And you're right, Rob, since the drinks break, tidy in terms of not too many runs coming, but also getting that wicket. It's been, maybe there were some words said in the huddle during that break, and it's been a good response by the men in green and yellow since the break.
Yeah, that's all they can do. Try and take a game long. You never know what can happen. Run rate's up at 5 1/4 now, so it's crept up since drinks. Try and get that up to above a runner ball.
Yeah, he's bowling really nicely, Bichard. It's a good end to that over, and over in which a wicket fell. The first wicket of the innings, 115 for 1. Carlyon still out there on 56, and Josh Lawrenson, new to the crease, yet to get off the mark. Rob, thank you very much. Rob Thompson, the Guernsey team manager, thanks for joining us on commentary.
Pleasure, thank you very much. And,
enjoy the rest of the game. Safe trip back.
Quick shout out to everyone watching at home. Thank you for your ongoing support as always.
Thank you, Rob. No, thank you to you. Yeah, safe trip back later.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Rob Thompson there, Guernsey team manager, joining us on commentary. And joining us for that first wicket in that previous over. Bichard with it. Lee Malloy from Jersey Cricket is back. We were just saying Guernsey have done pretty well since the drinks break. A couple of tidy overs and then have got the wicket, and the run rate required still remains around 5. The runs being scored still remains around 4.5. So it's pretty much as we were and as we have been for most of the innings.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of the day that we've had. It's been a great partnership there from Stan and Harrison to set up the game, but job's not done, and as everybody knows in cricket, the hardest runs are the ones to get you over the line. So as you mentioned, the run rate hasn't really gone too far. It hasn't really changed much since the first over. So I think the one thing that really plays in Jersey's favour here is the wickets in hand that they've got to be able to go through the gears should they be needed. But certainly at the moment, Jersey be looking to kick on, and Guernsey be looking to keep taking regular wickets in the last 20.
Well, this is Dane Mullen bowling at the moment, just dropping that one short of a length, and was hoiked into the leg side. Lawrenson, the new man to the crease, and watchful of that delivery from Mullen. Yeah, we were saying we were impressed with the way that Norman didn't get overexcited in terms of, he's got his half century. He's new to that top order opening pair with Harrison Carlyon. It's a big occasion for him, and he batted really nicely throughout.
Yeah, I certainly did, and I think the way that he went about his business was even more impressive to see. He certainly didn't let the occasion play too much in his mind. He took his time, he got himself in, and once he got in, he was punishing bad balls and being really busy at the crease, which looked really good. Ran hard between the wickets, just did the basics really well, and obviously got his just rewards for that. And as far as Inter Insular debuts go, I'm sure he'd be delighted with that. No doubt, as he walked off, he would have liked more. That's often the case with batters, where it's if you're not out at the end or you haven't got past 100, then you tend to walk off thinking I wish I had more. But he's done a really good job there for the team, given a real good opportunity by the coach, and possibly there, a little insight into the coaching exploits that have been going on behind the scenes with these young cricketers. Certainly this week Stan was hitting loads of balls out in the middle and preparing himself, and the new coaches Woody and Hutch are certainly not scared of giving people opportunities, and sticking Stan right at the top there on his debut was a show of confidence from them, and he certainly paid them back and done them a favour.
Well, I was wondering for a while whether the partnership of 208 from last year was beatable. I was trying to do the maths of getting to 204 and smashing a 6 off the last, but not to be. It's Zach Tribe 12 months ago, making 96 not out in Guernsey alongside Jonty Jenner, not in this Jersey side today. but between them a 208 unbroken partnership in this fixture last season, and then Jersey with 115 opening partnership today. So some long partnerships that Guernsey have had to face with the ball in hand over the last couple of years. But they've now got their breakthrough. The run rate's not run away from them, but it's the wickets column that means that Jersey are on top out of the two sides here with wickets in hand. But Bichard in particular bowling nicely at the moment. Got the wicket last ball with that shot across the line by the looks of things on first look. Looked like maybe played across the line a little bit, and it was a swing of the bat that missed, and the stumps were there for Bichard, middle and leg taken out. So bowling nicely from the pavilion end. Lawrenson on strike. Nice high elbow down the ground. And they get back for two.
Yeah, I think, as you said there, Luke Bichard has come back on here and really hit his straps well. I think now the ball's a bit older and the pitch is probably not quite as zippy as it was. He needs to hold that length, that wicket-taking length that he took, top of the stumps, hit the bails as much as he can, which makes it more difficult for these batters to score consistently.
No run. Nice looking shot, just be the one run. Again, hitting it really cleanly, but when you do that, you might get the one instead of the two, and that's what happened again there. Just the one out to the fielder, marshalling the boundary out in front of the covers there, which have been used far less than many were expecting today, those covers. Varying forecast. I think there's due to be a fair bit of rain overnight tonight into tomorrow, last I saw. But we've got a lot of cricket in, and it's a swing and a miss.
Just a little sign there of maybe Harrison looking to try and put his foot down a little bit here and try and break the back of this. You don't want to leave it too late, and you don't want to sort of fall into this rhythm of facing dot balls when you're in. It certainly looked like a wicket that rewards good shots, and ones and twos are easy to come by if you can hit the gaps and you can hit the corners of the field rather than try and stand there and just whack it all over the place. I think we've seen that whenever Jersey have found the boundary, it's from good cricket shots, not trying to force it. But 57 off 85, he's in now, so he'll want to go on and be not out.
Think about a single and then think better of it, and he probably won't want to see that shot back either. End of the over, 120 for one, 27 overs have been complete, so 15 to go in this 42 overs aside contest. This is the batting to come. Brennan and Googe.
Plenty of options there for Jersey. They've got Brennan, they've got Googe. I'm not sure that's going to be the exact order. I think Zach Tribe's carded to come in next. Googe, Brennan, 5-6. Sumarao is a very good bat. Dunny himself is a very good bat. Simo scored a lot of club runs this year, and Chucky, I think, was the 4th or 5th leading run scorer within the Jersey Prem this year. So a long batting lineup, some more experience down the bottom as well, which might help. Jersey will hope that that's not needed or called upon. Good indicator tends to be the DL, and I'm just looking at the scoreboard now, which is 108. So if they came off now, Jersey would be 12 runs ahead. But wickets bring it closer together, so Guernsey, if they can nick another one, that will bring that closer, and Jersey will want to keep ticking the runs away off the scoreboard.
Wow, there's a noise, and there's a wicket down the leg side, and it's just taken a glance off the bat of Lawrenson, who doesn't really want to leave. And whether that's because he's frustrated with himself, or whether that's because he's frustrated with the decision remains to be seen. We'll try and get a replay in a moment's time, but they were very quick to appeal Guernsey, so there was clearly something there, and up goes the finger, and Lawrenson goes. Hard to tell from that angle, but it was an instant reaction, wasn't it? But I would need to see from the other side, really, to see if that's bat or
there was a noise, no doubt.
Yeah.
Hands and bat were quite far away from the body, so if it's going to have hit anything, it's either bat or pad, one of the two. There was definitely something, so the umpire's gone off what he's heard, I think. But whatever he thinks about it, as in Josh himself, is doesn't matter. It's out. It's been given. Move on. Going to take a wicket, and it's game on.
Well, you're right. It's Zach Tribe who makes his way out to the middle to join the opener Harrison Carlyon, still there on 57. And Zach Tribe now steps up to try and ensure that Jersey get over the line. I think you're right in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis. Jersey are narrowly ahead. That brings it a little closer. Just with so many wickets in hand, if they were to have wickets in hand in the last few overs, it allows them to swing a bit. But it's been an excellent contest. I think it's been really interesting cricket, and it's been pretty close throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a good cricket wicket. A little bit in it for the seamers, but also batters. If you apply yourselves and get yourself in, there's runs in that wicket, good value for your shot. So really important that the Jersey batters give themselves time, but at the same time, when you're chasing and just over 14 overs left, it's not always the case. But Zach, a good attacking batter, will be looking to get on top early.
Well, he's got that one out into the leg side, and Tribe is off the mark. We're saying Tribe made 96 in this fixture, 96 not out at that last time. Now out there with some work to do again to try and get his island over the line. Dane Mullen it is with ball in hand from the far end. Carlyon has scored a lot of his runs in that area today. And that one has gone all the way to the boundary. Not off the middle again. He's played a lot of shots into that area off the middle. That one wasn't, but it results in 4 runs for Harrison Carlyon and takes him into the 60s.
Yeah, I think he's just used the pace nicely there. I think that's he's looked around and looked at the field with 2 men back straight, taking that option away, using the pace. It seems a good option to get his boundary.
Getting down into that area, might be 2 in it. They'll think about 2, but I think they're right to say we'll just have 1 there, and keeps Carlyon on strike, because that is the end of the over, and Jersey on 126 for 2, 28 overs in, so 14 to go. You can see down at the bottom of the screen there's 79 runs required still, 14 overs to get them, and a required run rate just creeping up a little bit to over 5.5, and the current run rate of 4.5 so far. With wickets in hand, plenty of freedom perhaps as the innings goes on to free the arms if required. But it's a really good contest, this good battle between these 2 rival islands. And we saw last year where it was one-sided. This year it's been a good contest, and both sides having to work hard if they want to win that trophy and lift that trophy in an hour or so's time.
Yeah, it's not cut and dry. Certainly last year, I mentioned, was one-sided. This has been anything but all day. It's been back and forth.
Nip and tuck, hasn't it, all day? Yeah.
It's not been simple. It's been a good contest between 2 good teams.
Now we're going to try and get back for 2. It needs a dive, but they get back comfortably in the end, because Carlyon was willing to put in that. I say comfortably, it probably wasn't the right word, but home by a short distance in the end with that dive.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go about it here. Aggressive running with wickets in hand. You've got to put these fielders under pressure. The onus has got to be on them to save that second, and Tribey certainly will be running hard between the wickets. He's a good quick runner between the wickets, and Harrison getting over the line there nicely.
Turns it round the corner. They're going to try and get a quick run in here, and that's again going to be tight but good running. Set off quickly, Tribe, as you were saying. Quick between the wickets. We'll push Harrison Carlyon. Carlisle been out there some time now, 90 balls, so Tribe will push him on to get those quick singles, I'm sure. And Tribe now on strike. Stokes, who did so well with the bat earlier on 85, the mainstay of the Guernsey innings of 204 for 7. And now with the ball in hand, in he comes again.
These two have played a lot of cricket together. They were same age, so come through at the same age group, and were pretty much they were the top order batters within that age group. So they will know each other's games well. They'll call run hard between the wickets, so they won't be unfamiliar with how each other want to go about chasing down these runs.
Certainly still some bounce out there. That one lifted off a little with the keeper up to the stumps. Yeah, made that one look easy. No thrills, just happy to keep the scoreboard ticking over after a couple of dot balls there, just making sure he gets his one, and Jersey get to their 4 in the over with 1 ball to go. I'm going to try and get through to make it 5 from the over, and that's just what they do. If they can keep getting the fives and over for the next few overs, then that sets them up for the last few.
Yeah, I think they'll break it down pretty simply. I think any time it stays under 6, you're pretty comfortable with your 1s and 2s, and 2s are absolutely crucial here because 3 or 4 of those and you're way above that 5 that you need. So it's not always about boundaries. It's not always about coming in and trying to hit it from ball 1, hit the ball out the middle of your bat, run hard, take them as close as they can go. What we 74 needed off just 13. Both sides in the game. Not a simple chase, but wickets in hand the key.
Now Mullins just dropped that short, but it's not off the middle. That a lot of height on it. They'll get through for 2. A lot of space out there. Yeah. So even when it's not off the middle, it's relatively safe into that big open area. Decent sized ground, this, isn't it? It's a lot of space on both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, Granville's always been big, especially the corners. This is certainly the middle wicket of the square that gets saved for the marquee games. So this is about as big or as this is off the main pitch as well. So
yeah, just freed his arms and adds another, going along nicely. Carlisle clearly seeing the ball well, onto 69 for him now.
Chat between the bowler and the captain here. I think that'll be around, do we want to try and bring an extra man up and squeeze a few dot balls whilst he's in early? As we've seen throughout the day, it's not that easy to sort of pick up runs early doors in your innings. It makes it quite difficult. So he's actually gone a couple extra out in the leg side, which opens up the leg side for Zach. Maybe looking to try and get him to try and work one in there off a middle off stump line. But I'd be tempted here when you're still under 6s just to try and sneak a few singles when the batter's new to sneak a few dot balls whilst the batter's new to the crease, rather than looking to play with a bit more attacking intent. You maybe bring cover up, take a risk of losing a boundary but gaining a couple of dot balls that then gets you back into the game and drives that run rate up above 6.
Bit of space outside the off stump there, and an awkwardly spinning ball is just about stopped.
Well readjusted, whoever that was at mid. Ben Furbrush at mid off there.
Yep.
Bad for an old man. He's certainly a senior player in this side now, so he's done well to.
Well, he's been sent further out. He's been sent further out to the boundary now. But yeah, he did well. Last ball of this Mullen over. Turned away, by the sounds of it, maybe turned away off the stumps. They'll push for 2 here, Jersey. And there is a direct hit in there.
Great bit of fielding that from, looks like Tom Nightingale. He's quick to the ball, one-handed pick up, and then throws down the stumps at the non-striker's end. He clearly throwing to Harrison's end, who they think is going to be the slower of the 2 runners. So great bit of boundary fielding there. Couldn't prevent the 2, but great bit of work, and maybe a little warning to the batters that if you want to take 2 to me, it's not going to be as simple as you think.
Here's the bowling figures so far. Stokes economical, Martel economical, just 25 off his 7, and then the wickets going to Dame Mullen and Luke Bichard, who's looked good at the top of that list. 7 overs, 1 for 28, going at 4 and over his economy. So 12 overs to go and 69 required at 5.75. Jersey currently going at just over 4.5. But with those 8 wickets back in the dugout, back in the hutch just to our left, and it's Stokes who will continue from the pavilion end. Nice shot, might be 2 in there as well. Just a little slip though. I think there's a little slip by Carlyon as he turned. So maybe still just a little bit of dew out there perhaps. A bit of rain earlier on, of course, which had the players off for 20 minutes, half an hour or so during the Guernsey batting innings. And it ends up just being the 1. That'll be just 1 as well. It's a good start to the over from Jersey, although nothing particularly exciting in there. A 2-1-1, so they got their 4 from the over at the midway point. Another couple off the next few balls, and they're going at the rate required. And there's 1 of those. Again, just able to find those singles into the offside at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering whether Guernsey captain wants to gamble and maybe bring another fielder up just to see if he can sneak a few dot balls. I think Harrison, you'd have him set back, but the longer Tribe he bats for, the easier it gets for him. So you'd want to try and sneak a couple of dots early just in case.
Yeah, Nightingale actually himself did bring himself in a few yards for that delivery on the offside, just perhaps just to try and stop those pushes into the offside that had resulted in the previous couple of singles. Not far away from the edge. No, I think is that the end of the over? Or is the umpire just coming in? I know our screen is saying that's the end of the over, but seems to be 1 more delivery. So I don't know if our graphic was slightly wrong at the bottom of the screen. There's a bit of a miscommunication, and there's no run, or if it was a 7-ball over perhaps. But 141 for 2. And that is the end of the over. Heath Kearns walks away, and Mark Savage comes to be the standing umpire at that far end. Just seeing our scorecard saying 141 for 2. The scoreboard here at the ground saying 139 for 2. Just a slight discrepancy between the two, and maybe a little confusion. We'll try and sort that out in a moment. But the scoreboard here at the ground saying 139 for 2. May just be a no ball, or perhaps missed somewhere in that previous over. We'll clear that up in a moment as Dane Mullen continues in this 32nd over. And after this we'll be into the last 10, and we still don't quite know which way this one is going to go. A couple of wickets, and Jersey might be in a bit of trouble. If these two can stay there for another 5 or 6 overs, then Jersey will very much fancy their chances of winning for the 8th occasion in a row. Tribe on strike, still very much in the early stages of his innings. Just 12-13 balls that he's faced. He's looking very composed out there. Looks like he's been out there for longer. Don't know if he's normally a good starter, but he certainly looking good out there.
Yeah, he won't be flustered here, Zach. He's played a lot of cricket. He's off Ireland this year, playing for a good Premier League side in East Anglia region, and he's certainly not shy of a bit of power. So he knows he can catch up. At 6 off 13 won't trouble him. He'd be happy with that.
Well, Carline's gone aerial here. There's an opportunity. It's not gone to the boundary at least. It's right down at the far end of the ground from where we are, and it was one of those awkward ones where do you go for the catch, do you go for the stop the boundary, and it's stopped the boundary at least. The few times we've seen players on either side go aerial today, I think one six, 2 sixes maybe in the day.
Yeah, not many.
But as we were saying earlier, big ground, and there's been a lot more of that going on. A push and run, keep the scoreboard going, and another single on the card. Again gone aerial, again there's a player underneath it, again it's awkward, but this time it's taken. It's an excellent catch. Had to watch it carefully, stooping low. And the aerial route has not been a successful route on that occasion. And Jersey lose their 3rd wicket. And again off the bowling of Dane Mullen. Maybe there's still some life in this game yet. Googe is going to be the new batsman. And Carlyon is the man to depart for 75. Faced 101 balls. Here's the look at the shot. Chose to go aerial. Now this is a good catch because the previous ball had been an awkward one. And as we saw in the first innings actually, when we had a carbon copy the very next ball, this one was an awkward one.
Very good.
The diving catch, and it's really well held.
Very good catch there from Rosh. He was
Butler out there, was it?
Butler out there, yeah. Not sure whether to go and gamble, and this time it was just that little bit further that committed him to it. So he's sort of come back nicely from that first one and just taken a really good low catch there, and a big wicket in the game. Anytime you get the set batter out, that changes things slightly. I'm not sure Harrison needed to look to go aerial there and go straight. I think big pockets in the corners, pick up your 2s, still under 6 and over, or just around 6 and over, and 2 runs a ball is going to easily get Jersey close to the total here. So whether that was needed right now, but it's the natural game he plays, so he's backing his skills 100%. And Paddy Googe comes to the crease having had a good club cricket summer.
143 for 3 is the score on the scoreboard at the ground, and Jersey, as they will have known at the halfway point in this game, have work to do. And they're being challenged here by Guernsey. There is life in this game. 10 overs to go, and still 60 odd required.
Yeah, good brave decision here as well. Change of bowling from this end. It's young Forshaw coming back on. I think that's a real positive from the skipper to give the youngster the ball in this occasion as it's getting tight. You know, it's one of those scenarios where if he comes off and nicks a couple of wickets and puts Guernsey in the driving seat, then that's a massive bonus and a learning experience. And if it doesn't come off and goes the other way, then he can only learn from it. So real positive call from the skipper here to give the youngster the ball, and a new batter at the crease and one relatively new. It's be interesting to see how they go about it.
Well, an indication of how well poised this is the Duckworth-Lewis score, which is showing at 141 Jersey would need at this point, and they've got 143 currently for 3. Bit of width on offer first up from Forshaw into the attack. It's just the one. Briefly thought about turning and going for a quick second, but thought better of it, and it gets Googe on to strike for the first time, just taking his guard.
It's Tom Nightingale out there. He's a fantastic boundary fielder. You see, he wasn't even on his feet when he launched that ball in over the top without a bounce. It was an impressive slide. Great first time pick up and then straight bang over the stumps of the keeper. So Jersey batters know that they're taking risks if they take 2 to him.
Googe off the mark. First ball faced. Not the cleanest strike he'll ever hit, but he's off and running with 1 from 1. 145 for 3. The score in the 33rd over. And a play and a miss. Big edge on that one, down to third man, and adds 1 more. 146 for 3. Yeah, set off quickly there, this Jersey 2, Jersey pair. Still just the 1 though. See a few Jersey cricketing stalwarts just walking around the boundary edge. Not sure if that's a sign of things have got a bit tighter than we wanted here. Tony Carlyon and Andy Brownie Brown out there pacing around, looking a little more nervy than they were maybe half an hour ago.
Yeah, I think this is a good Guernsey fight back here. I think it's been an impressive way of going about things. They've not changed from their plan. They've just got a bit better, I think, since that drinks break. They've just bowled better, bowled tighter, less loose balls, which has left Jersey trying to find their 1s and 2s. The run rate still creeping up slightly every time Jersey don't match that run rate required. So it's an interesting dynamic to try and build as we get towards the end here, and any neutral out there will be enjoying the end of this match, and for those not neutral, they'll be cheering on their side, hoping that they can get over the line, because it's been one of those days where it hasn't stopped going backwards and forwards, and it's been a really tight, good game of cricket to watch.
One more for Googe. 148 for 3. 33.1 overs bowled so far. Remember, 205 is the target after Guernsey posted 204 for 7. Stokes making an excellent 85 of those, ably supported by Nightingale, who made 49. Powerful shot down the ground to long on. They're going to get back for 2, are they? They've got to set off. And had it been a direct hit from the boundary, would have been really tight. Zach tried back on strike for Jersey, working hard here. Try and get his island over the line. Mullen continuing. 150 up for Jersey, 151 for 3, 33 and a half overs played. Now, is that going to beat the fielder? Yeah, it has. Is it going to go all the way to the rope? It does. And that's Googe's first boundary. And 155 for 3. Jersey require 50 more runs for victory, and an 8th Inter Insular victory in a row. 50 runs away for them.
Yeah, that's a good Good release shot there from Guernsey, timed it nicely down the ground. Boundaries help.
Let's try it again. This time it's gone in the air. That might plug. No, that's going to go as well. Down towards the cameraman at the far end. Another 4 back-to-back boundaries for Guernsey. 159 for 3 now. Out into the offside from Guernsey after those 2 boundaries. Clever cricket, just to make sure he gets one more, and that's a productive over there for Jersey. 34 overs bowled. They move to 160 for 3. And 34 overs bowled, meaning 8 to go. It's got a few issues with the graphics at the moment, so we'll keep you across the scores. We could perhaps get them up and just keep reminding you that we're 2 out on the scoreboard, but the scoreboard here in the ground is the one we're working from. 160 for 3, and what's that? 45 more runs required. So 45 required from 8 overs.
Good over that from Jersey. A couple of boundaries.
Yeah, that will help.
Allowed the release shot. Paddy Guernsey there being brave with 2 fielders up straight with mid on and mid off. That's the opportunity to go over the top, and he's taken it early, which game of cat and mouse that can work in either way's favour. But he's started well here, looking to get his 1s and 2s. He's running hard between the wickets with Tribe and got a couple of boundaries early just to ease any potential Jersey nerves that there might have been in the camp. But as I say, Guernsey have been fantastic with this fight back here. That's certainly been years gone by when teams of the past maybe wouldn't have seen that fight back, but a younger team, a confident team, one that's won lots of games of cricket this year is not giving up, and they're all out there working for each other there, and it's it's great to see.
Forshaw it is into bowl now. Bit of rain in the air again, with 8 overs of the day to play. Not heavy by any stretch of the imagination, just very light rain around here at Grainville. Had one brief break earlier in the day. Not middled by Tribe. 161 for 3. They'll come back for 2 here, and they'll get the 2. Good running from the Jersey duo, who have looked to be quick between the wickets since they've come together, actually, Guernsey and Tribe. .163 for 3. Again, close, and again, good running. It's good running if you make it, and they made it just about. No direct hit, and the scoreboard moves to 163 for 3. 164 for 3. We'll pop the score back up on the screen, but just bear in mind we're 2 runs out on the scoreboard, so 164 is the true score, as they get through for 1 more, and Jersey continuing to edge forward, not with any great pace, but edging forward enough each over. So that run rate that's required, still 5.5. The run rate that Jersey have achieved so far, 4.75. And is this what they call squeaky bum time?
Yeah, these are the sort of periods in cricket where your name is etched in history of Inter Insulars, whether you're the one to get the team over the line or whether you're the one that unfortunately is on the other side of it. But I think regardless of the result now, I think Jersey would feel that they've lost it. Guernsey would feel that they would have won it if they go on to take it from here. So interesting period of play ahead, and anything can happen in these last few overs.
We have a 205
is the target. So Jersey's still 40 runs away. It's Adam Martel who's bowling. Down on one knee is Googe there, and he'll get one more. Moves on to 15. Just practices the shot again. Tribe doesn't get a clean bat on that, but gets a little outside edge. There's a little misfield as well, and they'll comfortably get back. 2 more for Tribe. $168 for 3. Full toss, slapped away, 1 bounce to the fielder. Another nice shot, needs cutting off on the boundary, and that's exactly what the Guernsey fielder out there does. 2 more.
This is the way of going about it that is a lot more simplistic. We're not looking for boundaries here, not looking to try and swing yourself off your feet. It's hit the gaps, run hard between the wickets, get your 1s and 2s, and you can score at 7s and 8s rather than 5s and 6s.
Well, bowled him, and that will add to the squeaky bum time we were talking about, trying to sweep it round the corner. And Jersey lose their 4th wicket, and will start to perhaps be a bit concerned here. There's some batting to come. Zach Tribe still out there, of course, as well. He had that excellent 96 not out a year ago. Seems to enjoy batting in these Inter Insulars. He's still out there, but we'll see who comes out next. It's going to be Brennan, so good batsman to be able to be bringing in at number 6 is Charlie Brennan.
Left-hander adds to the mix a little bit for the bowlers to have to adjust their line. Charlie's a young batter but experienced in terms of club cricket and playing at a high level. He's got plenty of options with the bat. He's certainly got power and he can run well between the wickets. So Jersey still have plenty in the hutch here, and this is the sort of scenario where we talked about earlier, where wickets in hand can start to still play in your favour because you've still got good batters to come. So Guernsey will look to keep taking wickets, look to keep the run rate down, obviously, but I think if you put it in context of 34 needed, the graphic a little bit ahead, so 34 needed off what looks like 37 balls. Still a runnable. It's a fairly simple scenario where you don't need to start panicking and you don't need to start playing false shots that aren't your strengths. Batters, you still want to back your game and you still want to play the shots that you know you can play and go to your strengths, but certainly not the time where you need to panic here. 1s and 2s will get you over the line, get it to the last over and see what can happen. Just a reminder that the graphic is 2 runs ahead, and that it is 171 and there is 34 needed and there's 1 ball left in this over.
All turned round the corner. Not sure how much bat was involved. We'll see when the umpire signals. Maybe none. We'll see. Looked like he was trying to turn it round the corner. And it's a wide ball that is signalled by Mark Savage, so no bat involved. And some extras added to the total in addition to the 2 that were run.
Immediate impact to the left-hander there. Bowler's bowled solely to right-handers all innings. Left-hander comes in, just loses his line, leaks it down leg side, and Jersey pick up a freebie.
Well, that has hit something this time. And not the most comfortable start for Charlie Brennan, but he is off the mark, and that is the end of the over. So 36 overs bowled, 6 to go, and the score on the scoreboard here at the ground, 175 for 4.
And Zach Tribe and Charlie Brennan out there, two really good, decent batsmen to have in with 4 wickets down. You take Charlie Brennan coming in as your number six batsman.
Yeah, could show a depth of the batting lineup. 30 needed off 36 balls. Pretty simple equation with 6 wickets in hand. I think most people, if you were betting, would be putting money on Jersey here, but the hardest runs to score are the runs to get you over the line, and runs on the board can create funny pressures. Guernsey got a good bowling attack, good seamers, good spinner, so it's far from done.
Forshaw has the ball in his hand, and he's at the end of his run-up, ready to roll again. Again, Brennan's edgy start to this innings continues. He's got nothing on that, says Heath Kearns. It's gone right through, it's gone through him, it's gone through the wicket-keeper, and it's gone to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, bonus runs for Jersey. Last couple of balls, you've seen a few wides. Up until now, Guernsey have been really ruthless with the ball. They're giving Jersey no extras. Just a few leg byes, I think, before now. And just last couple of balls, maybe just the toll of the day, the length of the game. Both sides have been used to a lot of T20 cricket this year, so it's just doing it for long periods of time that can make it quite difficult. But those who tuned into the final of the Guernsey tournament saw 2 brilliant takes from Zach Damerel behind the stumps off Charlie Forshaw, so he's by no means a mug with the gloves. He's a fantastic wicket-keeper for Guernsey, and just in that moment didn't quite pick it all up, so he'll pick his head up and go again. He's
Well, the ball has come back from that hedge that we lost the ball in earlier on in the previous innings. So Heath Kearns just taking a look at it to check that it vaguely looks like a ball that's been used for 36 and a bit overs.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the one that we've been using, because Ollie's thrown that one off the field.
It's been dismissed, is it?
Looks like the originally lost one that we had this morning. So that's a bonus, and the budget for cricket balls has just gone back up, which is great for the Jersey
everyone
player,
involved,
the Jersey
really,
coach. Yeah, that's it. That's one less ball to have to pay for Kenya, so he's happy with that.
And now another ball emerges from the hedge. What's the chances of this one?
I think this one was from the walkovers Griffins game earlier in the season.
How long have they used it for, though? That's the question. .179 for 4, the score on the scoreboard at the ground. Meaning what? 26 more runs required.
26 off 34. So
if Jersey don't lose wickets, it should be theirs. If they lose 3 quick wickets, then everyone might panic. But
fantastic moment for a commentator's curse there. If
yeah,
Jersey don't lose.
Yeah. Oh, we were saying earlier.
Anybody think you're supporting Guernsey?
Well,
I'm trying to...
well, I've spent my career being impartially wanting Jersey to win. Yeah. No, we were saying with Rob Thompson, we've used up our quota of commentators' curses in the first half hour, I think. So we can't have any more.
No, agreed. And I think regardless of what the result is here, it's been a fantastic day's cricket with both.
It's been great. I've loved it.
2 strong teams, backwards and forwards.
And there is one of the wickets, and it's chopped on, I think. Certainly in real time from the boundary edge here, watching, looked like he chopped it on. And there is a wicket, a 5th wicket has fallen.
Strange shot that from Zach.
Yeah.
It looked like he wanted to go across the line of it, but it just didn't get up, or maybe he misread the length a little bit. He had all the leg side to play with a vertical bat. Would have got his 1 or 2. He just seemed to want to try and force something that wasn't maybe quite there. He was batting nicely, 18 for his 26, so he was happy there. But yeah, a bit of a false shot. Another wicket for Guernsey, and they fight back once again.
180 for 5. Jersey still 25 runs short of the total. 5 wickets still in hand. And remember, this is 42 over a side after the rain earlier in the day. And it's Dunford who will come out and try and get the job done for his islands. And joins Charlie Brennan at the crease, who's not looked particularly comfortable in the first 3 balls that he's faced.
It's been the same all day. It's not an easy easy pitch,
Yeah,
not easy
starting
conditions
is tough,
to
isn't it?
start.
Yeah.
Exactly, it shows the value of wickets, and Guernsey have kept picking them up, which has pegged Jersey back since that fantastic opening partnership. And they've bowled really well since that drinks break, and not let Jersey get away, and not made it easy for the batters to get themselves over the line. So, although you'd still have Jersey as favourites currently, you never know what can happen. Cricket's a funny game, and Guernsey are a strong lineup.
So Forshaw has his Inter Insular wicket, 1 for 41 so far for the young seamer. And he's bowling well again there. Reminder of that excellent opening partnership from Carlyon and Norman. 115 it was for the first wicket. It's been tougher going since. Advancing down the crease, down the wicket. He's a busy player as well, isn't he, Dunford, on the move?
Yeah, he's going to come in. He's going to look to rotate the strike. He's going to look to get Charlie Brennan on strike. Still under a run of ball, and whilst it's that, you can afford to face a couple of dot balls, but you certainly don't want to be facing too many, and don't want to get too caught up with having to chase.
Again on the move, and that's going to be a caught and bowled opportunity, and it's a caught and bowled chance that is taken by Forshaw. 2 wickets in the over for him, and he's 2 for 41. And Jersey lose 6th wicket for 180 scored, and still 25 runs away from victory.
Yeah, Danny trying to be busy there, coming down the track, trying to hit him off his length. Just tries to work it in the leg side, gets a leading edge. It's good bowling from Charlie Forshaw here. He's bowled an over, I think I said at the start, around, this is where it can be putting your name etched in history, or you can be full foul to it. And he certainly put his hand up here and bowled a beautiful over there to really make Guernsey start believing. I think it's 23 now. 25 needed. It's a reminder on the graphic, it's 2 runs ahead, so we're 180 here at the ground, and 25 runs needed now off the last 5 overs. We're back at 5 runs and over, which seems to have been everything since ball 1.
Might as well just fast forwarded to this moment. Not bothered with.
Would have saved us all a load of time.
Saved us all a load of hassle. Jersey going about 4.5 and need about 5. So yeah, it's been around this for much of the day. And that's what's made it such a engrossing contest, really. Relatively low scoring, and I think everyone knew at the halfway point in the game, at the lunch break, that it was gonna be a close one, and it's panning out that way. I mean, it looked for a while like it might not be a close one when Jersey were 115 without loss, despite not smashing it all around the ground at that point. They were in obviously a massively strong position at that point, but Guernsey have come back into it, particularly since the drinks break, and this might be a change of bowling. Is it Bichard now from the other end? It's changed end, changed ends.
Not sure why that might be the case. Obviously Charlie Forshaw from 2 wickets from this end, probably going to continue with the ball, and Luke's been their standout seamer, holding his line of length. He's been very economical, and in big moments he puts his hand up and he won't shy away from pressure moments. So big couple of overs here, and
yeah, nicely fended away. Sumarara is who's the new batsman out there, joined Brennan in the middle. Bowled pretty nicely earlier on. Now has a job to do with bat in hand. He's no mug with the bat either. Is Julius?
No, he's familiar to winning games of cricket with the bat for Jersey. I think it was Uganda a couple of years ago, if I remember rightly, up at Farmers, where we were a little bit behind the rate and looked like it might get tight, and he came in and just played a stunning innings to get us over the line, where he's busy at the crease, looks to score in the leg side, can score through the offside. So he's certainly no mug with the bat, and as I said at the start, it's a deep Jersey batting lineup. You still got Chuggy Pershard to come, who's not unfamiliar with pressure situations, with a lot of experience. So we're finely tuned in. The balance here, it could go either way, and hopefully there's a lot of Guernsey viewers tuned in to see if their side can get them over the line.
Full delivery from Bichard, dug out
by Sumarawa. Reminder, the score slightly different to the one you'll see on the screen. 181 for 6 is the score in reality.
24 needed.
24 required. Just a bit darker here at the ground again. 20 to 6 in the evening. Full toss flipped into the onside down the ground. Just one. Guernsey flying back tonight, do you know? Or?
Yeah, they're on it'll be a brief presentation ceremony after the game. It was with the lost overs and late arrival, they've got to leave not far off 6 o'clock, so they'll get these overs in, and then regardless,
just don't know if they'll have the trophy in the suitcase on the way back or not. That's still the question that we can't answer. Bichard bowls again, happy to bowl full. Brennan out into the offside and managing to find the middle of the bat nicely there. 183 for 6. Sumarawa happy just to play that back from where it came and get through for one more.
It's the over bowled, so it's still tight here. It's not going to change quickly unless there's a flurry of boundaries. It's not been that way all day, so I can't expect that this is going to go anything but go to the last over, and it's going to be tight, and when it gets to that, anything can happen. We've seen tight run chasers in the past. Those who watch a lot of cricket know that it can be a funny old game. When you think you're ahead of the game, it can come back to bite you, or if you're looking at it from another point of view, you could be what you think may be out the game and then fight back into it. So it's been to and froing all day, and it's been great to commentate on. It's hopefully been a great watch for those on the ground and those on the stream, and whoever comes out on top, it will be a tough one to take for the losing side, but both teams have done themselves proud individual performances with the bat and the ball. So however these last few overs go, it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, nice thump down the ground, nice sound of bat on ball. Just be for the one though, it's well fielded. Scoreboard on the screen now back correct, 184 for 6. It's going to awkwardly bounce just over the bowler's hand. He got a hand to it on the bounce, and they get through for one more.
And we're there. The graphic is correct, I believe, which makes our job a lot easier and less panicky. We wanted to make sure we could get this right for the viewers who are tuned in. When a tight game like this, you need to know what's going on and the stats, and you can see them. They are correct now.
Just in time for this nervy ending, and are they going to get home just in time there? They do get through for one more. And so 3 singles off the first half of this foreshore over. 187 for 6. And 18 more runs required in 3.5 overs.
Small margins here. A wicket would change the focus. A boundary would be big for Jersey, so great watch, could go either way. Good over so far from Charlie Forshaw, not conceding a boundary. At some point, as this gets closer, if Guernsey don't take a wicket, Ollie Nightingale's going to have to take a gamble and try and bring a couple up and not let it be too easy for them and give them an easy chase in the last over.
Brennan looking to nudge that one out. He's done well. They might think about 2. They do think about 2. Is he going to get there? A direct hit might have been trouble, but it wasn't a direct hit. And the reaction of the Guernsey fielders tell you that would have been close had it been direct. But home and hose, 2 more to the total for Brennan.
Yeah, good bit of fielding, got to the ball quick, just shy. A direct hit might have been gone. Tough call for the umpires in those situations here. If batters are going to be close, they might want to look to dive and just try and create some doubt in the umpires' minds. But as we said earlier, big boundaries, big corners, not always easy to defend twos here if batters are really aggressive with their running.
A lot of space out there on the leg side. It's the bowling effort so far. 1 ball to go in this over. Forshaw with the 2 wickets. Just will look to finish up this over now, which has been pretty tight so far. Jersey have been able to find those ones, and they'll find another one here. Stokes is quick in off the boundary and ensures that it is just one. That completes that over. That's 39 overs now done. So 3 overs to go, 42 over a side game, 191 for 6 is the score. 14 more required for the home side off these last 18 balls, and with 4 wickets in hand. Excellent game of cricket at the back end of this Channel Islands cricket season.
It's been, I'd say, a bonus given the forecast we were looking at last night and this morning to get 42 overs aside, and it's been
I've enjoyed it. I've really
fantastic.
enjoyed it. I mean, relatively low scoring, but they're often good games, aren't they?
Yeah, I think, credit to the ground staff. They've done a huge job here on this wicket. It's in the conditions that we've had this week, which haven't been conducive to producing flat wickets that score loads of runs. That can also be a positive when there's something in it for both bat and ball. You tend to get tight games like this. We can play lots and lots of overs that we've seen, and it can still be a tight finish, and great for the neutrals. Not so great for the heart rates of those either side of it, but at the same time, it's a great spectacle and a great watch.
Full toss, dispatched down the ground. Is there enough on it? The fielder comes across to cut it out. They should get back for a second. They do. And 2s from a Jersey perspective are good.
Yeah.
Any 2 is good at this stage.
2s have been the key since that middle over period where we got a little bit stuck with the bat. You saw when Guernsey came in, though he didn't stay for a long time, he just added a little bit of impetus with his running. Zach was good between the wickets, running quick as well, but they started to turn those 1s into 2s and really started to make a difference, and that's the same here.
Wicket, and that could change things. Wickets are what Guernsey need, and that's just what they've got. There's a heave-ho from Summerhour, and what looked to be maybe a little inside edge onto the stumps, was it?
Yeah, interesting shot selection there, just as we're talking about 1s and 2s getting us over the line. Looked like Julius trying to hit it into next week there, leaning back on the shot rather than getting into the ball like he had been doing and hitting it along the ground and running hard between the wickets. Just went away from plan A. I think maybe a young Jersey side just showing their sort of inexperience here rather than keeping cool, calm heads and just getting as close as they can through their 1s and 2s. Trying to get this game done a little bit early, but
Step back in his crease there, and then it was a full delivery, maybe just direct onto the stumps. Hard to tell from that angle whether there was felt in real time maybe there was a slight inside edge, but the wickets keep coming. They didn't keep coming for a long old time for the first 115 runs.
this game wouldn't be this game if it didn't have one more twist in it before the end.
I think it's been brilliant.
It's been great. Listen, it's been really good, and
it's been great to be able to stream it as well. Hopefully we've had good numbers around the world watching on and watching a close contest, an exciting contest, and one that still could go either way with just 2.4 overs of the match to go. Still could go in either direction.
Yeah, we've been on our social media accounts this week been sharing the closest Jersey victories of Inter Insular's past, and that wasn't with the intent of sourcing a game this weekend. We weren't trying to make it happen like that, but certainly this will, however it goes either way, whichever team comes out on top here, it will be a memorable victory for either side, given the fact that since ball one this morning it's it's gone either way, really.
So the captain has made his way out to the middle here at Grainville, Chuggy Pershard, with the job of trying to see his side home. He's had plenty of Inter-Insular appearances down the years. We've seen close ones down the years, I'm sure, even in this period of Jersey dominance. And I'm sure his cricketing family and Jimmy have told him about some close ones down the decades, and this one will be up there as another close contest. But which way's it's going to go? 193 for 7 then. 12 more runs required for Jersey. Now, is that a little misfield in there, but not enough of a misfield for Pershard to get off the mark. 12 runs off 15 deliveries required for the home side. 3 wickets for Guernsey, or to keep those runs down enough. Required run rate 4.8. Run rate achieved so far 4.8 and a bit. Quick run attempt. Oh, shy at the stumps. Heads in hands for the Guernsey fielders to a man. All of them. And Chuggy Pershard just about squeaks through.
It's one of those, isn't it, where it's pressure does funny things. I think he's seen an opportunity there to take him on. Mid-off was in quick, one touch pick up, exactly what you wanted, throws the stumps down, he's gone, and Guernsey right in the mix and changes things slightly, but sometimes you've got to take risks to get the reward. So Charlie Brennan back on strike, 2 balls to try and get this total as close to the Guernsey total as possible. It's no easy task, pressure's on the batters, and this is why runs on the board can often create funny things, because as I said a few times, the hardest runs to score are the ones that get you over the line.
Pershard a little shorter, and it allowed Brennan to rock back.
Ooh.
Thought about a second, just happy to take them on in the end.
Yeah, looked like Chuggy turned and wanted it, wasn't sure from the other end. Maybe they thought not needing to take the risk. These 2 good batters. Chuggy, as I said, has scored plenty of club runs for Farmers this year, batting at 4-5, so it's not like he hasn't had much time at the crease. He's faced a lot of balls, he's played a lot of cricket, so he's all got the experience that you'd want in this moment. Young head at the other end, who's a great batter, but a bit of experience is often the way forward in these sort of close situations. But still 10 needed off 13 balls. That run rate still hasn't creeped high, but it's not completely done yet.
Last ball of this Pershard over. And it's a dot ball as well. So 2 overs of the contest remaining. Jersey need 10 runs from 12 balls. And the number 9 batsman is out there with a young middle order batsman.
There's going to be a meeting in the middle, I think, between skipper, brother, keeper, bowler. What do we want to do here? What's our plan? How are we going to set the fields? This is what stick or twist for a skipper in the field here. Do you want to risk that extra fielder up to try and stop Jersey getting easy singles? Do you want to leave them back to avoid a boundary which cuts off the game? I'm sure there's plenty of people in Guernsey shouting at the TV screen as to what they do, but it's not an easy decision, and that's why you get nominated as a captain for moments like this, to make big calls.
Yeah, so everyone just holds their breath a little around the ground. I expect some of those experienced Jersey cricket followers will go off for another walk around the boundary in the next few moments, or maybe they're superstitious and won't want to move.
There's certainly some opinions coming from the busy bar corner, where people have been helping themselves to some cold beverages all day, so no doubt there'll be some experienced heads outing what they feel from the sideline as armchair watchers.
Might need some whiskies to steady the nerves in a moment. It's going to be Mullen then that bowls this penultimate over of what's been a brilliant Inter-Insular contest this year, and it's 1 run down the ground, and Jersey need 9 from 11 balls. Guernsey have really got through the overs quickly, actually, at times through the afternoon, but understandably taking their time over each delivery here. I don't know what time that flight back to Guernsey was, but
I think we're still all right at the moment.
Still okay at the moment.
It's going to get tight, that's for sure. And
will they have the trophy with them to take back across to display over at the KG or wherever, or will it remain here in Jersey? Been an excellent game between these two rivals. It's been great to be able to bring it to you around the world on the live feed. Our thanks to the likes of Brooks McDonald, 3CI Sport, and everyone at Jersey Cricket for bringing us this feed. It's a nice full ball and calmly played by Pershard out into the leg side, showing all those years of experience that he's now got leading this island side. Still not particularly old in cricket years himself, but been around leading the side for a long time and in the side before that as well. Lots of experience, and I'm sure he'll be loving being out there in the middle to try and see his side home. Meanwhile, Mullen trying to see his side home. Nice shot off the middle of Brennan's bat. And so at that stage you don't want a fielding error, and with the nerves in it, you just get the long barrier out. Nothing's getting through there, and just keep it to the single.
Anyone who's inside that white line is nervous at the moment. I'd probably include the umpires in that. A big decision to maybe make before the end of a game. Fielders know that if the ball comes to them, everything needs to be spot on. Batters need to take the game to the bowler, and the bowler needs to put the ball in the right area. So, I'm not sure who I'd rather be, but certainly in a scenario like this, it's a great watch, and this is when cricket's at its best.
3 singles from the 3 balls so far in this over, halfway through the penultimate over. Again, a fair bit of space out on that leg side to turn it into. It's a full toss, and Pershard able to just turn his wrist slightly and ensure that it's 4 singles from 4 balls so far in this over.
I just, from the bar area, just heard someone shout, it's just 1 hit. Interesting call there, if they've been watching the game all day, for a young left-hander to stand there and clear the ropes in 1 ball.
I think we've seen 1-6, haven't we, all
day?
An
interesting move, yeah. I think we saw 1 from Stan off a spinner, rock back and hit 1 over square leg, but I don't imagine they're going to get the opportunity.
Big ground. Yeah, I'd be surprised if that's the option that's taken. I think 6 singles are slightly more likely. And just gets through that fielder. It will again only be the 1. 5 singles from 5 balls, and Jersey now requiring 5 runs to win from 7 deliveries.
I just wonder, having worked with Chuggy for a fair while, whether he's thinking, I've got a freebie here. I've got 1 ball. If I can find the boundary, game's done. Do I want to let it go to the last over? Chuggy generally likes to take the attacking option as a skipper, and as a cricketer, we
saw it in the field earlier. 4 slips in.
He's had some champagne moments as a cricketer. Certainly with the bat, he tends to be an aggressive batter. So I wonder if he's thinking, if I can get this cleaned up in 1 ball, and if I don't, we've still got 5 off and over, where I'd back my young left-hander to get me on strike in the last over, or Brennan to hit 1 through the gap and get 4. It's stick or twist, and looks like Ollie's brought a couple of fielders up. Both mid-on and mid-off are up, so the gamble's been taken.
200 up for Jersey. Now, Pershard has possibly done what you thought he might. There's a fielder under it, and he's taken the catch. Pershard took the aerial route, and the nerves would have been jangling stood under that ball, but it was a good catch, looking over his shoulder for a large part of it. And Pershard goes to the last ball of the penultimate over. There's 1 over of the Inter Insular this year remaining, and Jersey still need 5 runs if they're to win. They've only got 2 wickets left as well. Guernsey right in this contest still, and it was a really good catch actually.
It was never going to be a dull finish, was it? And we talked about what option Chuggy might take. The ball was there, to be fair. He'll look back on that and think that was right in the slot of where he needed to be. But you just, if Tom comes back into shot here, it's a fantastic catch. He moves so quickly to cover those yards.
Looking over his shoulder there, right down at the bottom of the screen, yeah.
A lot of fielders wouldn't have been as close to the ball as he was there, but the yards he did there to get his eyes and head as close to that ball over his shoulder as it was.
In the situation, the match situation, that's an excellent catch from Tom Nightingale.
Those are the pressure catches. Those are why you practice. Those are why you take hundreds of catches in training. maybe as a youngster he was probably thinking of the World Cup for England maybe, but right now it's a pressure catch in a moment where you could win potentially an Inter Insular for your island after a 2-in and throwing. So we're down to the, as was probably written in the stars from ball 1 this morning, we're down to the last over and that magic number 5.
It's felt that way, and it's going to be Stokes to bowl it. Stokes excellent with the bat earlier on, if you weren't with us. 85 runs in Guernsey's 204 for 7. And now he's got to try and do it for his island with the ball in his hands. Brennan it is who's on face. He's at roughly a run a ball, 12 from his 13 faced. Remember, Jersey were 115 without loss. 200 for 8. Hold on tight.
New batter Scott Simpson, who has scored some good club runs this year for OVs. Some good runs in the game here, I believe, against walkovers down the order.
Brennan it is who's on face though, because it was the end of the over that previous dismissal. He gets the 1. And Jersey need 4 to win from 5 balls. And Scott Simpson, the left-arm bowler, is on face, right-handed batsman, interestingly.
Yeah, and I don't think Simo's going to be thanking his top-order batters here on his Inter Insular debut, batting at number 10. I don't think at 115 for none, he was thinking about getting a knock today. The middle order would have to hold their hands up and say they haven't done the job to get Jersey over the line when they probably should have done. But it's meant a really tight game, and it's a great watch for us. And Simo's more than capable with the bat, but Matt Stokes is an extremely experienced and good standard seam bowler. The chat as well, I could just see Zach Damerel coming up to him saying, listen, do you want me to stand up? Should I stand up? Do I need to stand up? Is he going to walk at the ball? Do I want to stay back and avoid anything going through me that doesn't need to? So all these questions and all these things are getting talked to at the captain and the bowler, and that's where it's those who make the money get paid the most, because they're able to keep their head calm in these pressure situations.
There are some people out there that don't like sport. I'm not quite sure why. But this has been a brilliant match between these two rival sides. Gone one way, then the other. Then the other, then the other.
Yep.
And it's all come down to this Jersey still requiring 4 to win from the last 5 balls of the contest. 201 for 8.
Okay, so Guernsey, I think, have potentially taken a gamble here. The whole offside is up, which means there's runs in the offside if they want them.
Oh, what a bounce! What an awkward bounce over the fielder who came in. He came in, he thought he had it, and it's bounced up and somehow flipped up over his head, and it's allowed Simpson to get off strike and through for another run.
That has hit a footmark from a previous pitch that was used. Bit of divine intervention there if you're in a red shirt. Other way around, obviously, if you're in the greens. But Josh Butler did everything he could there to save a single. He attacked that ball so hard, and he did everything right. It's just somehow managed to clip the edge of a foothole from a previous wicket, and has just ballooned over his head and got a brilliant result for Jersey, which puts a set batter and a young middle order batter on strike. 4 balls to go.
3 from 4 required for Jersey. They might get through here, and they do. No one in close on that side. It's a leg bye. Jersey won't mind how the runs come. Leg byes, wides. They'll just want to get there, and they now need 2 to win from the last 3 balls. 1 for a tie.
Yeah, that's the important thing to consider here as the captain. I think it was Shane Warne who said you've got to be willing to risk a loss to win in pressure situations, and I think that's where I would be. I would have everybody in. I wouldn't be giving him a run anywhere, because a draw is no good for anybody. So I think dot balls win you the game. Obviously wickets are still in play. It's a full straight ball that cleans him up here, brings a number 11 batter to the crease, and could change the look of the game.
A big appeal from Stokes. Mark Savage is the umpire, and he's not having any of it, but it's a dot ball.
Pressure on these umpires too. These big moments, big calls. There's been history over the years with umpires and things like that. It's all big part of the game. Dot ball for Guernsey, 2 needed off 2 balls. It gets closer.
1 for the tie, 2 for victory for Jersey. Stokes with the ball in hand. If he can do something here, we'll be right up there as man of the match. 85 with the bat earlier on for the Sarnians. Penultimate ball of the game. And it's smashed away for 4 runs. And Jersey made awful hard work of it. But they get there just about with a ball to spare. Jersey get over the line and make it 8 Inter Insular wins in a row. The long wait for Guernsey goes on, but they've made it some match here today. Their wait will go to a decade. Last time they won was 2015. They'll have to wait at least till 2025 to get their hands on the trophy. Jersey get there, Lee Malloy, but only just.
Oh, what a game of cricket. Honestly, it's I've seen lots of Inter-Insulars in my time. I don't think any is, well, to be fair, the super over of the T20 was a tight game of cricket, but that was honestly superb. I think a huge amount of credit has to go to this Guernsey side. That was brilliant to see the way they fought back. 115 for none to take the game to the second last ball, taking 8 wickets with them, just shows a huge amount of how far these guys have come this summer. At the start of the summer, with the record that they had, they needed something, and they've had a great summer with the promotion in the T20. They've done their island proud. They've been superb today, and although Jersey have got over the line, probably coming in as favourites with what's got to be said, not the full strength side. From the position that Jersey found themselves in, Guernsey have done superbly well to fight back there, and a sign of a growing side, I'd say.
Well, Chucky Pershard there on screen, the Jersey skipper, looking a relieved man. And Guernsey with smiles on their faces as well, because they know they've been in some game here today and given Jersey some game. And have got within a couple of balls, couple of runs of going all the way and finally getting their hands back on the trophy. But it will be Jersey's again, and the wait goes on for Guernsey. The umpires just making their way off the field as well, and you're right, it would have been a tense last over for them, tense last few balls for them as well. But Jersey just about getting over the line, but I think Guernsey will go back tonight on that plane, which hopefully they'll get to the airport in time for. They won't have the trophy with them, but they can be really proud of their efforts here at Grainville today.
Yeah, as I said, it's I think if had got over the line, they would have certainly earned the win, as he would have looked like they'd probably thrown it away. From being in such a strong position with the bat to have got so close. It takes two sides, and Guernsey will be proud of their fight back there from what was potentially a losing position to have taken it to that last over. And I know there'll be a lot of pride within that dressing room, and they are in what they would probably describe as a bit of a project. They're looking to build that side, first year under the new skipper, and some new faces in the side, some youngsters we've talked about with the ball in hand. So they'll go home proud, and they'll be ready to go next year, no doubt.
Just seen young Toby Britton padded up, going back into the changing room as well. He'll be particularly thankful his teammates saw them over the line, particularly actually as he wasn't feeling too well earlier in the day, we understand. So he'll be delighted not to have had to go out there for the final moment.
I did see him about an hour and a half ago and said, "How are you feeling?" He said, "Much better." I'm not sure if I'd have asked him the same question 5 minutes ago, he'd have said the same answer. So he's a thankful man, but I think certainly the Jersey lower order batters will be looking above them saying, "Come on lads, what was that about?" There was a strong sight that we would be pushing on in this game and take the win comfortably, and that middle order didn't stand up today. Inexperienced, might add, middle order, but they've done enough to get over the line, and there'll be some honest conversations had to ensure that that isn't repeated in future years to come.
Lee, thank you. Thanks for your company during the course of the day. Certainly far less rain than we're anticipating, but I think at the halfway point in the day we knew it was going to be a pretty close game, and we got exactly that, going right down to the last couple of balls, and Jersey just getting over the line. Guernsey 204 for 7 from their 42 overs. Stokes, the star for them, with 85, and then having to bowl that last over. Jersey's opening pair putting on 115. Harrison Carlyon top scoring for Jersey at the top of the order, and then his lower order just about helping him get over that line at the end. Jersey getting there with 1 ball to spare in their 42 overs. They finish on 207 for 8 from 41.5, and it was some
game, this, particularly with the rivalry involved. Had it been two teams that weren't rivals, it would have been an excellent watch, but with the rivalry there, with the long wait that Guernsey have had stretching back to 2015 to try and get their hands on the trophy as well, it just made it into a brilliant occasion. But Jersey get the win. They get the win for Jersey get the win for the 8th occasion in a row, stretching back to 2016. It wasn't the dominant performance that we saw 12 months ago when Jersey won by 173 runs. This was a 2-wicket win this time round, but 173 runs 12 months ago when Zach Tribe made the 96 in an unbroken partnership of 208. For a while, when those two openers were going so well for Jersey and getting a century partnership at the top of the order, you wondered whether there was going to be a 200-odd partnership again for the second year in a row. But Guernsey came roaring back into the contest with some excellent bowling, some good fielding. Jersey only able to get the 1s and 2s on occasion rather than finding the boundary with big hits. And it will be Jersey that lift that trophy that you can see on the screen again there. And the medal's just being readied. And I'm not quite sure whether we're going to get the trophy presentation imminently, but we might stay with it if we're expecting it. Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up, so we do expect the trophy presentation in the next few minutes. So we'll stay with it to see Jersey lift the trophy. That Jersey lineup of Chuggy Pershard, Charlie Brennan, Toby Britton didn't have to bat at the end. Harrison Carlyon, Jake Dumford, the wicket-keeper, Patrick Googe, Josh Lawrenson, Stan Norman, who batted so well in that opening stand of 115 at the top of the order with Harrison Carlyon, Scott Simpson, Julius Simarawa and Zach Tribe. They are the winning 11, but they know they've been in a real contest here against Guernsey. Some of the supporters coming around the boundary edge just to get a glimpse of the trophy presentation. Which we hope to be able to bring you shortly. As we're saying, Guernsey needing to catch their flight back across. They were late getting over today, so we had an 11:30 start. Reduced game down to 45 overs a side, and then further reduced when the players had to go off for a 20-minute, half an hour spell for rain to 42 overs. So slightly shorter game than we were expecting in terms of the number of overs, but we got the full lot of them, or nearly the full 84 overs in. And they were a really good 84 odd overs. Some of the Jersey players then just out on the pitch, just reflecting on what was a brilliant game. And some of them will be pretty relieved, I think, that they were able to get over the line. All of them will be relieved in some sense they were able to get over the line when it looked for a long time like they were in a strong position. They never got massively ahead of the run rate, and that meant when they started to lose the wickets in the middle order, things got a bit nervy towards the end. There's the scene here at Grainville at the moment. Just some of the supporters coming round in front of the sight screen to try and get a sight of the post-match presentations. I think I saw the Jersey cricket chairman, John Harris, there just trying to get and get this presentation ceremony underway. There'll be a trophy presented to Jersey again.
Good afternoon. Come on round.
This is John Harris, the Jersey cricket chairman.
Right, the presentation ceremony for this year's Inter Insular. We've had a lot of I've listened this week about just how important a fixture this is in the Jersey press, and I think today will have shown once again just how respected a fixture it is, how important it is, and how close it is. And when we come to write the history of today's game, I think we'll say it was a pretty tight and tense affair, and showing in a way that there had to be a winner and a loser, but absolutely great game of cricket to watch. So I'd just like to start by thanking the ground staff for getting everything together. Made a really good effort. Guernsey had a plane to catch, so we're going to go through this pretty quickly. So I'd just like to ask the umpires to come up, please. Heath Kearns, Mark Savage, and Larry Wiggins. Sorry folks, just got to get my notes here. And then for the scorers, please, to come up and receive a token of our thanks, Bob O'Brien and Gina Kearns.
Thank you very much.
The umpires vote for the man of the match. There's certainly some candidates. I believe I'm right in saying that. Let me get the right Stokes. Matt Stokes, very good innings. That's the only Stokes, okay. But the umpires this year have chosen for his 70-odd runs Harrison Carlisle. So conscious of time, thank you both teams for a really good occasion, a really good game of cricket, and just like to end on a note of congratulations to Guernsey for your recent feat at the qualifying. Yeah. So this year's winners in this tight, tense contest, Jersey, and if the team could come up please to collect the winners' medals, usual thing, captain last.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, we can't. Thank you, Sarah. Cheers. Thank you very much, Sean.
We try to see you again.
Charlie, it's nice this year. Thank you.
Straight all over the door.
He's actually saying.
No champagne.
So,
there is no champagne.
This year's Inter Insular winners by the barest of margins, Jersey.
Nice. Well done, everyone.
Let's go.
Look at the nick of the glue in the map.
Is this the one that got the most of the roof?
So there we have it, Jersey, the champions in 2024, winning by the 2 wickets with just 1 ball to spare. It's been some occasion here at Grainville. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. And I'm sure you've enjoyed it because it's been an absolute belter. Jersey win again for the 8th year in a row.